Okay, we are back. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone. Day 2, guys. I'm Excelsior PH and with me is...
Panda User.
And what are we going to watch today? It's going to be Vietnam versus Thailand. And it's going to be, again, a momentous event. They have survived the group stages. Right, Panda? If you have survived the group stages, you have survived a day of battles.
Yes.
With a lot of other players.
A lot of players, man. A lot.
And a lot of matches. Imagine all BL3 matches over the course of the day, and you survived, and it's going to be tiring for this coming day. It's BO5. So we are starting the game right now between Huerto Pan and Wang Long Nguyen.
Yes.
So what are they carrying right now, Panda?
So right now, I think Mr. Pan is carrying his... I think that's an Azoth Priest.
Yes.
And then for Mr. Nguyen from Vietnam, he's carrying his Malagos Druid. Oh no, it's a... Sorry, it's a
Quest Druid.
Quest Druid, okay.
Yes, and Mr. Nguyen is now carrying a Quest Malagos Druid.
Quest Malagos.
Yes. Oh, so what is important about this quest is that if you have Geppetto Joybus, Malagos, and you have Globidinus Fluke in your hand, afterwards, after getting the low-cost big cards, then it will be a breeze getting that combo in. Lots of damage coming from the Moonfire, Swipe. So it's going to be a lot of damage coming from that combo.
Yeah.
Especially if you get the Floop Malagos. Yeah,
so, I mean, favoring in this matchup, I think I'd give it to the Druid.
Yes,
in terms of the combo, I mean, you could actually burst out all of a sudden because of all the spell damage. But you know, bad start for the Priest right now. So I think he's in a bad spot because you should, as early on in this matchup, you should be able to take down your opponent or beat him down. But the problem is he doesn't have really the early cards that he needs.
I think that's right. That's right because when you have a controlled Azoth Priest, it's mostly reactive. As you can see, there are Plagues of Death or Plague of Death, and there's also the Infiltrator, which is not necessarily a proactive card. It's most likely a defensive or a reactive card, wherein you can destroy any minion or a random enemy minion as a death rattle, and it also has non-damage. But look at the damage, just 2.
Yeah, it's just 2 damage. Like, it's not even the cards that Mr. Popan needs right now. Like, even in the later game, I don't think that's even gonna clear out the monster. I mean, the enemy minions, like the monster. I mean, the minions that Mr. Nguyen will be pumping out is like, they're on the board, but you know, later on, I'm gonna surprise you with something else.
Yes, that's right. And imagine, let's compute, okay? Okay, for example, you have a 1-cost Malagos.
Yeah.
And then you have a 4-cost Fluke. That's plus 10 spell damage, right? So you have 2 Spellfires. That's 10 plus 10 plus 2. That's going to 22.
Yeah, 22.
Plus, you have a 4 damage Swipe. So that's 4 plus 10. That's going to be 14. So you have a total 36 damage possible on hand if you have all the cards right on your hand. So that's assuming you get a 1-cost Malagos.
Yeah,
but if not,
if he gets it.
But if not, you can start using a full-cost Malagos and then just do fires. There's going to be less burst.
Yeah.
So let's see how Mr. Nguyen is going to do that combo later, and he brings out an Oasis Surger and just attacks.
Yeah.
And
I mean, just getting the reborn minions out of the way, which is good. I mean, you wanna dish out the early damages. Good clear by Mr. Popan here. And just trying to clear the board. You know, not getting too much damage, even having that other minion survive.
And that's a good card right there from Mr. Nguyen, where he has a Wrath. Deals 3 damage plus 1 damage with draw a card. So let's see what he draws. I think there's nothing more active except for the Oasis Surger right here on his hand. The Toon probably in the next few turns, but not necessarily usable right now. Probably for the combo, right?
Yeah.
So it's full cost.
It is. And for those of you in the for our viewers also, like the druid has pumped out his quest. Basically, druid cards have choose one mechanics, and when but you know when the quest is done, basically when for those of you watching that when you complete the quest, a certain condition is met. Basically, the choose one cards can now both be activated, and you can see right there. Either you give the minion a rush or +2, but now it's both activated.
Yes,
so
both activated.
basically, our druid player right now is just putting on pressure in the board, and our priest player is being forced to react. And Massive area right there.
Master is actually a good play right there. Instead of using a light bomb.
Yeah, the light.
Sometimes I was thinking myself if I could have used the light bomb because that's already 5-5. Right?
Yeah, but you could use it for others, to be honest.
Master area has more how do you say this, reach.
Yeah.
For example, there's not an even attack minion. Like it's going to be a 2-3. That 2-3 will not die. That's going to be a 2-1 at the end of the light bomb. So, or at the end of the light bomb.
Yep.
Or Master area could be more.
It's fine. Right?
Wow. So he's cycling.
Oh yeah. Okay, he's just cycling his cards. If he just wants to draw, it's fine. Because I mean, okay, he heals it
as well. Well, that's good pressure coming from Mr. Nguyen right there.
Yeah. So Mass Hysteria can't do anything here. The light bomb would be a nice option. I
Yes,
think.
that's right. That's right. Light bomb would be a nice option right here because 7 will attack the 7 health, 6 attack will attack the 6 health.
Yeah.
Because light bomb makes your enemies use their attack towards their own health. So yeah, that's good action right there. But then again, you have to make sure. That's why some of our players take their time in doing the turns.
They gotta think about it.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to think about it. But not too long.
Yeah,
not too long. Not too long
Power
that you have to rope.
The rope is like pressuring you. Like, I gotta play something, man.
Yeah. And that's going to be sometimes hard because sometimes you run out of rope and you haven't finished your turn yet.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Mr. Nguyen, I mean, he drew the Malagos. I think he was opting to draw Geppetto first, but unfortunately, Malagos is a Nikos right now. Kind of ruins the combo, but
it can still be possible. You can put down a Malagos. Next turn, you can dish out the.
You can copy it and put it back in the deck, and then you can still use Geppetto to draw him out.
No, but the Elysian Lighten only copies the one on the hand and puts it in your hand.
Oh, okay.
So, I think the combo would be Malagos, then dish out the damage through the spells, and then Flube, and then dish out the damage through the spells. So that's going to take 2 turns, but he needs another Moonfire to maximize that damage. So I'm seeing right now, if you are Malagos plus Moonfire, that's going to be just 6 damage, right? But you have 2 Moonfires, it's going to be 12.
Yeah.
And the next turn is going to be 9. That's 4 plus 5, it's 9 plus 9 is going to be 18. That's exactly 30 damage. That's why he has to have minions on board to deal the damage.
Yeah, deal more damage.
Yeah, deal more damage.
So basically, I think it's going to be a control turn. The defender. I mean, for Mr. Popan right now, I think he's just dishing out the minions that he can, the Death Rattle minions, so that they can be summoned later, or even with the Mass Resurrection, even be used. Because if he doesn't get to use Mass Resurrection, it's basically a dead card in hand. And like, oh man, I can't even use this. What am I gonna revive with these cards?
So I have a question for you, Panda. I'm like this with you, man. I always ask mechanics questions. So, if ever there are cartoon defenders and you use your swipe, okay, you use your swipe on the base of the enemy and they die, they get down to 0 health. Will they get back up from 0 health to 4?
I think they will, yeah.
Will they?
Yeah, I've tried and tested this before, but I can't bring it to myself that if they die and then they revive,
You're down to 0
yeah,
health,
you're down
and
to
then you
0
heal.
health. I don't think they revive.
Do they?
Behold,
So this is the one of the best cards.
jewels of the sun.
For example, you can have two. You can have one Dream Petal Florist, for example. But I wonder why he put down the Crystal Merchant. You're not going to draw anything with that because you don't have spare mana.
I think he just wants to draw, and then he doesn't want to overdraw, you know?
Oh, yeah.
So, like, he has, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7. Yeah, he has, like, 9 cards.
Yeah, so
because
he
he
can-
drew with the Jevedo, and then he had to play another card because he doesn't want to burn anything. You know, I think the weakness of this deck is that it keeps on drawing, it keeps on providing you with cards, but if there was a certain card that would make you overdraw, that would mess up the entire thing.
Yes, and because you need most of the cards here.
Yeah.
And there's Derek's glowing gallery. What's up? Oh, there's Hakar. Oh, Hakar is very dangerous for him right now. Oh,
Yes, that is the card that
Oh.
is needed right there.
Yes.
You know, I wouldn't blame him if he actually used the Seance on that, but no, not really.
No, not really.
Yeah.
You want the Seance discounted because he has the Seance and then the Zoth here. He's going to
Yeah,
get
he's going to
discounted.
use the discounted as well.
Yeah, discounted the Zoth, and he can do the combo in
Yeah.
one turn. So, yeah.
You know, because he's already overdrawing his deck. My thought process is, what if I mess up everything and just make him draw corrupted blood over and over and over? I wouldn't blame him. I mean, I wouldn't blame him for seancing that, because in my mindset, I'm like, should I really save it versus a deck that keeps on drawing and drawing? So, in my mind, if I mess it up and make him keep drawing corrupted blood, so to ruin everything for him, just add the chances of just damaging him. So, but then again, it's ludicrous in other people's view that why would you seance that? Because the Zoth's already there. Why
Yeah.
would you even bother seancing that?
So I'm thinking about the example that if you seance that, you give you lessen your chances of using another Zoth, which could bring out another Hakar. So
yeah, also, okay, yeah, bad reason.
so versus one Hakar going back to your hand, which is full value, you have a Zoth that can bring out a possible Hakar, and then you can bring him back, and then another Hakar.
Okay.
So that's two Hakars.
Jewels of
So
the sun.
so what we saw there was Mr. Nguyen using the Starfall.
Oh, he threw it. Yeah, you know,
Oh, that's two more corrupted bloods,
and
man.
and with that in the field, sorry, the card that keeps
The
drawing.
Petal Florist
Yeah,
or the Crystal
Florist.
Merchant? Crystal
mean-
Merchant, yeah. Crystal Merchant.
Yeah, sorry, the Crystal Merchant. With that in the field, if he keeps drawing and drawing and drawing, it's gonna spell, you know, bad things for a Druid player. But you know, I think the priest is gonna clear the board one way or another, because with the 6 damage and the 4 damage in board, man, I deal with that immediately.
And one problem he has right now, Mr. Nguyen has a problem right here, is that the Dream Petal Florist is the one copied by Flubidinous Flube.
Yeah,
And the Dream Petal Florist discounted the Flubidinous Flube.
yeah.
So the problem with that is that the interaction here is what I've learned over the past months, is that quickly, if you put down a Malagos on a discounted Flube, it becomes a 4-cost Malagos again.
Oh yeah.
So it's not discounted. And there you go, there's Seance, and there's Hakar. I told you, man.
Oh man, like, yeah, because there's the corrupted.
You've
Zoth.
been Hakar zoned.
Hakar zoned. Yeah, but the thing is, I noticed, because since this is a, you know, the N'Zoth archetype, he only summoned the reborn minions. Those were the only Death Rattle minions, and then when he used them, the cloning device, it actually got Hakar, so it increased the chances. But then again, I think, you know, RNG was on his side here.
Yeah, RG was on his side, but I think it was a bit calculated. He was
You will.
counting. He was counting how many Death Rattle minions he had,
Yeah.
and Keeper of the Grove
Keeper
is
of the
good
Grove.
to keep to prevent you from getting another card. But the problem, another corrupted blood. But the
He
problem
got
is,
the Kun though. He got the Kun.
yeah, the problem with this one is that it's full board.
Yeah.
Time waits for no
So
one.
it's either you use the Malagos to the face, but the problem is he's gonna heal back. So the combo, as we said a while ago, has already passed.
Yeah.
The ideal combo, which is you get a one-cost Malagos from Geppetto Joy Bus, and then you do the whole combo. It's
Yeah.
already passed, man.
Oh man, as the priest player right now, I just clear the the 7-cost minion, and then just go straight for everything face. I mean, Geppetto can stay right there.
I have a question here. Would you
There it comes.
would you attack the Geppetto Joy Bus? Of course, with a card. Yes, yes.
Of course. But yeah, but the thing is, like, there's already so many bloods, and then again, yeah, you will add more injury to it. So
Yeah, I would attack it and then just go face with everything else.
yeah.
But Mr. Popan doesn't know if he has the combo. Look, that green petal florist survived like 2 turns, if I'm correct.
Oh, he's attacking everything, dude.
Yeah.
He's attacking everything. I don't think he's gonna. Oh,
Yeah, he's gonna attack everything to the face. You know why? That car will die.
Yeah.
That car will inevitably die.
Oh, there it is.
Oh.
Nice call.
Right?
Good call.
That might be a good play. But he doesn't know. He's just putting threats right there.
It's true.
So, that's actually a good play. So I told you the first time. He was going to attack it to
blood.
Geppetto Joy Bus.
Corrupted
Corrupted
blood.
blood.
Another one.
Another one.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Almost out of cards.
Yep, okay. So most of his deck is comprised of
No,
corrupted
everything
blood.
is corrupted blood.
Yes, everything is corrupted blood. That's around how many cards? I think
8.
one. That's on 5. That's times 2. That's 10.
It's 10.
Yeah.
I
He's dead.
Yeah, that's right there.
He's dead.
Oh, I was thinking it was 8. And then, oh yeah, another one.
5. It's 5. 5 times 2. That's
Exactly.
10.
It's 5. Okay.
So that's a win for Mr. Werit Popan from Thailand.
Thailand.
That's the first win. And as we can see, he played it right. We got it wrong in a bit because he didn't get the combination.
Yeah.
Mr. Nguyen didn't get the combination, and he wasn't able to do the combo for the Quest Malagos Druid. When you are fighting against a control priest like that, you have to get the combo, right, Panda?
Yeah, because since he had the Flourish for like 2 turns, so that was a clear sign that, oh no, I didn't have my combo. I didn't get to pull it off. So everything's a mess right now.
And we're going to the highlights right now. He wasn't able to draw the Geppetto Joy Bus before the Malagos draw. So he drew the Malagos first before the Geppetto Joy Bus.
Yeah.
So that was one win condition, one of those. But the problem is you're fighting a priest that can have a huge healing effect after the Zod plus Cartoon Defenders times 4.
Yep.
Man, you cannot regenerate from that. You cannot push a full spell damage to the face with that kind of regeneration. And look at those bloods. Those bloods. And this is the right turn. You said a while ago. He had to make the bloods go back. And that was 5 bloods that will be recycled, times 2. That's going to be 10 bloods. That's going to be 30 damage.
It is.
So he's gonna die. So that was a good match between Werit Popan and Mr. Wang Nguyen. So it was a very good match. So what do you think is the next deck that he's gonna use? Because in this match, guys, if you win with a certain deck, you cannot use another deck that the same deck in the next match.
I mean, he could go for his warrior or maybe the evolved shaman.
Yeah, we're just contemplating. We're just how do you say this? We're ruminating which kind of decks that they're going to use, because as of now we're not sure which decks are banned and which decks are shielded. But we're assuming that the evolved shaman is shielded, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer that I would shield the evolved shaman. So I think we're gonna get into the next game.
Yes, and while we're waiting for the matches, there's the next game. And going back to San Juan Arena, and we're seeing Vietnam and Thailand again.
Yep.
This is day 2 of the Hearthstone event for SEA Games 2019. So I think we're looking at it. It's Vietnam. Mr. Nguyen is using the Evolved Shaman.
Yeah, he's using the
And for Thailand, he's using, I think that's Highlander. Is it
It's
Highlander?
a Highlander? With
Is
the
it
Wild
Highlander?
Pyromancer. Well, check it out.
There's a Holy Wrath right there.
Yeah,
So
that's a Highlander Paladin.
This die is which is Mr. Popan, is probably using a Highlander Paladin. So he switched decks.
He did.
He did switch decks.
Okay, so
But guys, to make it clear, he switched decks after the group stage.
okay,
So you can do that. It's part of the rules.
it's part of the rules.
So right now we're getting ourselves updated. That's probably a Shirvala OTK Paladin.
Shirvala.
Shirvala. So how does this work, Panda?
Well, basically you kill your opponent with Shirvala.
No, you don't.
No, you don't.
Okay. So
I get
okay, here's how you do it.
Okay.
Okay. First, you draw out your cards, use the spells. Shirvala is 25 cost. It decreases its cost by
We
each
have
spell.
Each spell. Yeah,
So,
I get that part.
but not the coin. So, for example, you use timeout. That's going to be -3 to the 25 cost of Shirvala. Shirvala is a 7/5 Divine Shield minion
With
with Rush and Lifesteal.
Yeah.
Okay? So, you're going to bring back the Shirvala with an empty deck
Okay.
by using Baleful Banker, and
Yeah, the
then
banker.
you draw it back with the Holy Wrath. The Holy Wrath deals damage
Which is
to the face by 25 damage. But if you have 2 Holy Wraths, that's going to be a total of 50 damage to the face. So, right now, the goal is to draw as much as you can, right? And I think Mr. Popan is thinking if he should do the Acolyte of Pain next turn. But if he does it today or this turn, he can. That Acolyte of Pain could probably die. But looking at the deck of the other player, it could not. It could probably not die because there's no specific 3 damage to the minion except for the Mogul Flesh Shaper. Oh,
So with that being explained, thank you very much for the
yeah.
the basic history lesson.
Yeah.
Because honestly
You're welcome.
speaking, I haven't used the
Well, you should.
It's
fun.
You should.
It's fun. It's fun. It's fun.
I haven't made these decks, dude. I'm sticking to like the simple Highlander Paladin. I don't even have Shirvala. But the thing is, yeah, it's a nice combo. It's a nice burst outcome kind. So I haven't been well informed about this myself. Even if I've been watching it, I haven't seen it a lot.
Oh.
That's why. So basically, people are just sticking to the norms, the Evolved Shaman, the regular Nizoth. But it's rotating out like today.
Yes.
So I don't think I'm gonna be seeing those ever again.
Yes, that's right. And as we can see here, he used the archer right there to attack with 1 attack to the Acolyte of Pain. Because the Acolyte of Pain can draw out 1 card once it's damaged.
As soon as it gets damaged.
Yeah. So there you go. He's good. Tyler can cycle the cards, and he gets an evolve by using Spirit of the Frog.
Oh, look at the quality.
There's the second evolve. Wow.
Right now, there is no evolve targets. Let's face it.
There's one, man. There's Mogul Flesh Shaper.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You see, the Mogul Flesh Shaper gets discounted each time you have a minion on board.
Oh,
and he's going to make it so... He's going to make his hand or his board so big.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's so big.
he's going to make it super big, man. Oh.
Rush. Yeah, clear the board. Put on more pressure.
No. Don't clear the board first. He has to put down the Mogul Flesh Shaper first.
I mean, it doesn't really... Okay, yeah, he could put it... I get a spell first, then put down the Flesh Shaper, then attack the minion.
Yeah, that's right. That would make it 0 cost, and yeah, that's right.
He has to get the minion.
Yeah, there you go. That's
then
right.
you can kill it. And
Then
then
you can
deal
go.
1 damage to the face.
Then retain, and then evolve.
Gonna
Come
rock
on,
the
go,
rolls.
go, 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 go. Evolve. There you go. Okay.
What do you get?
What? Oh, wow. Okay.
It's a good thing you didn't
The
get a
Isera.
Doomsday.
And there's a soup vendor. Oh my gosh. And look at that. There's a Crystal Smith Gangor.
Yeah.
Okay. For those of you guys who don't know, there has been a previous nerf
Yeah.
to equality. It used to be 2 cost. Now
Yeah,
it's 4
4.
cost. So
Let
you can
me
do the
think.
combo of using a Wild Pyromancer and equality on 5 mana. You need 6 mana.
I think you should time out here.
Yes, that's right.
You should time out.
That's right, that's right.
because you really want to survive until you draw your combos right here. So I wouldn't risk the damage.
wonder.
Like just automatically time out.
That's
You know,
right, that's right.
You can't be too greedy in this turn. Like I know you have no choice, but he's gonna have to do it.
Yes, that's right, that's right. And the timeout is it's a saving grace.
It's a
right there.
saving grace card. Like you already have 2, just use it already.
Yeah, you can use 1. That's why
Let me
this deck has been. I've seen this deck in different matches, like global matches.
Yeah.
Some of them are very successful.
Oh wow, really?
Ooh,
No.
ooh,
Really? You're gonna waste your whole...
no, no.
No, no, no.
Oh,
You really wasted it. Oh no.
why?
Why?
What? What?
Yeah.
Oh,
The,
okay. Oh, we're speechless right now. There was a
Yeah.
line there. There was a timeout line that could have prevented a Soul of the World. That could have prevented a lot of damage to the face.
yeah.
But
Oh man, it's gonna take like
okay.
10, 12.
I'm wondering why he did that. That was kind of he was just cycling probably. But then again, looking at the
I
cards
think
of
he added it up and he's not dead yet, but man, that's a lot of damage.
that's a
though.
lot of damage, man.
That's
And
a lot of damage.
plus, he used this spirit of he used the Murloc spell to gain more Murloc Death Rattle, and
Yeah,
the problem with that is that even if he clears with the Wild Pyromancer plus equality,
Let me think.
there's going to be a lot of 1/1 Murlocs, and there's going to be a probable Bloodlust.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he didn't think about it. Now is he gonna? Oh man, I really think that. I think Mr. Popan realized that he already has the combo, like the
Let
possible
me
bloodlust.
Yeah.
I think he should time. Oh no!
Yeah. There's
no
nothing
way.
else
There's
you can do
nothing
right.
else.
We can do right now.
Let's time out.
Quickly.
Yeah, but even if it's cleared,
Uh-huh.
he can still attack with full
Yeah,
damage, with full intensity. So he can do 2 timeouts.
that's true.
And
Survive 2 more turns.
right? And gain he can gain Isera Awakens.
Yeah.
Dream.
Prismatic lens.
Prismatic Lens is not gonna help,
No,
man.
yeah, it's not nothing except for
wait.
the second timeout.
If you get a 0 cost Shirvala, you can bring your health up to 23, and that's going to be 7 times. No, not yet. No.
No.
You're still gonna die.
You're still gonna die because let's say the board is cleared with Isera gone, with everything else gone, but the Murlocs are there.
That's going to be 7
Bloodlust-
Murloc.
Bloodlust 7 times 5.
7 times 3, that's going to be 21.
And
21 plus 7.
plus if Isera awakens, that's 5 more damage. Right
Let
there.
me think.
No. Example, if he clears the board right now, let's say
Yeah.
everything is gone, even with the Gangor's like 1 damage. So it's like 7 minions on the board and the Bloodlust. That's an automatic game
Yeah,
right
that's
there.
an automatic lethal. Like,
Yeah.
for example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you add plus 3 per minion. That's
So-
7 times 3 is 21 plus 7. That's going to be 28. Plus the Isera Awakens is over lethal, man.
Yep.
So it's a time now. It's time for a clear set. Oh, I know what he said. What he's doing, man. You know what he's doing?
He used timed out, so he's gonna clear the minions with Consecrate, and then he's gonna use the Wild Pyromancer to clear the Murlocs.
But the problem is,
Yeah, that
well,
was.
and he has to use the Soul of the Murloc again to make sure that these guys
Yeah.
will still survive. So this is the first countermeasure that Mr. Nguyen is doing right now.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, that's I have played Desert Obelisk, man, for an OTK setup, but it's really hard.
You play that.
It's really hard to set up,
It's really
man.
hard, yeah.
You can only do it with a lot of baleful bankers, or I've done it with the rogue.
In the rogue.
Yes, the rogue.
That's such a meme card. Like, why is it even in this expansion?
Maybe it has future use in the expansion.
No, I don't think it does. I really don't think it does, man.
So what outs can Mr. Popan do right now?
Wild Pyromancer into Consecration, just lessen the damage. But then again, he's dead because the Murlocs are still there.
Yeah.
If he had enough mana for a 2-cost spell, unfortunately he doesn't. Because he used it. I don't see a way out from here. Like, he has no more diamond outs. He could try to clear the board, but it's not gonna be enough.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the option is Wild Pyromancer and Consecration, or Consecration and then clear more minions, but it's not enough mana. It's not enough damage to like clear the board.
Yeah, for example, what he's going to do is he's going to use... Oh, he's Prismatic Lance. Ooh, Zephyrus.
Yeah, but...
One cost Zephyrus. What does it do? No.
Nothing.
It's not activated, man. It's not yet activated.
Yeah, it's not... Oh, yeah, because there's still other cards.
There's still other duplicates, right?
So for those of you who don't know, Zephyrus only activates when you only have one of each card in your deck. But, you know, unfortunately for Mr. Boban, he hasn't drawn the cards needed. So, this is basically GG. It's match point for Mr. Nguyen right now.
And
so
it's going to be a Bloodlust. Plus 3 attacks. And that's going to be it
for the second game.
Second game. It's going to be 1-1 between Vietnam and Thailand. And that's a match. Nice match. And as we said, Evolve Shaman, really strong, man. Really strong.
Like I said, it's the point getter.
Yes.
Like, why wouldn't I ban this deck? Because it's an automatic win.
Yes.
But not in every matchup. I mean, if you mess up your evolves, if you mess up your mutates, like if you can get a Doomsayer, luckily nobody has.
Yeah, if you get Doomsayer is like 2-cost card.
It's a 2-cost card that clears your board.
From 1, you can evolve into Doomsayer, and then everything dies after the next turn. So
okay, so I think we're gonna get into the highlights right now. There we go.
There you go.
And there.
So that's one of the highlights wherein he used the evolve.
He used the evolve.
Yes. And then Mr. Popan used the Wrath right there, Holy Wrath. I think he was cycling for something that he could use. But the problem is that there's a Soul of the Murloc.
Yep.
And that Soul of the Murloc basically closes the match.
Yep. And you know, mind this, Mr. Nguyen drew every contingency, every backup plan to save his board and refill the board, which is very smart of him.
And also,
he saved his minions right there.
Yeah, he saved his minions with an evolve because they were already vulnerable to a possible Pyromancer shenanigans, right?
And then the Bloodlust goes down and takes him out just like that. So yeah, very good. That was a very good second game. Of course, I think Mr. Popan is gonna hit him hard with his Evolve Shaman.
Nah, I think he's still going to use...
Stick with the Paladin?
He's going to stick with the Paladin because the possible matchup in the next game is still going to be Quest Druid versus Paladin.
Oh, okay.
So, who wins there?
The Paladin.
The OTK Paladin can win if he gets the right draw cards and he's not get run over by the Oasis Surgers and the minions that he's going to put down, that Mr. Nguyen is going to put down. So I guess it's going to be...
You guess.
I guess it's going to be the OTK Shirvala Paladin.
Okay.
So versus the Quest Druid. We'll see. We'll see what's going to happen. But if you use the Evolve Shaman against a possible Quest Druid, it might lose.
Yeah, it might.
It might lose. You know why? Because there's a lot of regeneration right there. And as we can see,
I can't.
It's
zoom in.
Oh, he changed it to Quest Druid versus Quest Druid. That's a Quest Druid mirror.
Okay, so
we saw yesterday Mr. Popan had a good plan by cycling the Elise the Enlightened back into an empty deck by using a Baleful Banker and then cycling it really hard, right? Recycle. So he has an infinite recycle of Elise Enlightened plus King Feoris.
Yeah. So with the mirror matchup, how are things gonna go? Whoever finishes their quest first. Yeah, he's gonna use the coin. No, he's not.
He is.
Yeah,
he has to use the
Sorry,
coin.
he has to use the coin.
That's the advantage of having the coin while being a quest druid. You can finish it on exactly turn 4.
Yep.
Turn
So-
4 after at the end of turn.
At the end of turn. Yeah, they're just ending the turn.
Oh,
Let's
no.
get this over with. No, I'm kidding.
But in terms of burst, if Mr. Nguyen gets the proper burst
He needs, yeah.
that he needs, like he has a total possible 30 damage over the course of 2 turns, he may win.
He may,
He may win.
if he doesn't mess it up.
Right. No, it's mostly draw.
Yeah.
So yeah, if he doesn't
You
draw
know,
the
RNG, man.
RNG, it's
RNG.
mostly RNG in terms of the draw.
Yeah.
And there's a Ferocious Child giving you
More draws.
more draw.
Oh, no!
So the power.
Oh, look at him. He moved from
Yeah,
his chair
look,
right there, man.
he's reacting right now like no, not again, man.
Yeah,
What?
I would react like that too, man. If I drew my combo like too early on, I'm like,
What? It's like in the previous match. Why are you here?
why are you here, man?
Now.
Why now?
Why now,
Why
right?
now?
Oh man. And
Ah, there we go. Okay, so this is where the pressure comes on. As soon as the quest is done, I mean, I wouldn't hesitate on using the waste surgers right there, here and now, because I have my quest done first, so might as well put on the pressure.
But that happens only when he has an Oasis Surger.
Yeah,
He only has 2 Anubis at defenders right now. I wouldn't use the Starfall because the Starfall could be a charge for King Feoris.
It's true.
At least Enlightened, not yet. So this might be a possible, I don't know, he can't actually just pass right here.
Yeah, I can. Like,
He can, Anubis at defender, just one. But not use the Starfall.
not just the Starfall. We could use
Yeah, I think I'm going to use an Anubis at
Yeah.
defender here.
the defender definitely, because I mean it's a bothersome card to be on the board.
Yeah.
And it also deals more pressure, and 3 damage per turn is like, it's still good. It matters.
That's right.
Or
Oh, Lottie. Okay.
Druid.
Makes sense. I think the War Druid Lottie,
It means stealth.
it's stealth, and it can survive an Oasis Surger turn.
Yeah.
So, from what we said a while ago, if he puts down an Anubis at defender, there's a possibility that your mind control tech and your Anubis at defender dies to an Oasis Surger. Right? So, I wouldn't. Oh, so they both keep their Lotties.
Yeah.
Okay.
Um,
Yes, he has to put it down.
Put down the 2-cost crystal merchant.
Yeah, but he has. I think he uses the Starfall, but there's no target.
Yeah, there's no target because for those of you who don't know or watching online with us right now, stealth minions basically can't be targeted unless it's an AoE that can target everything on the board,
Yeah.
but not specifically targeted.
So it wouldn't kill.
It wouldn't kill, but you know, he just draws more cards.
I think he's drawing out
Yeah, he.
the hidden Lottie.
Yeah,
So if he draws out the hidden Lottie, it's going to be a possible target because if he uses the Starfall with +2 spell damage, right? And if I'm correct, it's +2 or +1. I have to check.
it's +1.
It's +1.
I think it's +1.
Okay, so if it's +1 spell damage, it can die
Yeah.
because Starfall it deals 5 damage +1, so that's 6.
Yep. So,
But yeah, he's
defender-
not baited. He's not baited.
Yeah, he's not.
And Geppetto Joybus is already there.
Oh yeah.
So what can it draw? Green Petal Florist, Coon, Forbidden's Floop.
Yeah.
Uh,
the Floop's already there.
No, no.
Sorry.
Oh yeah, Floop is already there. Yeah,
Floop is
on
already
the left side,
It's
right?
on the very left side.
So what else? Anubis at Defender, Oasis Surger.
Probably.
Hopefully not Oasis Surger.
Yeah.
You get a 1
Yeah,
+2 +2. You get,
you know why I say probably? Because he might draw.
don't jinx it, man.
Dude, I called it yesterday when I said and G is gonna draw Zephyris and just clear the board, and he did.
Yeah.
I'm calling it right now. He might
Yeah.
draw it with the He might draw. No, no.
He drew an Oasis Surger.
Okay.
So he's probably gonna draw something else. Possibly
His second Oasis
second Oasis Surger and a Kun.
and a Kun. Okay, yeah, okay.
I think it's gonna be. He's thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I would do it right now because.
Oh, but he uses the Oasis Surger. Just counter.
Just counter the
Fine. That's what he said. That was the line a while ago.
Yeah,
But this is vulnerable to a Starfall.
yeah.
There's a target right there. The target right there is going to be the Anubis Defender.
Defender.
And it
Yeah,
dies.
just clear the pressure on the board.
But the line is draw first. Okay, let's draw first.
He could, or he could. Okay, yeah, he's gonna draw first. And a Wrath. Okay, you can use one of the Wraths.
He could use one of the Starfalls.
Okay, yeah, Starfall.
Yeah, I think he's going to use the Starfall right now.
And
And I think he's saving the second Starfall for another target. You know why? The second Starfall can kill the hidden Lottie.
oh yeah,
But don't attack. He's not going to attack it because that hidden
drawing out his
Lottie,
cards.
that hidden Lottie is going to be so valuable in this matchup.
Okay,
Oh,
second
nice.
Surger.
Nice Oasis Surger right
And
there.
he draws it. He do it. No.
There you go. Get better Joy Bus into Kun. Oh, Crystal Merchant. Oh, there's a Kun.
There's the
Told
Kun.
you. There's
Okay,
a Kun.
okay. Yeah, fine.
Kun.
And then he
1
draws-
out of 2, man. 1 out of 2.
1 out of 2, and he draws the Kun. Oh my God.
Ideally, you could have picked an Elise. Elise would be nice, or a 3-petal florist.
And, I mean, it's fine. Elise is
Jewels of
there.
the
It's a
Sun.
5 cost. It's fine.
And here's where Innervate shines. It
Yeah.
used to be a better card. It used to be
It needs to be a better
It used
card.
to be a coin. It's not. It used to be a coin plus 1,
Yeah.
but now it's just a glorified coin.
It's just a glorified coin.
It's a class coin, right?
Classy.
Class. So right now, I'm not sure if Mr. Popan is going to use the second Starfall to clear.
I think he does. He needs to do it.
Yeah, I think he needs to do it. Second Starfall to clear. Use one Oasis Surger just to put some pressure on the board. But the problem is the power of the King Feoris is going to be greatly reduced. So I think he's drawing.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Cycling through your deck.
That's gonna kill
getting
the
more
6/6.
choices.
Oh.
Choice is nice, but is it really good right now?
If I was Mr.
Always
Popan,
101.
I would attack with my 4/6 into the 4/2, or use a Surger.
I think it's just hiding his Lottie.
Yes, I think. I mean, it's best hidden
Yeah.
because of all the spells.
Oh wow! Yeah, actually it's fine. Was it base? Was it base? No, on the merchant.
Face. It goes face, man.
Okay.
So it's just +1, right? As
Yeah,
you said.
okay.
So the next one, if he uses a King Feoris right there, oh, I think he's gonna do a combo.
Good.
Yeah, he's doing a combo, guys. He's setting up for an at least enlightened plus a baleful banker combo.
Oh, okay, okay.
So that that way he can bring out a King Feoris.
Yeah,
Another one.
I think he just wants to keep copying the Starfall so he can put out more 5-cost minions.
Yes, that's right. That's right. That's right. So it's going to be the next turn is for Mr. Popan is going to be at least enlightened plus baleful banker. You get 2 5-cost Starfalls, and then you get 2 Feoris, and then you get you get 2 baleful bankers. Oh,
Yeah.
but this is a huge turn for huge.
And what does he get? Okay. Starfall being used right now, which is fine.
It's fine because he's cycling really hard.
Oh, did he just draw his second nourish? He did. So what can things go for Mr. Popan right now? He could Elise right now and then banker the Elise, or he could just use his Oasis and then, hidden Oasis and then just put more board pressure.
I would use Elise, then banker the Elise,
Yeah.
and then he would have total of 9 cards
okay.
on the hand.
Oh yeah, because 1, 2, 3. That's 6 cards.
That's
Elise
6 cards. Yes, it's going to be 5.
It's going to be 5, and it's going to be 10. Then Baleful Banker is going to be
9.
Yeah,
That's right.
That's right.
So that's going to be the.
Whoa! No, that's Floop.
No,
Why would you use it?
No.
Don't use it.
He has a huge.
Wow, he used it.
Okay. So he used it. I think he's going to just be a reactive.
the board?
Yeah, reactive play right here.
Man, you could have used Floop for like. I mean, at least copy it with the Elise and then. You know, it could be 2 Floops.
Or two King Fioris over the next 2 turns. So, okay. He's a bit.
He's just trying to clear the board.
He's being more proactive.
Yeah.
Panda. So, this is one play. But, I mean, this is not necessarily the long play. This is a short play.
He's trying to beat down. But the thing is, if Mr. Nguyen gets the cards he needs, which I think is almost there, he just wants to keep drawing. So right now, he's just putting on pressure on the board. But let's see what he gets from his Nourish. Okay, so that's the second Starfall, the second swipe, and
I think this is a Starfall turn.
Yeah. He has to Starfall because. Oh man, like for Mr. Popan, like I don't think he should have used the Floop on the Oasis Charger.
This is not going to be a clear.
Jewels of the sound.
Oh, he's not gonna. Okay.
It's not going to clear here.
So
You know why? Because it's 4, 3, 3, and 6. It's very awkward. So he's using 1 charge, man.
Okay.
He's using 1 charge of his combo. So it's turning out to be an effective play for Mr. Popan right now because he's turning himself into a beatdown. Right?
For me, like a questionable beatdown.
I
mean, if he did the combo last turn, he could have pharaohed right now.
Yeah. That could, and he could have brought out.
He would have brought out 2 minions.
Two 5-cost minions. 2 6-cost minions.
Yeah.
And that would be a better beatdown, right?
Yeah. I mean, why did he?
He's. I think he's.
Yeah, maybe he wants to do the beatdown right now. But then again, you would have benefited more if you just copied the Pharaoh and then dished out more minions the next turn. I mean, he's trying to do it quickly, trying to put down the pressure, trying to force Mr. Nguyen. Yeah, that's the understandable play. Putting up more pressure on the board, trying to make me, use the spells on them. Use the spells on the minions, not on me.
But it was actually successful because what Mr. Nguyen did is he used the swipe. 1 swipe is actually super valuable in this kind of matchup.
Yeah, because you know it goes well with the Malygos. But right now, okay. So Mr. Nguyen right now is forced to clear the board.
Forced to clear the board again by using a Starfall and then a possible swipe. Possible swipe. Very, very. How do you say this? He's put into a corner.
Yeah.
He's put in the corner with this kind of beatdown setup. And again, it's kind of a short play. What is the discover right now? There you go. Nothing useful.
No, nothing useful. So
I mean, I could have gotten his scenarios right now. That would have been more useful.
I would have needed the scenarios. So he's just trying to clear the board. Oh man, I mean, you could Starfall, then use the Keeper of the Road.
Yeah, that would clear 3 of the minions, but make 1 survive. That's going to be one of the Oasis Surgers. And I think he can now do.
No, he's not gonna do it.
Please do the. He's
throwing the board, dude.
Okay, he's just.
Oh no! He could draw right now, get another spell, and use the combo. I think he's free to do it.
I think he's waiting for another nourish. Okay, he's going to draw.
No, Worthy Expedition first.
Yeah, he's going to draw. He's going to use the Worthy Expedition first, and then do the combo of Elise.
Gets 3 of life.
Elise plus 3 of...
No,
what? 3 of life was wild.
It was rotated. I'm kidding.
It's wild.
Yeah,
you
can't. I'm kidding. Because you can't get it from...
And I used to do a 3 of life OTK, man, so... No.
Yeah, it would be funny if it was there, but you know, I don't think he's gonna get it.
Oh, no spells. Oh man. I would have wanted to spell, but a War Druid Lottie would be super nice. A Tending Torrent would be nice too, but I would choose the Lottie.
The Lottie. So, the combo now.
The Lottie.
The Lottie.
Yes.
Why?
Why?
Why did we say that?
This is the Lottie.
Okay.
Okay, so
He's not doing the combo just yet.
yeah,
Okay.
no combo just yet. He's going to just stick to the plan. He's not going to change courses. He's just going to do the beatdown as he is doing right now. And I think I would have wanted 2 6-class minions there. Imagine, like an Argent commander rushing through the face.
Yeah, I don't know. I
Reckless
mean,
Rocketeer,
that's
straight to
his-
the face.
That's his thought process. You know, we can't argue with this. Like, we call it as it is, like
Yeah.
what he played. But, you know, it would have been nice if he just cycled the Elise. Yeah, I mean, he's thinking that I could use this when my deck is clear, but, the
empty
it's
deck,
less
right?
chances, yeah.
But as we have seen yesterday, if he had an empty deck, he would clearly just lose health each and every
Yeah.
turn.
But fortunately, his deck's not empty, so he's just clearing the board. Oh, auto.
Oh my.
My goodness. Okay, so
I'm not. That's big. Plus 2 plus.
14.
If I'm reading it correctly,
That's
is it
14.
5? 5 over 4? 5 plus 2 plus 2. That's going to be 7. That's going to be 14 damage.
That's just 2 damage. It's 2 off.
That and Lottie is. No. It's just 2
No,
off.
no,
It's
Lottie
2 off.
can do it.
Lottie doesn't have.
It's just 2 off.
Yeah, it doesn't have charge, right? It has only rush.
Only
4-2.
rush. Yeah,
So it's 2 off.
it's 2 off.
Yeah, Scenarios would be really good right now.
Thought process, Tenaris.
Yeah, I think
I'm kidding.
if he uses the Scenarios right now, or if he's thinking of other plays,
Scenarios, that's your only choice.
yes, and you wouldn't die,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, he's in a good spot. He's
He has
like 30.
43 health. 29 plus 14 is
33.
43. 43. He has
Yeah,
40.
sorry.
That's
So
really far, man.
So
It's really a Scenarios turn.
man, dead center, bro.
Positioning, that's
Positioning.
right. That's right. That's a good positioning, but he has to just go straight to the face. And I think Mr. Nguyen,
Yeah, moonfire yourself. Do it, Nakin.
sometimes they do that, but
Yeah, I mean, because, I've already lost, so I might as well moonfire.
yeah. But you don't just moonfire yourself. You use Malagos to moonfire yourself. Why do it? Like, why just do it with
Add more
with
salt to the injury.
right?
Man, I'm already bleeding out.
Oh, he's going to copy. He's going to get another copy.
Really? No.
I can see
Yeah, there you go. So
The turning point right there for Mr. Nguyen is that he drew out the Malagos earlier than expected again.
Yeah.
And he said, okay, this card is not going to get discounted. And when Mr. Popan just started doing the beatdown, which actually turned out good for him, it was the turning point that he needed, and he won with this match. So let's look at the game highlights.
And there we
There
go.
you go. So there you go.
On the face just to clear the board.
That's with the War Druid Lottie activated. Also another Starfall, clearing the board. So that's the when he
Yeah,
decided.
this is the turning point of I gotta bruise up my opponent, gotta beat him down because it's turning into a point that it's not really out of control, but it's going to the point that I might get my combo. So I need to beat him down immediately.
That's right. And what he's doing right now is actually good. The thought process is actually effective. It may not be the most optimal or like long
Yeah,
play.
it wasn't the most optimal, but at least it turned out good for him.
Yeah, and it was as we said, it was a short play.
It was.
If he went with the route of using the King Fioris, it would have gone longer because the King Fioris turn is like a 2-turn setup with the Elise the Enlightened. So Elise the Enlightened did 1 turn and then use the Baleful Banker, and then next turn is going to be King Fioris. So
yeah.
So
But,
what deck is he going to use, man?
I mean, I think the last deck is going to be. He didn't use his Evolve Shaman.
So we're being told that we're going to take a short break.
Short break,
And while we're doing that, you guys take care and just wait for us here. And we're going to take a few. Welcome back to the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone. And we are here on day two. I'm Excelsior PH and with me is...
And the user.
So guys, again, who won a while ago?
It was Mr. Popan.
Mr. Popan. So the score now is 2-1 with Mr. Popan being favored. And he's from Thailand and the other player is Mr. Nguyen
From
Vietnam.
So,
We're going on to the next match. So
right now, so
it's Evolved Shaman versus he's using the Paladin.
He's using the Paladin because as soon as we saw it, it's a noble sacrifice. There it is.
Yes.
So wow.
That's so far, man. And that's so far. We're looking at it right now.
Yeah, we're looking at
and
it right now.
because of our card knowledge, we see that it's noble sacrifice.
Yeah.
And the other cards we don't see,
Our
but the card
knowledge.
art is very, very notable.
Yeah, the card art.
Because it's a basic card, right?
Yeah, and they're carrying golden cards, so it's animated and we see it, and it's so shiny.
So shiny. And, basically, guys, these players are going at it right now to have a better spot near the finals. And right now, it's still best of 5. It has changed from the previous mode that we played. It was best of 3 yesterday, but now in these matches, it's going to be best of 5, and the mulligans are done. And we are seeing the matches right now between the two players. And this is happening at San Juan Arena.
It's a mirror match.
It's a mirror match, but I think Vietnam's Mr. Nguyen is more of a proactive.
Yeah.
This is a brazen zealot, and it's going to
Get more
attack for every minion that you summon.
Yeah.
May it be hero power, may it be from the death rattles, may it be from the battle cries. So it's going to just gain attack. But looking at the hand,
Move quickly.
oh, it's not Evolved Shaman. It's a mirror.
It's a mirror match.
It's an OTK Paladin. So it's not Evolved Shaman. So it's OTK Paladin.
Oh, Elvin Archer. Do I want to clear the brazen? No. Okay.
Yes, he can.
He could, but he didn't want to. So.
But the problem there is that there's the secret that's going to prevent it from getting killed, man. But he didn't use it.
He didn't use it.
Oh no, this is
So,
going to be a possible clear.
Wild Pyro and then coin.
Yes.
That's the best thing to do right there.
I would use that Wild Pyro now. As in now.
Yeah, you don't want that zealot to be overzealous
Yes.
with the attack.
And also, Noble Sack is it's a good secret, but you can't activate it yet without your enemy.
Oh wow, Elvin. Okay.
Yes, he is that. Yeah.
He wants to save the coin.
He wants to save the coin. He wants to save the combo between by using Acolyte of Pain
Okay.
plus Wild Pyromancer.
Okay, to get more damage. See the appeal.
Yeah, more draw. More draw. Yeah. So let's see how this game is going to go. Again, Mr. Popan has to draw the right cards.
Draw the right card.
Draw the right cards. And
just something that will never happen in Hearthstone.
no, it sometimes does, man. Sometimes does. That's why we're calling it right. And look, there's Servala. He's appearing right now, showing how many spell value.
Yeah, because he used one spell, the Christology, so it's -1 to the cost. So it costs 24.
It costs 24 now, but he has to bring it down to 0
Get to 0.
or below 5 or 5 or below. That's the optimal.
The optimal Servala.
Wait, below 3.
Below 3.
Your magic shall not
Spellbreaker just ruining the draw mechanics of this deck.
But it's okay.
Technically shattering the dreams of drawing.
The draw, yeah.
The draw.
The draw is it's how do you say this? Hampered. Or it's just
Hindered.
delayed. Hindered. Yes.
Hindered.
Yes.
I
Just
think
pulling it
that's the
down.
word.
Yes. But right now it's still going to be a quite even match. And Crystal Smith can pour into a Flash of Light. It's actually a good play right there because you gain +8, but you only need +5 to get to back to 30.
He's hovering it over his minion. Do I heal this guy?
Yeah, no.
Thank you.
But sometimes you have to do that. Like
Yeah,
you can
well,
heal
depends.
you can heal your own Wild Pyromancer.
Yeah, heal the own your own Pyromancer when it's not injured. Okay.
Yes.
Just injuring it even more. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
there you go. As we said, Mr. Nguyen is carrying a more proactive deck. It's more, how do you say this, aggro.
Yeah.
So he has the Blessing of Kings. He has a lot of secrets right there. Probably he can use
Yeah,
the
I wouldn't blame him on using Blessing of Kings right now and just going face.
Blessing of Kings, going face, and then using Redemption,
Yeah.
right? But Redemption would be best if you have another card and you have Avenge, right?
Or you could use the Never Surrender and Blessing of Kings. So even if humility does go down, it doesn't really drop it to 0. It goes back to 4-3.
Yeah.
I would do that,
But-
to be honest. I don't really need to clear the board right now
I want to clear the board.
because of Kankor.
Yes.
But he already used one of his HP items. I mean, it spells the Holy Light, but okay.
You have to feel it because, for example, he uses the High Priest Tekan.
Oh, okay.
For example, it's going to be 29 armor, 1 health, and then you can gain plus 2 health after that.
Okay.
So, looks good.
So Holy Wrath is there, but I don't really want to use it right now, but he might. I
Yeah.
think he might.
He has a whole plethora. It's like he has the whole combo right
Yeah.
now. He has the Baleful Banker on the left side. Down to the 6th card, he has the Shirvala. Down to the 8th card, he has the
Yeah.
Holy Wrath. So, there's the combo, but there's nothing you can do with it right now. You
Yeah.
have to have all the other
Oh,
cards.
he's using it.
Yes, he's discounting it. Oh,
Oh, okay.
so that gives the opponent intel on what he has. He has a 4-cost card. There are only a few 4-cost cards. He has Consecration and True Silver
Quality, sorry.
Quality and True
And
Silver
True
Champion.
Silver.
Yes.
Oh, I mean, does this deck carry Hammer of Wrath? I don't think it does. Or
Um,
does it? I don't think it does.
I don't think it does.
No.
But
Because-
we'll see if it does because this is a deck that we haven't seen in the deck list. It's
Yeah.
not. It's not here.
Oh, yeah, okay. It's
He
not here.
passed this yesterday after the group stages.
Okay.
So we can. There's probably for draw. Hammer of Wrath is good, but I replaced it with either the Christology or the Prismatic Lens.
So, just reinforce.
Oh, there you go. As you
Yeah, I
said.
see.
Oh,
Hammer
Caster's
of Wrath.
Curse.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I told you he'd get the Hammer of Wrath one way or another.
So it has a Hammer of Wrath. So
Right now, what could he do? He could Hammer of Wrath, or
I wonder.
no.
you wonder too?
Yeah, I wonder. You know, both Uther and I both wonder.
I have a line here. He can do attack. He can attack with the True Silver Champion.
For the
He
face.
can use the yeah.
True Silver.
Silver.
I think that's gonna go face, or he doesn't use it at all. Just waste. He doesn't really waste it, but waits the right opportunity to. I wouldn't use it because I like the heal, to be
Yeah.
honest. But then again, if I want to dish out the damage right away,
I wouldn't use it.
yeah.
I would use the True Silver Champion if I had the chance
Oh,
to
he goes
clear.
for the one of the silver hands thing.
The Silver Hand has been powered up, but oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Tiamat, yes.
I think I would Divine Shield and then just
With Fury,
Divine.
Shield, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
And just trade in and just go face. With this kind of line, I think Mr. Popan is actually preparing for a Tiamat.
Yeah.
Because you need to remove the Divine Shield first, so that
So-
you'll be able to kill it.
Wild Pyromancer coin, then Equality. Just to clear it.
Or Equality, then Wild Pyromancer, then Coin.
Okay.
That makes the
Oh, yeah,
that
yeah.
makes the Wild Pyromancer
Wild
survive.
Pyromancer survive. I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
But for turn 8, you would most likely be preparing for a possible Ragnaros
Oh,
because
yeah,
you know
yeah,
it.
yeah.
So the problem is he is in a bind right now. because he can use one of his removals, but when he uses it, it leaves him with nothing more in his hand that can possibly remove.
No, I think he needs to remove it right now, because if he doesn't remove it, it's going to be 12
damage to the face.
and then it's going to be Ragnaros, and that's it.
That's it,
so
right?
he has to clear it.
Yes, he has.
He has to.
But he doesn't have a future.
He doesn't have the insight. Okay.
He doesn't have a future removal.
Oh, he's using the Wild Pyromancer. I know he's going to use it first. Coin. Oh, I called it.
He's gonna use the Hammer of Wrath, man.
Oh, quality.
Oh,
order!
no.
You were right, dude.
The order is wrong.
The order is wrong. Your order was much better.
Yes.
He wouldn't have 2 minions on the board.
Yes.
Instead of just, okay, well, it's what's happened has happened.
It's already done. The line that I said a while ago, wherein you can use the equality first, put down the Pyromancer, use the coin, and then use the hero power. You would have 2 minions right there.
Well,
that will be two more choices for Ragnaros.
Let me
Fortunately, wasn't. There we go. Ragnaros is coming into play. Hits the face. Let's go. Hits the face. No.
Actually, if he hit face, that would be a better play.
Yeah.
For Mr. Popan.
Yeah, it's true.
Because if it hits the face, he has 4 damage, plus 1, that's going to be 5, then plus 3 for the Hammer of Wrath, and he clears.
Okay. So he has timeout. He could use it for... Oh, no. Never mind. He couldn't use it. I mean...
He's going to use Prismatic Lens plus timeout, or if he doesn't get anything good with Prismatic Lens. So example, Prismatic Lens plus Equality converted into 1 cost or 2 cost.
Oh, no! No, you could use it again? No.
No.
Don't.
I wouldn't use it.
Timeout right now.
Timeout. Hero power timeout. No, not enough mana. Not enough mana. So,
Would it be risky? Just put down the Novice Engineer.
Yes. Yes, I would do that. I would do that, man.
I just risk it, right?
Yes, I would
risk it.
I would. Instead of 100%, it's going to be a 50%.
50.
Yes.
I would draw with the Novice Engineer right now. Yeah, yes.
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
That's mana efficient.
It's the best play.
It's mana efficient. It's more sure than a Prismatic Lens.
Come on, brother.
You can do it, man.
You can do it. Just do the Novice. No!
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Fine.
He's thinking of removing it in the future turn. So, okay.
Heals it back up. I'm kidding. No, he doesn't have the cards to do it. I bet he draws the Mysterious Challenger. No.
Oh, Zephyrus.
There's
wait.
no cards.
Zephyrus into Faceless Man.
No, it wouldn't. I bet you it wouldn't.
Yes, Redemption. Redemption is very good. Very, very good. Yes.
Your wish is not my command just yet.
He has to draw first. He has to use the Prismatic Lens first.
Yeah, he has to.
And that might thin out the deck. And there you go. It's active.
It's active.
And what does he get? He may get a Shadow Word Death, but that would leave 2 mana.
Yeah.
Or 2 mana to have to remove.
This is so...
It's possible, man. He can use Zephyrus, Shadow Word Death, that's 3, that's going to be 5, and then 2 more mana, that's the Consecration. That's going to be a full clear.
If he finds out. I mean, if he gets it.
If he gets it. You know, Zephyrus is not totally 100%.
No, he's gonna use that. Please! He doesn't realize. Oh!
Sometimes in these matches, guys, you get tunnel vision into a certain play.
Oh, he's gonna use Servala to clear it. No!
Oh wait, a Satruvar! But he's gonna bring it back. He's gonna bring it back.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's fine. That's a fine play right there.
Job done.
Very spicy. No!
Oh, no defense matrix. So he's not gonna get the heal.
Yeah, he's not gonna get heal or anything. But he doesn't have a way. No, he could. Zephyrus into like what? What could he get? A Shadow Word Death?
I wouldn't use the Zephyrus now. You know why? Because there's a redemption right there.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
There's a redemption right there.
Avenge.
A Zephyrus could be good if he could clear the 2 cards right there. What card can clear the 2 cards? Twisting Nether?
Probably. He's using it.
Yeah, he's using it right now. So he's looking at something that we're not seeing. Let's see the choices right now.
There we go. What?
Oh,
It was so quick.
That's right, explosive shot from a hunter. Boom.
So annoying.
The insect.
Even I'm getting tilted at the...
Okay, so this is going to be a really big problem for...
You could use the timeout.
Wait, I see a line. I see a line.
I saw
Zephyrus, subdue into Cabal Shadow... subdue Zephyrus, Cabal Shadow Priest.
Let me think.
if he gets it.
He's gonna get it, man. He has to see it. He has to see it. And that's the play that's going to make him win. That's the play. Okay, subdue.
I'm really contemplating. I'm really thinking about it. If he gets it, what if he doesn't get it?
He is going to get it, man. He is. Because there are few 6-cost choices that would be more proactive. So, subdue gets it to 1-1.
Oh,
there you go! Yes!
Man.
Must move quickly.
There you go! Let's go! Zephyrus!
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 Zephyrus! Zephyrus!
He doesn't see it! I told you he doesn't see it! He's trying to compete.
Oh, no! Missed
See, I
opportunity.
told you! He missed the opportunity. Oh no. Well,
That was a play. That was...
so 5 plus Ragnaros.
Yeah, look at them. Look at
It's
Mr.
13.
Popan.
It's 13 damage.
he's-
It's only 13.
Reporting
5
for
plus
duty.
8 is 13. No,
He's gonna
it's
draw
13.
2 silver champion, man.
Invention.
Oh, wait.
Okay. So he's
Yeah.
gonna go for the face. He's not gonna draw through silver.
Okay.
Ha! Got you.
But that was a missed opportunity. That was a big missed opportunity. He could have got it.
Yeah.
Again, the line was like this.
I
Subdue.
know what you did.
Zephyrus.
Into the
Cabal Shadow Priest.
Yeah, Cabal Shadow. Sorry,
Reporting
mind
for
control.
duty.
Okay.
Converting stored energy.
Right now, he has another problem right now. But.
Wait, that was 6?
Yes, number
I'm stupid.
Oh!
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sorry.
Okay.
Excuse me. I'm not stupid right now, so
Is there a possible clear right now?
no.
Yes.
Yeah,
Zephyrus plus Twisting Nether.
Okay.
But.
No, please, please. See the. Oh my goodness gracious.
He just wants the combo. I think he's like, I want the combo. Oh my.
What are you gonna do with that now?
Oh, wait. That's.
Your wish
Zephyrus
is
with
my
Flame Strike.
suggestion.
Flame strike. No, flame strike. Is,
Yeah, it's gonna clear. It's gonna clear.
Okay, it's gonna clear.
Go.
Go. Man, we're both calling. We're both calling. No, you're calling. Sorry, you're calling the correct place, but you know, he's still alive. That's what
Yeah.
matters, and he's out of steam.
He's out of steam. Yeah. Mr. Nguyen is out of steam.
Reporting for duty.
I mean, it's not. It's an alternate play. That's what Mr. Popan is doing right now. But it's actually working.
It's working.
So if it's working, it's good, right? But we're not gonna say
I'm
it's
so stressed
we're not gonna
out.
say it's actually punished because it's working. He's surviving.
Yeah.
So when he kills the sentry,
Yeah.
that's going to probably bring out one more. There's no more secrets.
Yeah,
there's no more secrets, Panda.
Yeah, there's
So
no
so
I'm so stressed. I'm sorry. I'm stressed about the play. I mean, you called it right. He shrunk Ray, but he could have the Cabal Shadow Priest, but he didn't.
yeah,
Oh man.
he could have used the subdue,
Okay.
then Zephyrus into Cabal Shadow Priest, and then gain damage.
Ah.
That would have been good, but it would have given him a possible protection or for the future
Move quickly.
Yeah.
cards that Mr. Nguyen is going to
But
bring out.
right now, for Mr. Popan, he needs to clear the board. I would have. Sorry, excuse me. I would have like Wild Pyromancer and then timed out
Reporting for duty.
just to be safe on the safe side.
But there's no more secrets right now,
No,
man.
no. It's not because of secrets. He might buff it. He might buff the True Silver into anything. I mean, but then again.
Oh,
not
Octosari
really.
is a bit late right now.
Yeah, but it's a death rattle, so
I think it's high time
to try to use the combo.
He's gonna probably use the timeout after this because or it's very dangerous if he uses the shrink ray. Because
Yeah.
if Octosari dies, that's going to be plus 8 cards into your opponent's hand. Okay,
Um,
okay, this is good. he
right
can use
now,
this.
he can use the Shrink Ray just to avoid the damage from Octosari. Clear the other minions from the board. Just leave Octosari right there. No? Don't leave.
No, this is what he's going to do.
Okay.
Okay, he's
Here we
going
go.
to use the Shirvala, attack the 1/1, but
Yeah.
not the Octosari,
Yeah.
and just gain plus 7 health and bring it back. But because he doesn't need the Shirvala OTK, he can go face with all these minions. He can go face, but he needs the Shirvala to attack or just time out.
No.
So, oh, that's a timeout for us to choose. Okay, okay, there you go.
For duty.
Oh, wow.
Whoa. Wait. Oh,
Okay,
there.
there you go.
He's just thinning out his hand.
Oh, okay.
Question mark?
There's okay. Okay.
He's just thinning out his hand.
He still wants to set up. He still wants the OTK.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
So let's see how he's gonna do that. Oh yes.
Oh, yeah,
last card, man.
And that's it.
That's it.
Ladies and
Baleful
gentlemen.
Banker into Holy Wrath to the face. 25 damage.
I'm out of cards.
Immediately stands up, knowing that he's won. There you have it, folks. Mr. Popan takes it 3-1 versus Mr. Nguyen. And both players get up from their seats. They're just gonna
Shake hands and also sign some documents for the SEA Games.
Yeah.
And that's going to be it, guys. Oh, that's Mr. Popan. Wear it, Popan, from Thailand against Mr. Nguyen, and he wins. What's the score, Panda?
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
And the last deck, we were calling it. It was different call, right?
different
It was a
call.
different call, different plays for Mr. Popan, but he did it right, and it's the right exact place. And look at the highlights, guys.
Okay, there was the clearing phase. Well, I want to get to the frustration. No, it's not that yet.
It's not really.
And this was
it's
the
a-
part where you called that wasn't really cleared properly. The explosive shot, Zephyr's turn.
That was a good Zephyrus from Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah.
There you go. That's a subdue.
And there's the subdue. We didn't get to see it though.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see the
That's not the winning. That was
would be a
that
winning
was,
play.
That could have been a winning play.
Yeah.
That was 33% win chance for Mr. Nguyen.
Yeah, but unfortunately he didn't get the mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, he could have made a hand gesture like, you know, get it. Like,
Yeah.
Well played.
No, you could have rode a bit longer. And that's the winning play right there with the Shirvala, Baleful Banker, and Holy Wrath combo into 25 damage to the
I'm out of
face.
cards.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So there you have it from both of these players. Good games by both of them. And, you know, I think that's going to be it. But for those of you watching right now, I hope you can stay tuned for more action from more players. I think, do you know who the next players are?
We're gonna find out who the next players are going to be, because this is one of the newer brackets of whoever wins in this first round here on day
okay.
2. So we're gonna see who will be fighting on the next match.
Yeah.
But then again, we would like to congratulate Mr. Werit Papon for Popan.
Popan.
Werit Popan for winning the match against Mr. Nguyen from Vietnam.
from Vietnam.
So that's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed this match. This 30th Southeast Asian game coverage of Hearthstone. This is day 2, guys. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is.
Panda user.
Oh wait, but guys, let's have a small recap between with this match. Panda, which is your highlight match of the whole series right now between the
I
two?
think it was the last game.
Really?
because there was a moment, there was like a 33% chance to win, didn't really get it. There was a chance that, you know, it could have been a 3-1, but it could have been a 2-2, but no, unfortunately it didn't. So, man, and there were so many moments that you called so many plays, so many proper plays, but unfortunately it didn't go down. But, you know, I think that was a highlight for me. Other games, man, it's pretty standard. Like,
Yeah.
I've seen this combo before, I've seen that combo, but in this sort of mirror matchup, you know, that's it.
But that's actually good, and we also witnessed this in history. And with that, we're going to take a short break, guys. See you in a few. Mic check.
Mic check. Hello, hello, hello. Mic check. Let's go.
Mic
Let's
check.
go.
Mic check.
Mic.
Critic Critic. Critic Critic.
Kritikay ba?
Kitty Critic.
Cry.
Parang kitty, Hello Kitty, pero may cry.
Cry. Alright.
Kitty Critic.
Got it. It's okay.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome back to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. We will proceed with our second match of the day. Singapore, Kai Kat Chu. Hearthstone is a digital collectible card game developed and published by Blizzard Entertainment. Now, Okit Kitikairit and Mr. Kai Kat Chu, please shake hands. Thank you, Mr. Kitikairit and Mr. Kai Kat Chu. You may now proceed to your game booths and let's begin another round of Hearthstone.
Welcome back, guys. This is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone. We are at day 2, guys, and this is between Aukit Kitikreirit from Thailand versus Kai Kat Chu from Singapore. I'm Excelsior PH, and with me is...
Of course, I am Rockhart, and it has been a pretty good day of Hearthstone for today. We did see a pretty solid 3-1 match as well earlier, which you casted yourself as well, and I saw you guys were having fun with it.
Yes,
Paladin.
It was really fun, right? It was a win for Thailand against our other player from I think it's from Indonesia.
Yeah,
but then again, it was a really good match, 3-1, and it was not necessarily a sweep. There was a chance there for the other team to win, but Thailand won, and now we're going into the next match. Again, it's going to be Thailand versus Singapore.
That's right. Aukit Kitikairit, all the way from Thailand, also known as Paliao. And of course, we also have Chu from Singapore. Again, we have casted him yesterday as well. A pretty solid competitor.
Pretty solid.
As we did see. And I'm not going to be surprised if this turns out to be another huge 5-game series. But you know what? We'll have to see as we go into the game for the first game of this second match for Esports Hearthstone.
So this is going to be Kai Kat Chu versus Aukit Kitikreirit. And I personally have experienced Rockhart with against Kai Kat Chu.
Right.
His name is, if I'm correct, it's Caius.
Yeah.
Caius. He is a very good competitor in one of the tournament platforms that I play with. He plays daily. He wins matches, garners the online currency in exchange for items, and
a fellow legend player for sure, right?
Of course. And,
legend.
I was surprised and actually happy that he got into the talent pool of Singapore.
Yeah, absolutely, and very well deserved, if I would say so myself. I mean, we have seen a bit of a shift in terms of players for Singapore. Not really the ones that we saw from like global games or other tournaments, but again, it's fresh new talent, and as you did say, not really lacking experience at all. Yeah,
he has a lot of games under his belt, and we are looking at the decks of the two players that was previously sent yesterday. And as of now, what we know is Kai is carrying a combo priest, an evolved shaman, Highlander paladin, and aggro warrior. And for Aukit Kitikreirit,
not surprised with the shaman right now that I'm seeing, and we also see a bit of a druid.
Yeah,
oh man, we're gonna see a lot of really long games here today, unless you go for the usual protect on your shaman. Try to prolong the game. Try to finish the game quickly, and then try to see if you can sweep with that one.
So I agree, but this is a different match setup right here, Rockhart. Before, yesterday, we had the BO3. Now we have a BO5.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be a bit of a difference, especially in terms of how you want to play right away. Do you want to use your trump card right off the bat, or do you want to just try to use some of your, I would say, lower tier decks and see if you can bait some early confidence from your opponent?
Yes, that's right. And we are now seeing the two players there at San Juan Arena. I have a correction. A while ago, I said versus Indonesia. It was Thailand versus Vietnam.
That's right.
And now they started the game. I think that's Evolved Shaman. And if I'm looking at it correctly,
that looks like it sounds like a mirror to me, but we'll have to zoom in a little bit.
That's an Evolved Shaman at the
it's
bottom.
A priest. It's
and
a priest.
That's is that a priest?
I think is that Topsy Turvy on the right?
That looks like topsy-turvy, right? Looks like a combo priest.
Yeah. Wow, combo priest.
So
I mean, it's not super prevalent, but it is one of those decks where you can like really cheat out really big minions early on.
Yeah.
With the use of Inner Fire, with the use of Topsy Turvy. We'll have to wait and see if that's going to be effective, of course, against a very prevalent deck that Singapore is using, the Evolve Shaman.
And as you can see, there's a never set ritualist on the side of Mr. Alkit right there. On the top, he has one of the best cards, the best classic cards right there. That's what we call the Northshire Cleric. So most of the time, you almost always put down a Northshire Cleric.
Almost always. And you get so much value just from the body. It's a 1/3 body. Plus, you know, you get some heals back. You get to draw a card if your opponent tries to go for some early game damage. You regenerate that damage back with your healing, and then get some cards as a bonus. And protecting with Power Word Shield is also a very good strategy.
And I think he's thinking of putting down the Light Warden right now. Light Warden will get buffed up for every heal, may it be on your side or on the opponent's side, and it's going to gain +2 attack each heal. Wow. So what would you think would be the best play here? I think
you would definitely be just go for the passive play at this point, because there's not really much you can do. You want to save the coin for Spirit of the Frog so you can like draw out the Evolve, so you don't have to wait for it and pray for it to go down from your deck later on. So that's one option, but it does cut down on your offensive capabilities in the beginning of the game.
And what we're looking at it right now for Caius, he doesn't have the Desert Hair that he needs, but he has the Spirit of the Frog and he has the coin. When he uses that combo, he has a chance to bring out the... He has a big chance, of course, that's the only chance, to bring out the Evolve.
Yeah, it's when you use a coin, it basically is it's basically a zero-cost card, then you draw out one card higher, that's only the Evolve, right?
That's the only card that you will get, that's Evolve. And it's kind of a questionable play, but it's a play that you have to do right now by bringing out the Novice Engineer. Why? Because he can attack with the 1/5 Northshire Cleric and heal it and gain a draw card, and also the 1/2 Light Warden will gain +2 attack, which makes it 3/2.
So that's some early game power that we are looking for here for the combo priest. If you want to use this deck, you have to make those minions stick, and you have to make use of that healing, which will probably come down on turn 4.
So he's probably Rockhard. He's probably just protecting the 1/2.
Yeah.
The 1/2 Light Warden right there by bringing out the injured Tolvir, and the injured Tolvir it damages itself with a Battle Cry, and this is going to be a big turn.
It's going to be a really big turn, because of course you're going to get a lot of healing done. But saving the 10% ritual, that's very interesting. You want to do a double prop onto that, of course, Northshire Cleric. That's very smart.
Yeah, that's and also a double prop on the buff for the Light Warden.
Right.
So he wants to deal as much damage as he can, as early as he can.
God, look at that. 7 damage at turn 4 from just one minion. That's the power of the Light Warden right there. Oh, man.
Oh, man. So this is going to be a hard turn for Mr. Caius right there. Mr. Kai Chu. And, oh, that's weak. Wait. We are now corrected. There's Volcanic Burst.
Yeah, there is
instead of just Evolve.
That's still a good card to get in the early game, though. So whether or not you get that with a coin, it's not really adding up.
And also, you can use the mutate on the 3/4.
Same function.
Yeah,
coin, right?
Yeah, and also you get the Evolve. Possible. Yes, that's
one of the best ones you can get from that. Again, it kind of does give you a huge minion whenever you draw one. So at the point though, there is no way for him to draw. But if that can stick up to later, that's a lot of value.
Oh wow!
Are you
Udasta.
Udasta. I don't see that a lot anymore, right? That's something you don't see a lot.
Yeah, and I used to use Udasta back in the day when the Brewmaster Clark Hunter was popular.
Right.
So right now, I think I used that against you in one of the tournaments. Yeah, right. Brewmaster Clark Hunter, and oh, that's so big.
Whoa.
That's so
Mecha
big.
Foon.
Okay,
Mecha Fumi with
this
the
is
giant.
really hard, man.
How do you stop this as a combo priest?
You can bring out the Psychopomp to bring out the injured Tolvir or the Light Warden, but there's a risk.
Yeah.
You're not sure which one will be revived.
That's a pretty big revive pool here that we're seeing for Fireland, and he's really thinking about it. It could go wrong really quickly if it doesn't bring out the right minions. So, that's 2 Psychopomps, but you can only use 1. Sadly, you're only at 5 mana. This game is just so quick. It looks like a mid-game board state right now for what you're seeing, just because of the Evolve, and that is a big reason why it usually is prioritized by a lot of our players today.
And also, what fueled all these draws is the Spirit of the Frog.
Oh,
that's,
lucky break.
that's a good Psychopomp revive right there.
And I guess it was a 33% chance at least. But he got it, so that's good.
He got it. So, let's see how he's gonna buff up. Is he gonna buff up? Is he just going to leave it there?
Maybe it's not worth it to buff it up because it's gonna go down to the Sea Giant anyway. I guess clearing this a little bit kind of softens the blow of a Bloodlust if ever it was in the hands of Singapore. Again, the enemy that obviously doesn't see the...
There's the Bloodlust, but, you know, it's overloaded. It's not going to be used, but it's okay. At least he has... Oh, this is a good...
Oh my gosh.
This is a good play. He won't be able to use the Bloodlust, but he has so much damage on hand right now. He can actually just trade with the Psychopomp right now, just to make sure that the Deadpool is going to be super ruined.
And even if this board gets cleared for some magical reason, like, okay, we are going to have the Murlocs available from Soul of the Murloc. And then you can just go for Bloodlust. Again, we are looking like, it's looking really grim here for the Fireland player here. Again, Padayao, usually very good with dealing with this, but right now does not have the cards to do so.
So, yes, this kind of deck, the Combo Priest, is mostly a beatdown deck. It's not necessarily a reactive deck. You don't bring Mass Hysteria into this one. You don't bring Plague of Death. You're just usually the one that stays on board. But right now, Kai is using a lot of options right here. Give attack, and that's 12 plus 10, and that's going to be over lethal.
Way overkill at turn 6. Wow.
So that's what you said, Rockart. It's either you use your best deck out right now, or just probably think that the opponent is going to use his other Evolved Shaman.
Yeah.
And just counter it. But now, what happened?
Basically, it was a free win. I think it was so difficult for the priest to actually win in that, especially if you don't get the early cards that you want, like a really big minion right away.
Yeah.
You don't get that. You have to deal with all these really big tokens that are popping up over and over again from the shaman.
And that was actually what we're looking right now is the turn, the best play, wherein he got a good evolve, and he got all the right spells from Spirit of the Frog, and he got the Molten Flesh Shaper down to 0 cost. And Anudasta with
That was so lucky, by the way. That was a free minion that you summoned essentially, and because of that, the board was so uncontrollable at that point, especially for a combo priest. It's not really that wall priest that we see that has like 6 mass board removals.
Yeah.
This is a priest that wants to set up the minions early on, then buff him up, make him bigger. Yeah.
But would you think that Mr. Alkid is still going to use this combo priest in the next game? I'm having a premonition there. Just kidding.
You think so?
I think he's gonna use it again because if you really want this deck to go right at it, but no, he's using the Evolved Shaman just to get another win against a control warrior.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually pretty good if you think about it.
Is that a control warrior? I think that's an aggro warrior. It has a rampage.
Yeah, it has Rampage.
So it's an aggro warrior.
It is aggro warrior. Very powerful deck when used like early on. Like you get a lot of rush to control the board. Plus, you get a really big minion if you buff it up, especially damage minions. So keep your eyes out for those damage minions, guys, because it's gonna be really strong if left up on the board.
And he's going to bring out, he brought out the Eternium Rover, and the Cruel Taskmaster is probably going to be the next play on the next turn. And he has to do it right away because he knows that once Evolved Shaman gets all the things that he needs, then it's going to be really, really dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, if it was Control Warrior, maybe it would be a different story.
Yeah.
Right now, with this deck, you want to tempo up really quickly, and that's why there's a Leroy as well. See,
Yeah.
it's a really powerful card. But again, Rampage, great as a early game buff up just for a small amount of mana. You can really buff a small minion up and do a lot of damage within 3 turns.
Yes, and that's what happens with Rampage is that you need a damage minion, which Cruel Taskmaster did to the Eternium Rover, and that's plus 3+3, and now you have a 6/5 on turn 3.
Turn 3, man. I mean, what kind of cards do you have on turn 3? Do you have like Evolve? You have there are no big removal cards. The nearest one I can think of that would help in this situation would be Hex, which Evolved Shaman doesn't even run.
Yeah, he doesn't even run Hex. Maybe, just maybe, he can bring out a Voltaic Burst and then use a Lightning Storm just to clear this out.
Whoa.
But he needs to high roll to 3 damage.
That is a lot of
Resources
expended. Not to mention you're going to be overloaded on the next turn.
Yeah.
And then what happens? You basically just give the warrior a free pass to do anything he wants, uncontested, for 1 turn.
But now he's going to put down the Spirit of the Frog, and he's going to wait for the big turn. The big turn is going to be... Oh no. Nothing's going to happen here. He can put down the Reckless Mummy just to bring down board pressure.
Yeah.
But the problem is, the next turn, he can use, again, Coin into Voltaic Burst, because the 2 evolves are already there, into Lightning Storm.
Yeah, you don't really want... He's really thinking about this.
Oh,
he really doesn't want to use
Look
it.
at that. That's
There
the
you
Voltaic
go.
Burst
Voltaic
again.
Burst right away. And I think this should be... I think you have to throw everything you have except for the kitchen sink if you want a chance to survive. Not to mention there's also a free Evolve Pass here. But what will be the play? You also have the option to go for Lightning Storm here.
Yeah, I think he's going to use Voltaic Burst. Lightning Storm has to be high roll into 3 damage just to make sure that he deals enough damage. So he's going to do it right now. He's going to see if there's going to be 3 damage into the Eternium Rover. And what is it? 3 damage. That's a high roll right there. That's a high roll.
That's what you want. That's exactly what you want. Plus you can use... I think it would be very wise to just use
the second Voltaic Burst?
Yeah, probably go for hit on the Voltaic Burst, because I don't think that's gonna stick. I think these small elementals won't really stick for long afterwards.
Yeah, I think he was going to use another Voltaic Burst just straight in. There's going to be plus armor, but it's negligible.
Yeah,
He's going to be ahead.
It's great, because he knows that there are only 3 cards right now, forcing the board on hand. So, what are the options? They're very small options, not to mention, the aggro is now kind of pushed back here.
Yeah, and he's not actually running out of steam. He's just running out of options. Like, only 3 cards, and he's not using them right now. They're probably reactive cards, or one might be Leroy Jenkins. Because if you're not using the first 3 cards, you would gain like an intel that those 3 cards are not specifically useful right now.
Yeah, that's true.
So, there's the Desert Hare.
There you go, Desert Hare, File
my gosh.
Great top deck pick. Although you're at 1 mana because of all the overloads, that's a lot of overload.
But that's okay, because we're going to get... He's going to just probably put down a Sludge
Slurper.
Slurper is fine, I think.
Then get a Lackey. Turn 6, he's going to have 5 mana, so it's going to be Desert Hare, Lackey, Evolve.
Evolve. maybe. I don't know.
Or
either one can work. Right?
Yeah, either one can work.
There's a lot of options at least for Thailand after this turn. I mean, I know it looks really bad, but he did clear the board, which is it's worth a lot. It's worth a lot. If you're Warrior, that's a big loss. Like losing all those big minions that you were working on from turn 1. You know, it was
a big loss.
Yeah,
but
big loss.
But here's the turn. Here's the turn. If Thailand doesn't get a taunt minion from the evolve, he's going to lose next turn.
Yeah, that's right.
Why? Because there's a Leroy Jenkins and he is within lethal range.
Gotta get that wall up or else. You are going down.
So he really has to, here's the play. He has to put down the Desert Hare and evolve once and see if there will be a taunt minion. If there's no taunt minion,
you gotta do it again.
Do it twice.
Yep. So, and to be fair, Singapore won't really have many options to clear if he gets more than one taunt minion. Like a really big taunt minion would do well.
But he has to clear at the same time. Because if there's just one taunt minion, there's going to be a Spellbreaker to break that taunt minion, and there's going to be either the 4-quantum lead or the Cruel Taskmaster to deal some damage.
That's right.
So,
going for Rogue here again.
Let's go.
Throwing out those minions instead of evolving them.
And he's going to rush one minion by putting the Goblin Lackey. He's going to rush one.
For sure. Just to clear out.
Wow.
Wow.
That's it. One more evolve.
Get at least one more evolve, or you can just go for the rush right away.
Yeah, he doesn't know it. He doesn't know it.
He doesn't know the Leroy, which is going to be GG for sure.
It's going to be Leroy Jenkins!
And a 6 damage base. No way to deal with it. And that's a win. 2-0 so far for Singapore. Wow.
Wow.
The thumbs up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We liked that game too. We really did like that game too. So
that was a really fast game though. So
it
because
was.
He used this deck against me once. I was like, okay, he knows what I'm going to play. He knows how to counter my deck.
Yep.
And now he's playing it here on the international stage. And let's look at the highlights.
I mean, it's not really a deck that you see a lot, right? I mean, mostly whenever you think of Warrior, you think about Control Warrior. This one, a little bit of a variation. It doesn't want to go for that 100 armor play, the 100 turn play.
Yeah.
It wants to go hard, fast, and it did just that.
And you know, some of the pros here at the Hearthstone scene, they sometimes use this deck, runs out of steam, and they draw out an Octosari. Sometimes they put an Octosari right there just to have a death rattle with draw 8 cards. That's going to be fuel for your aggro deck, and that's a win for Mr. Kai.
Wow, Kai really
doing
it really
2-0.
strong and in very decisive manners. If
Yeah.
I may say so myself. I mean, the first game wasn't as decisive, but this one, it really did use it, and against one of the decks that has been always steamrolling tournaments all over the world.
Yeah.
And the Evolved Shaman.
And the Evolved Shaman is, we were actually building up an Evolved Shaman, and now it gets broken down. And you can see, don't get frustrated if you face an Evolved Shaman in ladder. You can fight it in any way you can.
Yes.
So
that's just what it means, right? You can deal with it. There is no 100% sure win with the decks. I mean, it only depends on how you deal with it, and it only depends on what kind of risk you're willing to take. Because if I'll be honest, that charge, that aggro warrior was a huge risk. I mean, sometimes it really doesn't pull off. You don't always get the exact charge cards that you get. You don't always curve out properly, right?
Yeah.
So it's really fun to see that deck win in a really big stage. You like to see games.
And again, they're using, Mr. Kai is using a Quest Druid, and our player, Outkit Kitikredit from Thailand, is using, again, his Evolved Shaman. He really wants to back that win. But what do you think, Rockart, is the, what are the chances here? What are the odds of winning with a Quest Druid against an Evolved Shaman?
I mean, Quest Druids, I've been 50-50 on Quest Druids for for the whole global game and for this tournament, just because of how slow it ramps up. Even if you're the Malagos kind, which this one is not, it kind of it's just too slow for some decks. And even our own Team Philippines, when I've been studying them, they've had a very small success rate on this deck. But again, we did see some successful cross druids in the previous games.
Yeah, I think it's one of the successful quest druids was from our player in the previous match, Mr. Popan.
That's right. So it does have its merits, right?
Yes, that's right, that's right. And as you can see here, he has the good options right here. He has the swipe. He has the Oasis Surger, but he has to complete the quest for the Oasis Surger to be an effective removal tool.
Yeah.
And
that's coming in like 2 or 3 turns still. Yeah, so you're not gonna see that anytime soon, ladies and gents.
And who has the coin? I think Mr. Kayas there had the coin. And he used it on turn 2.
Interesting.
Wow!
Whoa! A 4-5 body on turn 3. Don't mind if I do.
That's a Grifta right there.
Yep.
And the Grifta is it gives you it's a Baltright. It gives you
Baltright, yeah.
a random
each, right?
Yeah, 1 card each for both sides. So I think he should use the Expedition card right here, the spell.
And yeah, I think the next turn is going to be huge. If you don't get rid of these hairs, there's a risk that Thailand might have evolved.
Yeah.
So these hairs, instead of being a 1-1, might grow into something really big.
Yeah, that's right. And the problem with that kind of turn, he's setting up for a possible swipe right there. That's kind of a tell.
Yeah.
That's a tell right there.
And Thailand knows this.
Yes.
Obviously, right now.
Is it evolved? No. No, it's not evolved.
He's saving it. What a conservative play for both of these players, right?
Wow. So it's not an evolve. So he has a chance to answer right here, but it will leave 1-4-5 on the board.
Right. Look at this. Turn 4, he's already 17 health. And that could go a lot lower if he doesn't do something drastic in this turn.
And he's thinking should he use his swipe? Yes, you should.
Unfortunately, you really should. No use using it on the Grifta. If it gets evolved right away, the damage just gets negated if you don't do an insta-kill. So he goes for the totem instead.
Oh, there's a mutate right there. I don't know if he has to use a mutate. What good 5-cost cards could be useful for you right now? Leroy Jenkins, that's right. That's it.
I was thinking, how willing would you be to use the Oasis Surger without the double choose one?
No.
Apparently he is not.
I would maximize it to a 5-5. He's down to 10. But on the next 2 turns, he's going to go for Hidden Oasis. He's not going to go for turn 6 Hidden Oasis.
Nope.
He's probably going to use Oasis Surger.
He'll back up.
Or use the Worthy Expedition.
You wanna?
Gives you a lot of choices.
Yeah, that does give you a lot of choices, but at the same time, you are pretty vulnerable to a huge attack. If ever, like, you have a double mutate, which could, I have seen it happen, but I don't know. There's only 1 more mutate.
Yeah,
I think he used it on the
that's
Grifta.
the last one. He used it for the Grifta, and to get the Grifta, he uses the Worthy Expedition and an Oasis Surger. He wouldn't complete the quest, so probably Worthy Expedition and something with a choose one effect that can help him.
Yeah. So here's a question here. Do you want to go for Worthy Expedition? Depends on. Oh my God, you have to right now.
Yes.
At this point, you have to.
Yes, it's mutate.
Yeah, mutate.
Oh, that's bad. That's a bad card. I would use Ferocious Howl right now.
Yeah, do it. Like, maximum value of the Ferocious Howl.
Draw first. Yeah, he has to draw first.
Yeah.
Good. That's very good.
Worthy Expedition now.
Worthy Expedition, yes, please.
What do you want to get from this, though? What do you want to get from the Worthy Expedition?
A Wrath.
Wrath. Perfectly called it.
There you go.
Mr. Excelsior. Look
That's
at that.
Wrath.
So, at least you have, like, HP to work with, counting the armor. That is a huge sigh of relief right there.
Yeah, that's actually a security blanket for Mr. Kai right there. Maybe there's a huge chance he will get a 3-0 win right here. It's really fast.
He's gonna stabilize
Yes.
on next turn.
If you're Evolved Shaman and you don't finish on turn 6, your chances of winning the game are increasingly decreasing.
Yep, that's right. That's like
Right? It's like a wordplay right there. It's exponentially decreasing.
exactly.
Okay, so
because again, the moment you finish that quest, you go for the Hidden Oasis. You can stabilize 12 health and a huge
Starfall.
6 ton.
Oh, and there you go.
All of the damage that I worked on getting low.
Yeah.
Back up.
Okay, and what can you do here? You can't do anything good here. You can just place a Sea Giant
Yeah.
after using your Hero Power. Hero Power first. There's an order right here because it's going to get discounted to 6. So Hero Power first, then Sea Giant, and then that's it.
I wonder.
Maybe it's
The next turn
yeah.
you can use Vicina and Zap. That's it.
again looking really bad here for Thailand.
And he can actually use Zap right now and Vicina. But now the best play, as I said, is going to be Hero Power, Sea Giant,
There you go.
Zap into 3, and
Get
there
rid
you go.
of that really easily. Again, because of the spell damage from the totem.
Whoa.
Does clear. Oh, look. Speaking of clear,
Another
huge
Starfall.
But again, Starfall won't be enough. That's why I was super surprised when we got the Jiraxes there. That's a free 15. Oh my gosh.
That's
How do you
big.
deal with that?
That's
away?
actually big, but it's not actually a
It's not a scary threat.
Not
It's
a
not a
scary
damage
threat.
threat.
Yeah, but what is more of a threat is this Sea Giant. So he's using the Wrath, and then he will use the Starfall, and then
Go for the-
Anubisat Defender.
Yeah. Lucky draw on the Anubisat, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, that's gonna help you stabilize even further.
There you go. That's it. That's the line of play. Mr. Kai from Singapore is playing all at the right time. Very concise. Not even roping.
Yeah, that's right.
Not even roping. I haven't seen him rope in the past few games.
Very decisive. You know what? When you don't see the rope overall, what that means is they already know the obvious play. Either that, or they already know like 2 turns ahead what they want to play, regardless of draw.
Yes.
Which is
And there's approximately a low percentage of you reacting to this kind of deck.
yep.
Once you know that there is the hand is too small.
Yeah.
So he's not moving cards there. They might be reactive cards. There might be Soul of the Murloc. And if there's a desert here and there's no evolve, there's nothing there.
Thailand here just really praying for that evolve to go down. Like, man, where is the evolve when you need it?
It's not there, man. It's not here.
there at all.
Not here.
Oh boy.
So I guess for Singapore, Kai is going to probably use for the next turn, just to be sure, Scenarios.
I mean, that's a very safe play. Again, buff up that free 5 taunt with some more
+2
stats.
+2. It's going
Yeah.
to be 5/7. Hit face, man.
What? He goes for care?
He wants one less
Yeah.
evolved minion.
At
Possible,
least, right? Yeah.
Possible. Draw into evolve.
I hope you
Whoa,
like my
look at that.
invention.
Draw
Top
into.
deck into the novice.
Yes.
Oh, there you go.
Told you.
Oh, wait.
Wait,
How's the attack?
Yes, he's going to use a Vicina.
Yeah.
He has to attack, and then
Wow. What
everything,
a top deck.
everything is going to get buffed up by +2 attack. So
Oh,
he
boy.
can trade with the hairs if he wants to, but he's going to get lower value.
Suddenly not looking so one-sided, except you have to remember, there is a Starfall here for Singapore.
The Starfall plus Oasis Surger has a potential to possibly clear if he gets low stat minions on the side.
Oh,
Sea Giant,
oh.
the first one's going to be Sea Giant. Oh, it's a Coon.
It's a Kun. Alright, so there are two health minions here.
Is that a Shaku? That's a Shaku right there, the 2/3 with stealth.
Yeah.
Okay, so who would you use your Starfall?
Yeah, Kun's out. For me, I think it's gonna be an obvious Kun. I think Singapore knows they're in a bit of a pickle. So Feoris is gonna be like the super long shot, but you want to go for Kun just to get that armor, obviously.
Yeah, Coon, and to get 10 more mana and 10 more armor. And then you Starfall on the Goon on the other side.
Yeah,
And the Oasis Surger. That's going to be a partial clear. And except for Mr. Shakur.
Minion. And at this point, Fireland with 1 minion on the board and 1 card on hand.
Yeah, he has to attack and then get some card. There's no card right now that will help him.
Not even
touch.
that.
Not even healing touch.
Oh man.
And looking at the hand of Caius right now, Kai is probably going to use King Feoris into 2 minions.
Which will definitely be impossible to deal with for Fireland.
Yeah.
And apparently that's going to be Fireland using the only bullet in its barrel at this point and ending up with a dud.
Oh. As we said, Rockhard, this deck, the Evolved Shaman deck, when it runs out of steam, it really runs out of steam.
Yeah, it really dies out hard.
Look.
And,
Oh,
okay.
that's a Murloc
That's a
and
Murloc.
a 5/5 mech. So that's not going to help him.
But of course, at this point, he doesn't really care, I think.
Yeah.
I don't think he cares at this point.
He has to kill the Shaku, but he
Yes.
has to go face with the Coon. So there's nothing else, man. There's nothing else. It's going to be a concede probably in the next few turns, but in the spirit of sportsmanship, he has to wait
Has to
and
finish it.
He has to finish it.
Last
Oh,
game, and he
concede.
wants to go for the concede.
That's it.
And just like that, Singapore with a 3-0 sweep against Thailand here. Again, it's very impressive. Kai Kiat Chu.
Kai Kiat Chu from Singapore goes in a 3-0 win streak against Aukit Kitikairit from Thailand. So, wow. That was a fast series of games between the two. And I gotta commend Kai for being so decisive in the match. When he gets a line that we see, and even without seeing the other cards, and just by knowing that he's the beatdown, he goes to it without even going to the rope.
Yeah, there were some moments where Thailand actually got some lucky breaks. That Evolved top deck that was from the draw, it was like, wow, you could have probably finished it if there was no defense. But then again, that roll on the draw there from the Evolve, and at the same time, very, again, decisive play here from Chu.
And Mr. Aukit Kitikairit gets to use the mutate right there on the highlight. Underwhelming 315 Jiraxus right there. That's so not the card, not the 9-cost card that you want to get. You would want to get an Anisera. Oh, Sarah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
If you got Sarah there, that would have been the best card because that pops out infinite value. Sarah awakens, Dream, like he gets a 7/6
Every
dragon,
turn.
like
Every
a
turn.
Dreams. There's a Dream Sister, right? And that's a good seed. 3-0 on this match. That was really exciting, Rockhart, and
Yeah, very exciting indeed.
I'm really excited about the matches right here. This, again, you're watching, again, the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of Hearthstone here at Day 2.
So
For the SEA
I think we already have our finalists for tomorrow.
We'll see. We'll update you. Just keep yourself updated on the SEA Games page.
Make
And we'll
sure you
tell
follow.
you who will be the finalists for Hearthstone. And Carl, Rockhart, this is going to be a final. There's going to be a finals match on Monday.
Oh yeah,
Monday
exactly.
morning. And the medals are going to be given right away after the finals match on Monday, December 9. And let's look again at the stage right there at San Juan Arena. I'm proud that everyone is going there, just being a good community of Hearthstone and other SEA Games esports events.
And a big part of history as well. Watching history as it unfolds, of course, for Hearthstone esports in the SEA Games.
So again, this is Excelsior PH, and with me is...
I'm Rockhart. We'll see you guys back after the break.
strong.
It is. Did they turn on the mic? Like, can we be heard on the stream? Testing 1, 2, 3. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the standby screen. We are currently working hard, panning the amazing shots for the Philippines 2019.
Pwede pa malakas mo yung sa monitor ko.
I think this is it.
Yung sa monitor ko. Or ito na yung pinakamalakas mo.
I wonder if production can hear us.
Alam ko na.
There we go. Okay, that's
Hello, test.
1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3. Potato, 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 potato.
What's a great day for StarCraft 2?
Konti pa ata sa akin.
Okay,
Keep talking, keep talking, keep
Watermelon.
talking.
You know,
Watermelon.
Milo is an amazing drink.
It is a very amazing drink. I still have one in my bag.
You know what? Here's the thing. Here's a secret.
Konti pa po sa akin lang. Zero.
Okay, Nomad.
Okay, Nomad.
PH. So, here's the thing. There's a secret for Milo, actually.
What?
Remember when you're sampling Milos on their booths and it's super sweet and masarap siya?
Yeah.
Compared to when you just make it yourself. It's okay, but it's not this amazing Milo you drink from outside.
Yeah.
Si Jello, he told me the secret. The secret is when they sample Milo, they mix it, right?
Yeah.
But they don't add sugar. They add condensed milk. Try it. Yo.
Well, there is a mini stop like right in front of us. Like not in front of us.
It's like
in front
on
of
the
us.
side over there somewhere.
Over there somewhere. Yeah, we could. Yeah, I'm gonna buy condensed milk. I still have my Milo there.
Let's buy Milo. I want to try it. I'm not sure on the actual ratio, but we can experiment.
Experiment
Right? Let's
the
get some
living
shot
shit out of
glasses.
it.
Get some shot glasses.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. We will begin our third match of the day with the first bout under the StarCraft 2 discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Tran Hung Phuc from Vietnam. And Caviar Acampado from the Philippines. StarCraft 2 is a real-time strategy computer game developed and published by Blizzard Entertainment. Players, you may now shake your hands. Thank you, Mr. Chan Hongfuk and Caviar Acampado. You may now proceed to your respective booths as we begin the first match for StarCraft 2.
Esports is back here at the Southeast Asian Games. Of course, we are going to be delivering the action. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Arcanthiel.
Yes, it is a very good day for StarCraft, a wonderful day for the real-time strategy game, and I'm so excited for this best-of-5 upper bracket finals between these two Zergs. Both of them have gone through such a gauntlet of matches just to get here, and I am both excited and terrified because Zerg versus Zerg is known as a matchup that is comparable to a knife fight.
Yeah, basically, it's whoever can swing the most would win. So whoever has the most Zerglings or the most army, for that matter, and whoever builds smart. Because the Zerg is one race in StarCraft 2 that can pretty much change up its build order right in the middle of a fight.
That is the beauty of the Zerg race. Most of the other races in StarCraft have different ways of playing, and as you said, the Zerg race is the one that relies on reactions, right? It's the one who looks at your opponent, sees what are you doing, and what can I do against it, and then that's how they react. This is going to be playing a bit of a big part in this matchup because since both of our players are Zergs, they will usually have to find ways to react to their opponents.
Yeah, and speaking of reacting, Acampado and Tran, Philippines versus Vietnam, they have been going at it for the longest time now, for 2 years. This rivalry started in WSG 2018 where Acampado beat Tran 3-2, and then Tran just earlier this year beat Acampado 3-1. And I mean, Tran did pick up the moniker of being the king of cheese in the region. And
so
Acampado was, was reacting.
Like, are you not only are we expecting a Zerg fast play, but we're also getting a cheesy player. So it's gonna be a very interesting day. Let's go ahead and go into the game. So on the lower right side of the map, we have the blue Zerg, Mr. Tran, and on the upper left, we have our Philippine representative, Acampado.
Yeah, and we will be expecting a bit of an aggressive fight from both of these two players because they are both aggressive players, are very aggressive Zerg players. I mean, the Zerg is a very aggressive race, even more so for Tran. Acampado is the type of player that would still be aggressive, but at the same time would try to read what you're trying to do in order to adjust his game style and try to attack you when you are most vulnerable.
Actually, that is the beauty of having this game because, as we said earlier, the Zerg race is a very reactionary race, but both our players are also known to be very aggressive. So, again, it's a paradox, but it also works in the context of our games. And as we all expected, actually, that they'll be picking one of the old maps that are favored for the Zerg race. We are in Simulacrum, and this map is known for having wide open areas for engagements. And I think it's going to be a really interesting battle for our first game.
It's actually a faster spawning pool here for Tran. A bit early compared to what Acampado has in store.
It's not that big of a deal. By the time that let's say a Tran goes out ahead and tries to harass Acampado, he should have just enough, maybe a couple of seconds of danger where we have to pull out some drones. But he should be safe, judging from his timing.
Yeah, besides there is a thing called Defender's Advantage.
Exactly.
Wherein if a player is on the defending side, his units will be able to come out of their production facilities faster and be able to defend any harassment or any push coming in. And we do see 4 Zerglings popping up here on Acampado. Zerg speed is finally being upgraded by Tran.
Okay, what they're both seeing is pretty normal. If your opponent is a Zerg and they don't have an expansion around this time, you should be very scared. But since both of them has been known to have expanded, then it's fine. Both of them are on a regular path. Even speed is being researched at almost the same amount of time. And they should get they're just in time for the upgrade to kick in. Thankfully, both our players... Ooh, okay.
That's a fast third hatch.
Let's see. Okay, he's also getting a third, but Campado managed to spot it. These queens are going to be able to defend that. And nice save there for Tran. Okay, he's probably going to get his third now. It's a bit delayed, but I don't know if it's going to play any big part in the coming minutes or so.
I think that's a Bane link that's coming out.
Oh, interesting.
So a Link Bane composition in the early game here for Campado? What do you think?
I think it's a viable strategy, but eventually, you know how these things go. They will eventually go to roaches. So I think Acampado is just trying to take advantage of the fact that Zergs don't have walls, and he's gonna capitalize on it, you know, being more confident on having a better micro than his opponent.
Yeah, and he does have a bit of an army coming out here, Acampado. He has 17 army size here on the supply. 20 here.
Okay, mirroring Baneling's nest, but a bit too late for Tran. I think he noticed what's happening. A couple of Zerglings coming in, trying to take out the queens. Will it be enough though? That is transfused, and he has to pull back.
Yeah, the queen has a skill called...
Did he spot those? Did he spot those?
Oh, did not spot the Banelings. Now he knows.
Here comes a micro battle. This is why we're saying that it is like a knife fight, because it's going to depend upon the reaction of both our players to be able to make the most out of these battles, especially in the early game for Zerg versus Zerg.
A couple of Banelings are maneuvering towards the third hatch there.
They can lead them to there. Okay, nice micro there by Tran. Sacrificing one Zergling.
Yeah, they're coming in.
You need to take care of those Banelings because those are the stars of this battle.
Yeah, it can completely wipe out the army composition that
the support queens are very scary because they can tank a lot of damage, and the Banelings are not going to do much against them. So Acampado needs to be able to engage the Zerglings and not the queens with those Banelings. And the number of Banelings just increased. So,
we also have Banelings here on the side of Tran, and I think one good connection would take the Banelings deny each other, but that's going to be Acampado coming out on top of that slightly because he still has a lot of Zerglings, but Tran still has an army in his base.
Oh,
he's going to be backing
He's
off.
going to be going for a counter attack. Let's see if Acampado has defenses on his base.
He's got 16 links coming out just in time.
Oh, nice timing there. Let's see. Okay. Couple good transfers for that queen. It's in alone. It is. But he should have enough Zerglings.
He should have enough Zerglings to stop this push, yeah.
On the other hand, these Banelings are getting harassed. And it shouldn't be.
Both of these guys,
I think should be stabilizing. Yeah.
Roaches are going to be coming up later on.
They should be. The era of the Banelings are coming to an end too. The number of queens defending each base is growing in number, which means that Zerglings will end up not being able to take fights as well as they should be. Nope.
Almost finished.
That's what you want to do. That's what you always want to do. You always want to be able to kill a Baneling with just one Zergling. That way, it's a waste of resources for your opponent, and it's a small advantage. You always got to take the small advantages in fights, especially in StarCraft.
Speaking of advantages here, 9 roaches are going to be coming out. You're on the side of Acampado.
Potentially going on for that aggressive maneuvers, huh?
Yeah, potentially going to go for roaches as well, Tran. But this is what I like about Acampado. He's just doing what he can to try to delay the inevitable from coming, delay Tran.
No, he's distracting him.
Exactly.
He's distracting him. Now,
the roaches are going to be spotted now.
He got spotted. He tried to lead those Zerglings away from the roach so he can hide them as far as he can. Unfortunately, it was too close, and now Tran knows what's coming, and he has to react sooner rather than later. Ooh, is that a Nidus Worm? Yes, it is. Okay, I don't know what he's planning, but it's gonna be aggressive versus aggressive for the first game.
Acampado needs to spot this out. There is a reason why he's called the King of Cheese.
He needs to move out as sooner rather than later. Queens are coming in from the third. Tran is expecting this, but at the same time, these defensive queens, if you combine them with the Nidus Worm, they will be able to deal a lot of damage on your opponent's base. It's just going to be dependent on your ability to be able to actually put the Nidus in your opponent's face.
This is typically how Tran actually did go up against Catchafont in game number 1 of their match yesterday, where he just went for the Nidus Worm in game number 1 and tried to steal victory. Here goes the Nidus Worm coming up.
It's pretty close to the creep, so it might be able to reach just enough in time for the Queens to be able to do the damage. But now, Tran should be able to, you know, start pushing with these. But the
roaches are here.
Here we go.
Night Swarm's going to be focused down by the roaches here.
And using the knife, keeping it alive. Unfortunately, there's too many roaches coming in from Caviar.
Yeah, that's critical mass roaches there. And I
These queens are trapped. These queens are trapped. There's no way for them to return. He's trying to reinforce them by putting down a second Nidus Worm, but again, just the number of the roaches will be able to stop any kind of really, will it be? Okay,
he's trying to go for
nice retarget there by Acampado.
Again, Zerglin's going to be flanking or trying to flank around.
If he did not retarget that, that would have been a problem for the red Zerg because reinforcements would have come surely.
There's a link drive-by here, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, all the way towards the main here. Nice wall by the Queen.
Another Nidus Worm coming out of somewhere. There it is.
Is really trying to distract Caviar here as much as he can. Acampado will actually go for the full-on fight here on the roaches. Nidus Worm is not going to be coming out anytime soon.
This is actually, I don't advise this for Tran at all. He's focusing too much and committing to this attack. Right now, he should be pulling back and getting the lost resources that he has because, to be honest, Acampado has saved a lot of money just by not losing anything in those battles. He lost a lot of roaches. Unfortunately, he didn't lose any kind of economy. And on the other hand, Tran has committed a lot of resources to those attacks, even losing like what, 6, 8 queens?
And queens are pretty important as a Zerg player.
Here we go.
Becomes another Nidus Worm coming out. Acampado spots it out. Yeah, it's going to be able to take it down.
Yep, no worries there. Tran, on the other hand, again, he should be transitioning out of this sometime soon because, again, you mentioned earlier the defender's advantage, and Caviar has been bathing on it for the whole game.
Look at this. 44 roaches compared to 27 roaches that Tran has in this matchup. And both of them has one upgrade.
Oh, nice concave there by Tran. Unfortunately, I think Acampado just pushing it out. He's just gonna...
Oh, there goes a Soul Ravager there. I don't think the one Raptor is going to be enough to eliminate all these roaches, but the numbers are quickly dwindling here for Tran. 10 roaches, 9 roaches.
Reinforcements are coming in though, so defender's advantage might play into this a little bit. Unfortunately,
that's gonna be the GG.
I think that was it. This is the beauty of Zerg versus Zerg. Like, a lot of the things are happening so fast at once, and it's really hard to predict a lot of things most of the time. And a very surprising first game there. Believe that if Tran just held back a bit, he tried to capitalize on something that he thought he saw, but unfortunately, Caviar was just too prepared for it.
Yeah, the Nidus Worm cheese could have worked if he... I don't know, if he distracted Acampado somewhere. He tried when he can, but
it was a good attempt. Like, there was also the Ling run by. He was also building Nidus Worms around the base as much as he can. Unfortunately, it's just the nature of your opponent. If they can micromanage, they'll be able to defend, especially that lane. See, when Acampado tried to go for the Ling, that means he was trying to establish his dominance in terms of being able to control his units.
And to add to that, Acampado really did have a bigger army compared to what Tran had, so he had a lot of units to expend in terms of, hey, there's a Nidus Worm coming up in this spot in my main. Let me send four roaches there. I'll take care of them. And then have another group of roaches just go ahead and try to stop any Zergling run-bys that might happen.
The mere fact that he wasn't spending on additional Nidus Worms means that he could produce that many more roaches around the opponent. So I think this battle was purely just in terms of economy. He was able to get more of his forces out, and Tran's attacks, which were not the most successful things he's done in the game. He should have realized this strategy that it needs improvement, so he should have gone back. He should have cut his losses and focus on his economy, maybe shifting into a Ling Muta or something else, right? But he forced his hand, and it's just that Acampado was able to handle that kind of attack.
Yeah, and it's good that Acampado was also able to buy a lot of time just messing with the
Exactly.
links in the natural that Tran had, just going back and forth with the Bane links and try to dwindle down the numbers of the Bane links there. And just gave him a lot of time to, hey, I finally have my Roach Warren up. I'm going to get Roaches out. It's until the Zerglings from Tran made their way towards the Nat, that's when he found out Roaches, and that's when he started pumping out the Roaches as well.
Yeah, that is correct. And now, I don't know about you, but this is still anyone's game. Both our players are one of the highest skill set players in the Southeast Asian region. So we'll find out on what's going to happen because we're entering game 2. And on the upper right corner, we have the red Zerg Campado.
And on the lower left corner, playing as the blue Zerg, Hong Fuck Tran.
Okay, so we are in the world of
Sleepers.
There we
Which
go.
is the map that Tran actually beat Ender on during the WSG 2019 Southeast Asian Finals. But that's going to be a completely different case because that was months ago.
Yeah.
A month ago. To be
Especially
exact.
with all the new changes in the recent patch. But, you know, to be fair, this is also one of the older maps which is known to be Zerg favored, right? Again, Zerg is amazing, but the maps also play a little bit in terms of strategy. And World of Sleepers, you know, maybe it helps the Zergers a little bit. But thankfully, both our players have good taste in races, and they are playing Zerg. So I'm excited to see what kind of things that they're going to come out. Is Tran still going to be cheesy? Or is he going to try something else? It's going to be very interesting. Is maybe even, you know, Acampado will try to be the one cheesier in this game.
I mean, first off, Terran's better. Secondly, it's a best of 5 series, so anything can happen. They still have room to mess around with, so to speak. If anything, Tran can still go try to make his Nidus Swarm work.
Yeah,
if
that's
it doesn't work, there's game 3 that he has to win.
That's true.
So that's the pressure that's on there.
Now, yeah, actually I'm excited for game 3 for this because regardless, we are going to have a game 3, and whoever, if it goes 1-1, someone is bound to do a cheese on game 3. That's always what happens. Okay, so again, right now, it's just, you know, normal, two base early for Zergs. They're going to be doing some scouting, but we're going to find out on what their preferred tech is. It looks like, yeah, both of them are going to get speed, just to scout. Going to try to establish some dominance on the micro here.
A couple
Nice
of
move
link
out.
shanking there. 1-for-1 trade so far. And yeah, Tran is going to be forced to run back here. Tried to go for a micro, evens it out,
There
but
we go.
yeah.
There we
It's
go.
going to be Acampado winning that trade. Small trades.
Again, looks like Tran might be just focusing on his macro. Still also an important part of StarCraft, right? Sometimes you have to sacrifice your attention to go to somewhere else. But since we were looking, is that a Zelnaga temple? No, it's just a rock, right?
It's just a wrap.
It is just a rock. Okay, so
Ling won't be able to spot anything else, but there's really nothing
again,
much coming up.
StarCraft is a game of information. And did he spot this? That's the question.
Yeah, there's
He knows there's a queen chasing it, but did he spot the expansion? Because if he did, that's going to be very important for our Vietnamese friend.
That's going to be a Roach Warren coming out here for Acampado as well.
Looks like he's going to skip the Ling Bane harass and just going to go for the Roach Ravager. So, it's, you know, again, pretty standard. This is what happens in the high-tier plays of StarCraft. Nothing weird's happening yet. And for the most part, this matchup is going to be based purely on skill.
Yep. This is basically how fast these guys can
Uh-huh.
be quick. And here we go. Speaking of fights, the Zerglings are going to be able to go for a surround here. Acampado.
Queen's blocking the ramp very well.
That's a good wall.
The drones are safe, and that is what matters. Even if these two queens die, he'll be able to defend them as long as the drones
Oh,
don't
no
die.
transfuse. Not enough
They
energy
didn't
there.
have enough energy, yeah. Oh, wait,
Oh, there's a
never
round on
mind.
that queen. This might be big for Acampado. Does not spot out
the
any
drones?
other tech. Drones are not going to be pulled, but that is...
Okay, he does
there
have
is a
some roaches.
Roaches, yeah.
He did lose some queens, but he should stabilize in a bit unless Acampado brings out more reinforcements. These roaches should be fine. They should be able to defend, no problem. He has to pull back. These are also things that you need to keep in mind in StarCraft. When you're attacking, there's also a good time to just pull back. You did the damage, you killed 3 queens, and that's enough. You go back. And then, on the other hand, Tran himself is still fine. He didn't lose any workers. just lost some defending units. But on the other hand, he's also going for a counter attack.
Yeah,
If he gets 3 queens, then this is a fair trade. To be fair.
A fair trade, to be fair. Well,
Yeah, exactly.
well, you want.
Here we
All right,
go.
Here comes the Raptors and the Roaches here. Going to try to target out the Queens primarily here. One Queen going down on side of Acampado. Lynx and Roaches are now up here to try to defend this Expo on the side of Acampado. But I believe, yeah, Acampado does not have enough army composition here. But they did win up against these Roaches.
All he needs to do is target fire that Ravager and the Roaches, and he should be okay. Now, the issue here is that he got the third a lot faster than his opponent. So if the game goes on longer, he's going to be able to build more stuff, and that might be an issue for Tran. So what Tran needs to do is he needs to do as much damage as possible until or before Campado's resources and gathering kick in.
Surprisingly, not a lot of run-bys happening here. Not a lot of harassment on the worker line for both of these guys.
I think they're just out of units at this point. Oh, speaking of, I guess I was wrong. Let's see.
Yeah, that is going to be a sizable amount of lanes. Going to try to go for a run-by, probably on the main, but that's not going to happen. The lanes from Campado is going to be more than enough to deter that from happening. Roaches are going to be popping up as well.
That's actually what we call like a flamenco dance. You pull and push. It's trying to see what kind of Zerglings you get caught out of line, and then you know, essentially micro out. Get as much Zerglings as you can, and try to pick them off without losing as many as your own. See, he's gonna stop in a bit.
Yeah, Campado is hard. It is a hard chase.
There we go.
There goes the pull. Who's going to be coming up on top of this fight?
Looks to be equal right now. But
No,
again,
it kind of looks like it's Tran.
really, if he pulls back a little bit more, he might accidentally go to the third base and reveal himself. I don't think Acampado has seen his third base as of yet, but he might have an idea just from the Roaches coming in from that weird angle there.
The Roaches are coming in here for Acampado as well.
Alright, looks like he's going to be trying for...
Here comes
Third
the
base.
Lynx
A
and
lot
the
of
Roaches.
stuff here for Tran, though.
Gets us around on the Queen. Zerglings and Roaches are going to try to get a concave here, but this is pretty much a line versus line, and that's going to be Tran pulling back.
The difference here is that whoever gets a better concave will take the fight, and right now Tran is, you know, he's in a position to get a better concave, especially right now that Acampado is forced to go back.
And he's got a couple of Zerglings to soak some of the damage from the Roaches, but it doesn't look like Acampado is going to be winning this. What do you think? The HPs are really low here for Acampado.
I think this match is lost. Even if he runs back, he's just going to lose a lot of units. He needs to either, you know, just let it happen. Actually, he just needs to let it happen, because if he runs back, Tran will know that he doesn't have enough units, and he will like to capitalize on it, like he's doing right now.
He's trying to go for a counterattack. He's going to try to push for the third.
Nice
Expo
few
here.
Ravagers there, adding spice to the mix. But Zerglings coming in from Acampado might be able to take that down.
Might be able to take that down, but that's going to be the drive-by here. Onto the side of Acampado. Going to make her way over to the natural.
Okay, this might be potentially devastating for our Filipino representative. Our Vietnam guy actually just takes the game straight up.
Yeah, Tran ties up the series 1-1 in this best of 5.
There's the dab. Did you see that?
The dab.
Yeah.
But yeah, Tran kind of played it safer this time around. Went for the early Roach Warren. Did
I
not
love how
want.
he played this game.
Yeah, he didn't want to go for the Bane Ling dance that's happening every time there's a Zergling. There's a ZVZ. Instead, went straight for a Roach Warren, got the early advantage, and applied a lot of pressure towards the third and the natural of Acampado.
And again, that kind of strategy worked for him. Believe in the first game, the only reason he made Banelings was to react. Right now, he was the one who was able to set the tempo of the game, and thankfully, in his setting of the tempo, he was able to capitalize on his advantages slowly but surely until up to a point that Campado's decision to expand to a third, I think it almost killed him, because the fact that Tran delayed his expansion meant that he was able to get more stuff out, and having more soldiers will obviously most of the time win you the war.
Yeah, guerrilla tactics don't work as much as you think in StarCraft 2.
It's fun.
Unless you have a Ghost with a nuke, but that's basically, or a Dark Templar on the Filthy Protoss. But Hey, it is what it is, but if in the game of StarCraft, whoever dictates the tempo, whoever conducts the orchestra that is the battle that's happening in front of you would more than likely win the game. That is what Tran did. Ties up the series 1-1. We are going to be going on a Game 3 in a bit, but what do you think would be the proper shakeup here for Acampado to try to get the lead or for Tran to at least secure match point?
I don't know. Again, in the tradition of best of fives, the third game, when you're tied, is the one where you take risks. We saw that Tran tried to do something cheesy earlier with the Nidus Worms. Maybe some would argue it's not that cheesy, but you know, it's a bit of a risk, and not being able to succeed on that cost him the game. Now, what I want to see is if Acampado is going to try something similar for Game 3, because if he's going to try something, it's now. Because if he loses, there's still Game 4, right?
There's still Game 4. If it was a 2-0, that would have been a completely different story for whoever was on the losing end. But yeah, I'm pretty interested to see if we might go to a late game ZVZ. That's something I want to see.
I want to see, but I'm not confident that that might happen because both our players are known to be super aggressive, as we've seen on both games right now. But again, they are providing us a lot of exciting moments here in the Southeast Asian games. So I am thankful again for these players having such skill that they're able to, you know, create a battlefield for us to paint.
Yeah, we might have a Game 5, to be completely honest. And this match, the upper bracket finals that we have, will determine who is going to the gold medal match, which is going to happen on the 10th of December, Tuesday, next week.
And speaking of going in,
yeah, we are going to be going into the match playing as our Blue Zerg. We got Tran.
And on the other side of the map, we have our Filipino representative. As the Red Zerg, we have Acampado. Okay, so again, both our players are Zerg, and so far we're in Ephemeron. This is the third map that is Zerg favored in terms of the creation of the maps, and has been, you know, I think it has contributed into both our players being able to do a nice juke out both on games 1 and 2. So I'm excited to see if they're also going to change. If someone's going to do something cheesy here, it's going to be cool. What are you seeing?
There's a I thought there was going to be a fast gas, but yes, there's going to be a spawning pool here coming in from both sides. We'll be getting the link speed upgrade.
Again, one of the things about this map, as we see right now, is that it has big open spaces, but if you're going to go and cross into the other space, into your opponent's location, you have to go through small bridges. So I think that's going to be a hotbed of attacking and defending in the coming minutes or so.
You think we'd see lurkers here?
It's possible, because if you need to hold, as a Zerg, if you need to hold a location, just put some lurkers on it.
Especially on the bridges.
Yeah, especially. That has been a, you know, tried and true strategy even back in the first game, the Brood Wars, right? I know it's called Brood War, but it's the Brood War, okay? So, just play some lurkers, and as a Zerg, you won't even have to think about that location anymore because your opponent will be coming in and your lurkers are going to attack, kill everything. If you're feeling fancy, just hold position, and then when your opponent comes in, just press S for stop, and then they'll attack and kill everything.
Yeah, there are a couple of mechanics here that StarCraft 2 has.
That is why we love the game. It's very complex, it's simple to pick up, but also has a lot of knobs and levers you can learn to fine-tune your...
You're basically like on a spaceship here.
Okay, he's trying to see if there's a third.
Controls. Yeah,
there we go.
It's a third. And there is a principle that every StarCraft player knows. If you're not attacking, you're expanding.
Right. Because, you know, this game has cheats in the single player, but not in the multiplayer. So there are limitations on what you can do. You will invest in whatever it is your strategy. So if you prefer to having a lot of stuff, then you will choose to be able to make more stuff. And that includes investing and expanding your bases. But if you are confident with your micro, in your control of the units, and you want to be able to do as much damage as you can, you're going to choose to invest in technology, getting gas, getting upgrades, and just attacking your opponent without, you know, you'll have a little less number of units, but then those units will be upgraded, and you'll be able to do damage with them.
Yeah, because a couple of Zerglings with 2-2 will beat a couple of Zerglings with 1-1.
The upgrade save +1 damage, and that adds up. Speaking of adding up, these Zerglings are really adding up to the damage of that Queen. Are they going to be able? Yes, they will. And now, Tran just needs to go back. He managed to pick out a Queen that's 150 for goals.
The Banelings are going to be popping here for Acampado. We'll try to stop this.
Is he also going to get the hatchery? There's a Baneling there.
Oh, nice micro, just pulling down that one link to just force the.
This is very annoying for Acampado right now. Getting your third hit like that, not being able to stop it. These Banelings are going to be the last attempt for him to do it, because if not, corner him, he's going to die. He's just straight up going to die. Okay, managed to clean that up, and he needs to do some transfuses on that very soon. Else is going to be in danger of just having another run by, finish it off.
Yeah, 18 Zerglings popping out here in just a couple more seconds. And looking at the current units they have, well, Acampado is not looking good in terms of army composition. He has a lot of Banelings, but if the Banelings connect onto the links that Tran has, that could be a complete different change. That could be a complete game changer.
That is a good point. Right now, Tran is in the lead in terms of supply with... Oh, actually, scratch that. They're almost close with 51. And yeah, that's what I was trying to do. Like, even if someone is ahead with Banelings, it's still anyone's game. Just a wrong click will send your population down to Pain Town.
You can see the cursors clicking there on your screen. That is the players' cursors.
They're trying to position their units in the most efficient way possible. Oh, he tried to see that, and he knows that there's going to be an attack coming into his third base really soon, because the Banelings are just in a good position. Let's see if Tran will be able to react. Right now, there's going to be another spots out the Roach Warren. Oh, he's trying to pick out the Queen. Will it be enough, though?
It should be enough. And our Lings are actually making their way over here. It's going to be an attack onto the mineral line. No. They're going to be backing up, getting this around on the Queen. The Baneling connects onto the Lynx, and now the Lynx are going to be splitting off here. Gets this around onto the Queen, onto the Roach as well.
This is devastating for our Vietnamese player. Is there any way for him to come back right now? Drones are being pulled back. Single Queen trying to hold the line. Unfortunately, that's nowhere near going to be enough. Couple of Roaches going out. Unfortunately, I don't think displacement will be able to
go into the main as well. Now the drones are going to be forced to pull on towards the Zerglings. Stops the advantage, but still a lot of Zerglings coming in, pouring in on the side of Acampado.
I think Acampado sees blood. He's trying to finish this match as much as he can right now. And I think with 12 drones down,
that's a GG.
There's the GG. Oh, wow. Okay.
Acampado really just pushed the limit there and just force all the links that he has into the fight, even though Tran already had Roaches out and they weren't enough, because that was already critical mass of Zerglings.
That was a great timing, actually, because he saw that his opponent was transitioning into a Roach composition. He went, hey, I can take advantage of that. I already have the technology for the Zerglings. Let's just make more. And then let's throw it out right now, because that's what he did. And then it's just the fact that Tran was not able to have enough to defend his stuff. And I love that Acampado was splitting up his units, because it's, a sign of a really good player that you're going to invest half of your attack into this place, but also attack on the other place. That way your opponent's attention is divided.
Yeah, because if you're attacking on multiple angles at the same time, eventually your opponent will be breaking and will be focused on defending this spot. The third on Tran's side was being attacked. Was just there.
I love this. Let me just take a look. Traditionally, you press hold position on the Zerglings. That way they attack the thing that's closest to them. And that's how we got the kills from the drones. Because if you pressed a move, that would have targeted the Roaches.
And yeah, that is going to be it. We are going to be going on a short break. When we come back, Game 4 in this match between the Philippines and Vietnam, Acampado and Tran. We'll be coming back at you at the 30th Southeast Asia Games. And we are back at the upper bracket finals here at the StarCraft 2 discipline in the esports section of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. It's going to be Acampado versus Tran. Potential match point in favor of Acampado, and we are going to be your shoutcasters. I am Nomad.
And I am Arcanthiel, also known as Nomad UC. Just kidding, everyone. Right now, I am excited because there's only one Zerg map left in the plant pool, and it's going to be Triton. I think they're going to be able to use that. If it's not now, it's going to be the last map.
Yeah, on Game 5. Triton was also a map where Tran beat Acampado during the WSG 2019 Southeast Asian Finals, and that was Acampado's pick as well.
Yeah. So, you know, it's going to be very exciting because so far I believe that whoever picked the map last was able to win on that map. So again, the interesting part here is actually just do the introductions first.
Yeah, our Vietnamese player, the Blue Zerg, Tran.
And on the other side of the map, we have our Red Zerg representing the Philippines. His name is Acampado. There we go. Okay, again, as I was saying, like earlier, this is a best of 5. This is game 4, potentially the last match. And if you were in the lead, this is, you know, if you lose this game, there's still another decider game. So you're comfortable in this position. You can just, I don't know, throw something stupid at your opponent. When we say stupid, we mean something that's not orthodox.
Yeah.
You can rush. For all intents and purposes, you can, you know, rush him with drones, and sometimes that works.
Yeah.
Not really, but, you know, don't do it. But, you know, it's something different. This is time you have fun.
In the hell that is Bronze, Elo, and StarCraft 2 ladder, people do pull their drones.
And it works. And it works.
It works in order to secure the victory, but there are also strategies that you can do to stop that push from happening and put your opponent into a GG position.
It's called scouting.
That is called scouting. And both of these players know how to scout very well, and see the Overlords going for a high five on each other.
I barely missed it. So sad, unfortunately. Again, this is a comfortable game for the Filipino
Faster hatch
representative.
on Acampado.
But for our Vietnamese player, Tran, he looks like he needs to pull off some miracles right now.
Yeah, that is a
Interesting.
faster hatch on Acampado.
Okay, so he's going to try to do some damage on his opponent, but has the Vietnamese player tried to expand yet? No.
Yeah,
there
he's
it
about
is.
to.
There it is. Okay, he delayed his expansion a little bit. That gives him a little bit more army, just that little bit more. So if there's going to be an engagement right now, he's going to be safe. He's fine. Whatever happens here, even if Acampado comes in with a ton of units, he'll have enough to be able to defend it and some more.
The small decisions that really matter here in StarCraft 2. Do I just delay for a couple of seconds in order for me to have a couple more Zerglings than my opponent?
Actually, I just want to point out something I noticed. We're not in Triton. We are not in Triton, my friend. We are in Nightshade. So, again, I think one of them is thinking that they'll use that map as the last to make sure that is a Zerg favorite.
Oh, that's a good surround on the Queens, too.
Good pick off there by Tran. And he's also trying to pick off. Oh, wow.
Very aggressive push here by Tran, going straight onto the main. The drones are going to be trying to pull back. They're surrounded. The drones are going to be target firing the links here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. This actually might be GG.
Oh, maybe. There's 4 drones down. Some are still alive, and the Queen was able to do a ton of damage. Unfortunately, the drones left are the only ones trying to defend it. And if this is not GG, Tran is definitely in the lead after this attack.
Yeah, that is 6 drones down on the side.
Pretty good attack, to be honest.
And the thing here is that, yeah, you see the units killed and the workers killed there. In comparison, there is a bit of a drive-by here on the side of Acampado. Going to try over the link and that gets 5 out of the head.
Okay. That's my last joke. Anyway, going back, both our players are going to be stabilizing themselves. And, you know, I think it's pretty much equal. They lost a bit of workers, some queens, and as long as they both don't try to decide to all in, we might have a late game. Unfortunately, that doesn't look like it's going to happen anytime soon because both of them are producing a disproportionate amount of units right now.
Nightshade is a relatively big map, to be completely honest, and a bigger map allows Zerg to just macro the living hell out of themselves. We might see 5, 6 bases up. We might see Ultralisks later on.
Hope
it
so.
depends on how aggressive these guys are going.
Oh, speaking of aggression.
Yeah, that's going to be the link drive-by here onto the main base. Well, that's getting the GG. Early GG by Acampado. Ties it up.
Oh, he's so pleased by himself. He's just really good at it because I don't think anyone was, expecting that kind of outcome. After that initial attack, they were on the road to recovery. Like, okay, we did some damage to each other, right?
Yeah.
But, Tran is like, I'm not done, yo. I'm not done.
I'm not done
Have
yet.
some links.
Here are the links to you. And that's
That's
I mean,
what
that
happened.
split decision to just go straight for the main mineral line really worked out well for Tran. Able to just dwindle out the numbers. Even though, yeah, there was a Banelink connection there on the part
That was really good.
of Acampado. He didn't have the army to defend his base. And so that small decision of not going for the fast expo yet really counted.
Here's the thing. Here's the initial attack. As the Circuits were trying to take out as much as they can, right? Queen comes up, it goes down, and Acampado tries for another counter attack, right? Now, both of them are going to be going on to defending themselves, trying to build back. Even Tran has a couple of queens. Unfortunately, Acampado does not have his own defensive units ready in his base, which led to his downfall.
Yeah.
Which is a very good timing for our Vietnamese player, Tran.
Yeah, that was one queen down earlier on before
He just
Tran
lost the last queen.
Yeah, before Tran immediately went for the drive-by and went for the GG push, basically. But that is going to be the story. 2-2. Tran and Acampado are going to be on the final map.
I bet it's gonna be Triton. That's the last map, yo.
Yeah, Triton
gonna
is
be
a
Triton.
very Zerg favorite map, and Ender here, Acampado, is looking pretty nervous. Tran looking nope.
He's relaxed. He managed to get back his momentum, and if you're in the last game, it's usually who won last who's gonna take the series, right? So, again, we wish both players good luck, and it's gonna be an amazing, game either way. But again, history provides us with a vision of what happens during tournaments. Usually, who wins the last game will have the emotional advantage.
Yeah, he's going to
Morale?
have the morale boost. He's going to
Morale
have the
boost,
momentum
yeah.
as well. But, yeah, history has been repeating time and time and again. It was the first time these two guys met up against each other in grand finals. It was Acampado coming out on top. The next one was Tran. Who will take it up?
Let me just say, our point earlier was that both of these guys have fought against and defeated each other in the past. We talked about it earlier. Currently, they're what, 1-1 from both
1-1, yeah.
from both WSG and WCG. Is that correct?
WSG.
WSG. Okay, right. So whoever wins this against each other is going to be the one in the lead. So that's actually a very interesting thing that we're going to be having.
But that is going to be the story. Trident is going to be the map.
Yep.
And our blue Zerg on the lower right-hand side is going to be Tran, the Vietnamese player.
And on the other side, representing the Philippines, we have Caviar Acampado as the red Zerg. There we go. All right, so again, this is the last Zerg favorite map in the map pool. And it's a very good decision for both our players, or whoever did the veto for the last map, to keep Triton as the last one. The reason for that is, in case they lost the other one, they still have their race favorite map. Now, why is that important in StarCraft 2? Because if a map is said to be race favored, it means that your race, the Zerg race, for this example, will be able to do a lot of the things that they want. And that means that they'll be able to maneuver, and as a player of that race, you'll be comfortable and you'll be able to play your best.
Yeah, because looking at the layout of how the map is, Triton is pretty big. Both plays are relatively far from each other, so rushes won't be as effective as on the other maps. There are also a couple of changes that we have to see here. Expansions, pretty close to each other. Natural as well.
Yeah, it is very close to each other. Right now, again, they're playing it a bit safe. Standard openings. No one's gonna do something relatively risky right now because it is, again, the decider game. I'd also like to point out that both our players right now, who's playing on the upper bracket finals, will already get a medal at the very least.
at the very least, because whoever wins this will go to the gold medal match. Whoever loses this will be going to the lower bracket finals that we have, and will be awaiting his opponent, which
even if they lose in the lower bracket finals, they'll still end up third place at the very least. So
yeah.
Again, these players have played a lot of StarCraft, and they've dedicated themselves into this art, which, you know, at this point, I just want to be able to, you know, appreciate them for giving us this amazing tournament for the Southeast Asian Games.
And yeah,
ooh, quick third.
A very quick third. Roach Warren being produced here by Tran. But yeah, it's just really nice to see that StarCraft 2 is one of the medal sports, because this is one of the granddaddies of esports.
Is that gonna be? Yeah, I agree. Like, even the. Oh, okay. Let me change my comment for a bit. You see that Zelnaga Tower? I think Blizzard just introduced this thing that in certain cases, Zelnaga Towers will have memorials spawned on them for both Total Biscuit and In Control. So that's pretty cool.
One of the shoutcasters of StarCraft 2. Long-time players, but while that's happening, these links will not take out drone there. Queens will be able to...
7 roaches.
Yeah, quick 7 roaches here for Vietnamese contingent here.
I don't know, if he's gonna try to do something with these 7 roaches, it's gonna have to be soon, because Acampado's expansion on the 12 o'clock corner will, you know, start to kick in soon.
Yeah, roaches are popping out.
Let me just say, this is a sign to distract his opponent, not to kill him.
Yeah, this is going to be the distraction that he's going to try to go. That is a good concave of the roaches. Good surround by the links. Picks off one or a couple of roaches there, but that's not going to be enough. Roaches are going to start pushing up. The links are going to be pushed here somewhere in the middle.
They need to engage this before they go to the base, because again, those links are not going to be enough, and they need to stall those roaches as much as possible for the rest of the army too.
Those links are actually going on the lower left-hand side.
Yo, do they know?
Yo, that's going to be a drive-by of the links. This is going to be a big counterattack here for Acampado. Gets a good surround on both of these queens. The links are going to be here.
Nice dive there for the queens. Unfortunately, the roaches are still on the move. And with the infusion of additional Zerglings coming in from Tran, this is going to be a very dangerous few seconds for the Philippine representative.
Here comes the queen.
Oh,
nice surround on the roaches as well. Acampado doing what he can to stop this push from happening. At the same time, all the other Zerglings that he has been Tran are pulled back. Ravagers are being spawned in order for them to preserve the lives of roaches here. They should be able to do a lot of damage. Nice micro by Acampado though.
Yo, okay, that was a bit sad, because Acampado had the literally perfect. You could not have had a better surround on that attack. Unfortunately, on the other side of the fence, Tran had a bad luck in trying to attack his opponent. Got surrounded. He's trying to compensate with these Zerglings, but knowing what his opponent has right now, an earlier third, better army trying to harass him. He's going to be on the back end for the few minutes until his expansion catch up, or until he does enough damage to nullify the earlier expansion of his Filipino opponent.
Yeah, well, what's happening here is that since the defender's advantage is highly favoring Tran here, he's slowly getting a bigger army count in terms of just the roaches coming out here in time to stop the push from the links, and it's going to be forcing Acampado back in towards his base to try to maneuver around, try to spot an opening here on the base of Tran.
Unfortunately, right now, Vietnam is ahead in terms of supply. That means they have a lot more stuff. And with the usage of roaches compared to Zerglings for our Filipino representatives, the roaches have an advantage in terms of toughness. So as long as they can tank, they will be able to do enough damage.
39 links here on this. It's a purely Zergling.
This is the numbers game right now. The Filipino player, Acampado, is just capitalizing on his availability of resources to throw away units. This is how you play Zerg. You keep throwing stuff at your opponent until they drown in terms of units.
Until they just break. But look at this. 117 units killed here. Because links are very expendable, and they are going to be forced to back off there against those roaches. We have a Baneling. We have Banelings finally out.
This is very dangerous, because Tran needs to do something. He does have an expansion building up, but that means that he's playing catch up in terms of the red Zerg.
Spots out the third.
And that means he's gonna have trouble. He needs to defend this. Instead of playing, he's not setting the tempo. He's playing to Acampado's instrument, right? He's the one going with the music. He's not setting it, and that's a very dangerous precedent, especially at this kind of a decider game.
3 base on Zerg is a pretty standard thing to do here, but if you're 3 base and if you're 1 base ahead of your enemy Zerg, you're fine. You're fine.
But if you're 1 base behind your opponent,
you're
not fine.
You're not fine. It's the complete opposite to fine.
So again,
It's
this
bad.
attack coming in for Tran. This is a bit of a desperate move. He needs to do a ton of damage. But speaking of ton, Acampado has a ton of banelings that can potentially nullify this in the right circumstances.
There's a good split here on those roaches. Going to try to stop the banelings from doing a lot of damage. He's going to counter attack from Acampado as well. These were the earlier attacks of Zerglings.
Yes, it is.
And gets this around on the Queen. The drones are going to be pulled back at the same time. That's going to be the attack, the initial attack on the roaches.
Lings coming around everywhere. Is this Acampado is stuffing his Lings on whatever surface he can find, and Tran just doesn't have enough to defend whatever he can. So he's going in with an attack, a desperate attack, trying to clean up. If any one of them pulls back, he might lose. So this is probably going to be a base raid situation right here.
Yeah, it is going to be a base raid. Banelings, though, they're going to be pretty crucial. Those are going to be drones out, down and out of the count. 22 drones out here. That's going to be a huge push onto the main, stopping the production here of Zerglings, focusing on the spawning pool and the primary hatchery there.
So now what happens is the Filipino player has a lot of Zerglings that they can throw around. Unfortunately, the Vietnamese player also has a lot of roaches that are very tough and can deal a lot of damage. So it's still anyone's game.
This has to count here. Focusing on the Queen. Not much in terms of defenses here. They're going to try to actually go for a base race. It is a base race.
A literal base race, everyone. They're trying to count
really close
on whose DPS will last in this kind of situation. We really can't tell.
We really can't
be
tell.
Down for the count.
Bigger army here for the Vietnamese player, Tran. But Acampado doing what he can.
Close.
Getting so close. Who is going to be winning this?
Acampado
winning it!
Wow, that was
Split
so
second.
close. Oh my God.
That was so close.
Again, I would have loved that we had a late game with Ultralisks, with Infestors, but that kind of game was also amazing.
That was amazing. It was down to the wire for both of these guys. They were like, yeah, we're not going to go to the late game. I'm just going to throw whatever I have towards you, and that's exactly what happened. Sure, Tran had the advantage of having roaches, but with Acampado finishing up his third relatively early compared to Tran, he was able to just get one more base ahead. One more building ahead.
Probably an extractor or something on the offside of the map. I think it was a hatchery on the...
It was a hatchery on the third.
Yeah. Again, very exhausting. Both of our players did very well in deciding what needs to be done, because in that kind of situation, you need to make a decision if you're going to defend your base or you're going to attack. And both of them just decided, hey, I have enough, I'm confident for my units, and I'm just going to go for it. And that resulted in this very wonky moment wherein both our players are trying to do as much damage to each other. Unfortunately, it's just that, you know, once you have more stuff, with the earlier expansion built by the Filipino player Acampado, he had just a little bit more stuff than his Vietnamese opponent.
And that just proves that sometimes you have a little bit more stuff, it may just help you out.
This is actually a good advice for all of you guys who are still laddering, if you're in bronze to gold. You can reach platinum, maybe diamond, just by having more stuff. Just build more stuff. And as you can see, it still applies even to this high caliber of StarCraft 2. Just have more stuff. That's gonna win you games.
That's gonna win you games, and that is going to win Acampado the slot in the gold medals match that is going to be happening on December 10th, Tuesday next week. But for now, that is going to be Tran moving towards the lower bracket finals.
His journey's not over yet.
His journey's not over yet, and he's going to be going up against potentially well, it's actually going to be a Protoss now.
It is going to be a Protoss.
It's either going to be a Kapankovic, or if I'm not mistaken, it's going to be the Thai representative. We'll get back to you on that.
Either way, it's going to be a Protoss. It's going to be Zerg versus Protoss match. We all know Protoss is, not not the most fair race. But I believe that with the skill demonstrated today by the Vietnamese representative, we might have a chance to reach back and take that rematch for Campado in the grand finals. I'm excited whatever happens.
We might have a fourth rematch here between these two guys, but for now, that is going to be it for the upper bracket finals. 3-2 in favor of Acampado, the Philippine representative, and we have been your Shockers. I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is our Canfield. We'll be going on a break. When we come back, more StarCraft 2 action here at the 30th Southeast Asian Games.
See you around.
Good afternoon, Philippines, and good afternoon, Southeast Asia. Welcome to the official esports event of the 30th Southeast Asian Games. Let's continue with the fourth match of the day under the StarCraft 2 discipline. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Hong Phuc Tran from Vietnam. And Thomas Kolbunkevich from Singapore. StarCraft 2 is a real-time strategy computer game developed and published by Blizzard Entertainment. You may now shake hands. Thank you, Thomas Kolbunkevich. You may now proceed to yours as we begin another round of StarCraft 2.
Hello everyone and welcome to the broadcast of the 30th or 2019 Southeast Asian Games. We will be covering the granddaddy of all esports titles, the one that started it all, and the one that was memed or joked around in social media as the national sport of Korea, which is none other than StarCraft 2. We will be your casters for today. My name is Carlos Pineda, also known as Wonderdrift, and right beside me right now is...
Hi guys, I'm Dax.
Alright, okay. So Dax, we had a very entertaining affair earlier between that Zerg versus Zerg matchup. Of course, Ender Acampado was able to secure a victory over Tran Meowmeika, but it was actually a nail-biter all the way to the 5th game. So, what are your thoughts exactly about that matchup that we had earlier?
That was such a huge matchup. ZVZ action going on those Zerg favorite maps more or less, or at least familiar to that previous ladder pool. And on Triton, man, 3 base to 2, 4 buildings there for Ender at the start, and he just decided to go for it. Good split there onto the Zerglings as well. Win out that base race, even though he was at disadvantage in terms of type. The Roaches could have just crippled him, but it's a game 5. Just go for it. Just go ham and decide to win out. There is no point GGing in that situation, because if you lose, then you're down to the lower back finals. And Ender, Mr. Campado there, just go through grit and able to make it happen. So solid effort in that ZVC. This time though, we're going to see a ZVP instead. Tran versus Kolbunkevich. And this matchup has been seen in the region. It has been seen in the previous WCS, was it spring or summer? But it was in a group stage where Meowmeika or Tran beat Blisk 2-1 twice to just move on to the bracket. So honestly, this is going to be a very competitive matchup as we get already into game number 1. It's going to be Ephemeron, Vietnam versus Singapore, Zerg versus Protoss. Take it away, Wonderdrift. Who's playing on what?
So here we go. Thomas Kolbunkevich here as a Protoss player. He's going to be representing Singapore, and he's located at the bottom right corner of the screen. And now here in the top left corner of the map, it's none other than Tron himself representing Vietnam. He will be playing the Zerg race. And both of these players are going to be doing the battle in Ephemeron LE. This is, ladies and gentlemen, this is a best of 5 series, and whoever loses this matchup will eventually get the bronze medal. Whoever wins will eventually proceed to the grand finale and will face Ender Acampado for the gold medal match.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. So if we run LE real quick, Mr. Wonderdrift. So in this map, it's quite large and you do have many pathways to go through, but usually it is into the middle. High ground, very important here for the Protoss. Easy to wall in as well onto that natural. But for the time being, we are going to see that gateway to start things off here for the Singaporean side. But in the meantime, we are going to see the hatch and the pool already here for Tron. So it seems like Meowmeika, Tron is just so comfortable with playing the aggressor at the start. The King of Cheese is trying to roll on in yet again.
Yep, indeed. He is without a doubt the King of Cheese, Meowmeika, also known as Tron, because as seen in that matchup against Maru, he actually tricked Maru with a lot of these speed Zerglings, and then eventually going to these Roaches and Hydralisks, which actually bamboozled Maru. And take note, Maru is no ordinary competitor. He's the best Terran player in the world, and for Tron to be able to annihilate the best Terran player in the world, that's definitely a momentum boost. And perhaps you could see the same aggression here against Thomas Kolbunkevich.
But Kolbunkevich already hiding that probe on the side, potentially a proxy pylon or even a few gateways to go for it. Cheesing the cheeser, that's potentially something that Kolbunkevich can do. And he has been on the uprise lately. Some good momentum getting into the WCS brackets for the region. He did finish 56 though in WCSG, but good bounce back here in the SEA Games, beating Strong, who was it was a PvP in that lower semifinals, and it was 3-0. Well done to him. So moving on, very decisive into this matchup right now.
Yep, indeed. And so far, we've seen the Zerglings earlier already harassing through Kopenkavich's base, and we all thought that this probe is actually going for the G strategy, but instead he's just actually going to scout around the base of Tran. And let's see how this evolvement of in terms of like the unit counts are going to happen for these two respective players. I mean, we're going to see a Zergling speed movement speed bonus already being researched.
Yeah, in the meantime, Kopenkavich going for the Adept, and he did beat Ranger rather on that PvP previously. 3-0 just so decisive. Honestly, steamrolling his way through the lower bracket here in the SEA Games. So for now, we will see Tron going for a little bit of that scout. Here comes the Adepto, very good against the light units. Psionic transfer already, but this might be very dangerous. This might be a one-way trip here for Kopenkavich. Looking to get on the inside, Queen in position as well. Already teleporting to that main base. It's going to become harassment, but Doe, who using the vanilla caches to try and hide. Good micro here and now for both, but in the end, not enough value here for our Protoss.
Yep, indeed. And so far, this is the one aspect on Kopenkavich's game that he actually needs to work on. Like his Adept harassment, his Oracle harassment has been easily read upon by his opponents. And of course, you need to get that early momentum through those Oracles and Adepts for you to like provide some intel on your own side, and then you could actually, produce some havoc all the way to the mid to the late game, because you can constantly try to produce units while you try to perform these harassments effectively. But we'll see how this Oracle play is going to pan out here for Kopenkavich.
So first Oracle coming online here, and now looking to get in position as well. Didn't wait a little bit on that energy, but quick low revelation just to see what is going on for the time being. But 3 base here and now for our Zerg player Tran, looking to play the macro game, a little bit of a different kind of breed of personality compared to the ZBZ a while ago.
Yep, indeed. And I noticed that Kopenkavich is actually super obsessed in scouting the map and trying to make sure that Tran will not go for any sneaky play. Of course, he is the cheese master without a doubt. And as long as you hold these cheeses, you're doing a pretty good job if you're Kopenkavich.
I like how Trando is ready to go with his Queen. Street spread is pretty even for the main to the second. Would love to see him connect to that one. And that is really just something Tran loves to do. Use the energy for the Queens for spawn a larva instead of those creep tumors. It does pay a little bit of a hamper, especially against higher tier players. Ender was able to get rid of that advantage a while ago, honestly. Just deal with the movement between base to base. So Kampada moving on to that grand finals. But now Tran looking for revenge, looking to go for that matchup yet again if he takes on and wins against Kopenkavich.
Yeah, here Kopenkavich was able to destroy one Zergling, and these Zerglings here by Tran are not able to penetrate through, because obviously that's really nice wall in. However, there's a pulsar beam being assaulted onto these drones, but these Queens are actually defending it perfectly, and they could actually get one Oracle, and one goes down. They could get another, but the Oracle manages to run away safely.
Yes, Warcrawler was trying to root on a new position, and just good timing there from Kopenkavich. But in the meantime, Tran, can you get the run on by? Just a little bit of that scout node, Edep still in position. And I believe that's a Zealot there as well. Here we go though. Proxy Archons being warped in by the Prism. In the meantime, the Zerglings just trying to take advantage of the open ground here on Ephemeron. Ephemeron looking a little more washed than usual. I feel like it has really, the grass has gone to the ground instead. In all these matchups, but the Archons just so pressurizing. A lot of shields rather here for Archons. Splash damage is a go, and good micro to get on away.
Yep, indeed. Those War Prisms are going to be a key factor to go for that offensive. But however, there are Roaches here attacking on the Kopenkavich's face. So it's going to be like pressure versus pressure between these two players without a doubt. But this Adept is going to go down together with this Zealot. So that means a potential opening could happen. But the wall on is actually well protected there by Kopenkavich. These Archons are actually wrecking havoc onto the base here of Tron. And let's see if these Zealots could actually finish off those Roaches together with those Archons. But the Sentry already providing the distraction plays onto Tran here.
Yeah, I love how Kopenkavich is just having the right elements at the right times. He has these sentries ready, no Ravagers yet. We are seeing Tran go for that Cruise Mines, instead get some range to deal with a War Prism on that Hydra. So it is going to be a very ground-based assault here for our Vietnamese player. But oh no, that's going to be an Overlord taken down. That's something I realized that Kopenkavich hasn't done too much this game. I didn't see a Phoenix from him to actually go for those Overlords in the first place, but at least he finds the time to go for the supply block, and that is going to be more eggs going onto those balloons instead.
Yep, indeed. And so far, Tron is going to go on the offensive here with these Roaches. Here comes the Sentries. Here comes the Warpin. Oh, that's a nice juice. of that force field to just slow down Tron there. And those Immortals doing a lot of havoc onto those Roaches, but the Oracles are definitely going to provide the finishing touches, unless, of course, if Tron is going to stop that. Oh, they get one Roach out, they could go for more. We remember the Zealot Rush or the Zealot Charge is already available, so that means these Zealots could just jump in anytime in the action.
Extra movement speed there, and then for those Zealots, no more damage though on that impact. But overall, Kovacevic impressing in terms of that matchup. Rock, paper, scissors, and he's always reading his opponent in pretty much whatever he's doing. Tran on the back foot. Usually don't see this from our Vietnamese player, but he is now going to be on the defense. Army supply pretty even, but that is going to be some good cycles here with the eggs. And there you go, the Vietnamese player Tron getting ahead already. Here we do have the Ravagers in position yet again. Force are there going to be forced to use the pile onto those. And that's Training Man, hallelujah. The Archon out in front as well. Another wipe cycle going in. Big set here of force fields. And this is really good zoning here from Kovacevic.
Yep, indeed, and certainly creating a lot of space for his army to move further forward. More force fields just intimidating Tron, and now he's forced to move back away. Can these Ravagers do something? Because those are his only hope for salvation. He needs that corrosion pile, but so far he's actually being pushed back here by Kovacevic. Can he actually finish this through? More Zealots are already jumping in. These sentries are already being bursted down, and here comes that corrosive pile, but it misses on a target, and these Zealots are just intimidating Tron here. Oh, look at that. Look at those charges indeed, just forcing those Ravagers to back away. Can he actually go on the offensive here? He's actually going the counter-offensive, but here comes the Oracle. And let's see how this matchup is going to happen, though. Okay, so Kovacevic is slowly using his units, though, although he still has that micro with that War Prison, and he's actually going to lose this fight, and Tron was able to defend this perfectly without a doubt. And he loses another Immortals, though. That's going to be a huge impact onto Kovacevic.
He pushed too far. Kovacevic had the advantage on that third base, pushed all the way onto those Ravagers, and the War Prison honestly in such an awkward spot. And now we do see still an even fight, though. It still can be Kovacevic's game, because he does have a lot of these fire support cycles. And an even matchup, there you go. GG is called. It looked a little rusty there. It looked a little shaky in that engagement. The Ravagers not really getting too much though with the pile. And this is really the golden rule of the Zerg. If you're not one base ahead, if you're not ahead in general, you are going to lose out in terms of that match type, in terms of the quality of your units. Because quantity over quality for the Swarm, they keep throwing units at you, keep pressuring, keeping on with those eggs as much as possible, but it seems like it just wasn't enough there for Tron. Kovacevic taking that one map, and we expect this from Kovacevic. He always puts up a fight, but can he actually go for the long haul, keep on fighting, and actually take the match against Tran?
Yep, this is indeed a better performance by Kovacevic, because in those previous matches that I witnessed when he was in the Oceanic League or in the Australian League, he actually has a difficult time providing that proper wall in against a third player. But now we've seen that wall being done effectively, and he was able to halt down Tron's aggression. And that's a really good start for Kovacevic, because we all know Tron. Tron is a very, very aggressive third player. I mean, he and Ender are actually in par in terms of aggression. And as long as you hold him down, you're doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, and Tran honestly might have been just too red here. I know he plays in the Vietnam Team League, and his team actually winning out the Championship this season, if I am not mistaken. But that is a lot of fuel for Kovacevic to use. Just read his opponent. They know each other so well. The region so close with one another, learning from each other, especially the best of the best each country has to offer. There's always someone at the top, but that's a good thing about the C region. The top really do flock together in many situations.
Yep, indeed, and certainly Tron himself has already felt a form of vulnerability here in game number 1, and Kovacevic really doing a pretty good job with that sort of harassment and with the scouting as well. That's really important there by Kovacevic. I mean, he was able to get a lot of intel, so he's able to prepare on the offensive here. But let's see how game number 2 is going to pan out, and of course, Tron will certainly have to make some adjustments in this matchup.
I'd love to see more aggression there from Tron that is actually anyhow effective. I feel like he could have done some more pincer attacks, especially on Ephemeron. That was high ground already. He was pretty even since that was the Protoss sieging onto the opposition. Maybe a pick off the War Prism. He went for Hydra range anyway. Just take care of the War Prism. No more reinforcement cycle. He will have to send in another one, and that really was just a tide flowing against the Zerg in that situation. But honestly, a pretty even matchup, a pretty good one. It was very subtle, but overall it was like a snail going in a race, and eventually it will get there. Protoss is just so armored, is just so strong, and I just love how Kovacevic was so on point in any kind of aspect. Dude, let's play rock paper scissors right now, and then if you know what I'm gonna do, you're gonna go for the thing that beats it, right?
Yeah.
It's just completely on point there. That double Oracle opening, getting so much information, and Kovacevic knowing pretty much how tech trees work, learning from his past mistakes, and learning how to play against Tran.
Yep, indeed. And of course, those Zealot upgrades, indeed, the charges were indeed crucial as well. It provides like a human meat shield that his Immortals can actually go through. And then his other army composition as well has actually created a lot of space. And that was actually the finishing blow without a doubt. Of course, those Immortals are very good against Roaches. As here we go, game number 2 of the lower bracket finals here in your upper left corner of the map. We have none other than Thomas Kovacevic playing as a Protoss race and representing Singapore. And then here on the bottom right corner is none other than Tran himself playing for Vietnam, and he's going to be picking the Zerg race here in this Tristan LE map.
Yeah, gonna be tried on yet again. Tried on Tristan. This is like Javelot are back into that. But I was gonna say, was that the flash fluke? Was that the win that Bliss was looking for? Can Kovacevic keep it up in this situation? Big map here on Triton. A lot of high ground. It is gonna be pretty good for the Protoss rather to defend quite well. Can Tran keep up with the aggression? I want to see what he did against Ender, against Capado a while ago. This time though, it has been a very subtle game 1. It wasn't as explosive compared to like game 5 of that upper bracket. It was just so exciting, so late by. But no, this was like a slow siege. It really was a starvation, eventually whittling down the resources. So let's see if it's going to be more exciting. It's going to be more intense into this one. There go with the scouts already. And you can see Kovacevic is just paranoia in his prime.
Yep, indeed, and certainly we could see a potential like a Zergling rush here by the side of Tran. I mean, he's already got his spawning pool. He's trying to build his first natural, or maybe he could go defensive, just like what he did in game number 1. But we'll see how this like adjustments here by Tran could actually pay dividends for him. And so far, there's no wall in yet available. So yeah, this could be like Tran going on the offensive, like temporarily for now with just 3 Zerglings, and eventually snowball it all the way to like 12 or 16.
It's a big area to wall, so it's going to be a little difficult. There you go with the Cell Naga Tower, no gain sufficient. And those Zerglings are going to go for the offensive already. That initial volley, just pressure your opponent. Can Kovacevic react in time? He's already producing that Adept just to deal with these links in the first place. Looking for Wargate research as well into the Robo facility we go. So we are going to see the same kind of build. Immortals are going to be on the horizon early on into the game.
Yes, indeed, and here comes some wall in there by Kovacevic, so that's definitely going to slow down Tran in terms of like going for the aggression. So Tran will certainly look for other methods. Like, of course, we've seen the Nidus work in that previous matchup against Ender Acampado. Now remember when he went against Maru, he did obsessed with using Overlords with Hydralisks inside. So that could be the other potential options for Tran here to penetrate through the defenses of Kovacevic.
I would love to see some Raining Banes. Hallelujah, that's going to be exciting. But the thing about Triton, you can play the map game with the Zerg, and finally we see Tran go into a 3-phase scenario by the 3-minute mark. He is going to be expanding to the south quadrant of the map. He is going to be playing defensively, and I expect more creep troopers him to just keep the bases connected, use that movement speed as an advantage in the first place.
Yeah, he is definitely going to mass up his army. I mean, that's actually a good way to start if you're Tran. Like, you could like mass a bit of Zerglings, and then if you see that your opponent has like built on like a certain unit, then you can provide a countermeasure since Zerglings are like pretty expendable. So yeah, that could be the potential strategy here by Tran.
Yeah, so here we go. The Overlord is getting hampered by the sentry beam. Put it on the cliff, man. It's the safety cliff there. You cannot see that balloon floating on up. Apparently, if you look up, Mr. Drift, you don't see a big floating thing out in the open. But Zerglings easily hampered. Zealots already in the way. I love how Kovacevic is just so on point with the wall right now. The Great Wall is standing strong.
Yep, indeed. He certainly needs to maximize that Great Wall. And of course, I mean, if you're Kovacevic, the biggest question is, will you try to expand? Will you try to go for the economy play and then play all the way to the late game? Although it could be very risky because against Zerg, you cannot actually force, you cannot play passive against Zerg, because if you play passive against Zerg, it could potentially like go against you anytime.
Yeah, it's going to be so many bases to deal with, so much map control in the first place. Just creeping on your doorstep. And honestly, Kovacevic has been impressing. Has been a resurgence as of late from the guy. See what I did there? But he did have to bow out from StarCraft for a while, but now he is back representing his country as much as possible. But still, Zealots out in front. Again, here we go with the force, but Zealots don't have that charge whatsoever, and they are gonna go down for the time being, but even trade so far. Oh no, the Roaches gonna get caught out in the open. More aggressive micro as well here from Copenhagen, and Tran is on the back, but he has to hit that pedal and defend from high ground.
Yep, indeed. This aggression here by Copenhagen. Here comes a War Prism sending in more units. Now, if you're trying to go for the defensive stance, he's building these Ravagers. The Zerglings are going to jump further forward, but of course these Protoss units are very tanky without a doubt. With those shields, can he go on a defensive stance? He's forced to go for that Spore Crawler just to stop that War Prison, but the War Prison is still alive. Can he stop these Zerglings? Can he stop these Zealots? I mean, if you're Tran, can he actually hold this down? He needs to defend this, but more Stalkers are coming, and this could be really, really bad here for Tran. He's going to lose Ravagers, and these Immortals have all the space needed to just dish out a lot of damage.
This is so bad here for Tran. He's getting supply blocks constantly with the Overlords out in the open, so he has to use those in to build Overlords instead of units. And now 22 to 20, there's army supply still, though the Stalker Immortal all in right here, right now. 2 base, so potent with that facility. Ravager getting his foot will just in there, killing over time, keeping it alive. And good micro here, and now Copenhagen going to the south quadrant of this base, getting away from those Spore Crawlers. If he uproots those are going to get focused out so heavily. Drones now tossed into the furnace. Certainly trying to get on in as well. Here we go with the Bile, and this is good positioning yet again behind the middle line, trying to go for the surround. Finally, though, this might be the cleanup that Tran is looking for, but Copenhagen heavily ahead in this scenario.
Yep, indeed. Those drones indeed were like the last stand there for Tran, and he was able to defend his base properly, but remember, he has lost a lot, but Copenhagen has a backup plan. Here comes the sneaky play of the Depths and Stalkers. Will they go for the push? Copenhagen going on the aggression here. War Prison decides to back away, and the rest of the troops of Copenhagen already setting their sights at a different direction.
Just probably gonna go down this scenario, and Tran gonna decide, okay, go for the Zerg run on by instead, just in case that there is a mismicro, that wall might not be standing accordingly. Still though, that third base going down, supply block yet again. Come on, man, those overloads. Oh, finally, there is the opening that Tran is looking for, but it might be the shades of that game fight. If this becomes a base race, honestly, this is gonna be an advantage here from Copenhagen, but he needs to protect these probes. Here we go with the recall, but it's the wrong base. It's gonna be on the lane. Here we go with the Zerg run on in. And 14 probes go down. Huge hits there for Tran. And Copenhagen hitting the reset button. This will give the Vietnamese side a quick little reprieve. Try and come back to this game.
Definitely, these Zerglings are putting a lot of pressure onto the economy. Definitely onto Copenhagen. And this is Copenhagen's weakness since the previous day when he went up against Jonathan Wong. When he tries to go on the offensive, he exposes himself on the defensive end. So certainly he has to avoid these mishaps in order for him to survive. But he was able to stop down the production count here on Tran, because just look at the supply. 68 to 60, not good.
Workers are pretty even. Tran though trying to come on back. But yeah, Copenhagen, you know, if you're not going to be able to micro that one properly, you're not going to be able to leave a unit or two, might as well just seal the wall in the first place. You're using War Prism for the reinforced cycles. I love to use a pylon specifically, just put it in the way. You can use cannons, shield batteries, even a number of random buildings. Micro your macro in the first place if you're not going to be able to micro that micro in that situation. But now, you're Tridon trying to stay on the opposite high ground, doesn't want to siege all the way up, and he is looking if Tran here, it does have a third base ready to go, but they're keeping even. Copenhagen should be comfy in this situation.
Definitely the hallucination here, providing that intel lead that Copenhagen desperately needs. And of course, now that he's seen the Adepts are actually harassing through. Here comes the phase shift away. And of course, that's going to be like a safety measure there for Copenhagen, just to make sure that no sneaky these Zerglings together with these drones. But of course, the numbers disadvantage are definitely not in favor of Tran.
Yeah, the Adepts though not really paying for themselves. It's a little bit of a loss there for Copenhagen, but it is okay because Tran right now is forced in a scenario where he has to play the aggressor. 64 army supplies, 42, but only 25 workers here for our Vietnamese side. So this has to be an attack that works here for Tran, or that's game over.
Yep, definitely. And of course, you got to take into consideration that Copenhagen was able to expend a lot going for that push and now he might even suffer the consequences if Tran was able to like go for the counter push efficiently. He needs to micro this army really well if you're Kovacevic, if you really want to grab that victory.
Yeah, it's going to be a drop, I believe, coming in here for our Protoss player as it flashes on the corner of the map. We are going to get the Blink Stalker as well as some more upgrades here. And now for the grab. Oh my god, the pile actually landing perfectly. Here we go with the Semi-Slow, going for the force field. And you're forced to go on inside. Oh, Kovacevic waiting outside of the wall. The wall will not protect you if you're on the wrong end. And here we go with the Bile yet again, raining on down. But these buildings are quite tanky. And Kovacevic able to hold, but he should have been able to stay alive a little better in that scenario.
Yep, definitely. And that's going to be really bad news. However, here comes the counterplay with these Archons, and then, of course, those two Zealots providing the harassment. And the Queen needs to stop that War Prison. Okay, there's the Warp Gate already destroyed there. With those Corrosive Vials, they can go for more. Another Warp Gate being destroyed. And right now, Kovacevic going to defensive, and this might be a disaster for him, or to go for that force field. However, it's no avail, because you know what? His army, Tran's army, has so much space to move further forward and provide the harassment. He has those shield batteries, but then these Ravagers, however, are just going to jump further forward. They don't really seem to care. They might get all those units. They already get the Archon out. Zealots already coming in through the western flank. Can they do something here together with that Archon? Here comes the Desperation Drones. Can they actually hold on here for Kovacevic? He needs this momentum plate. He needs to get it. They were going to slowly get these Ravagers, and finally he could defend this. But Kovacevic already... Oh, Kovacevic won.
Kovacevic wins. Like I said before, if the attack doesn't work, that's game. Because Tran cannot build anything after that. It's just really prolonging the inevitable. There was the recall, though, to get a few of those. And I feel like Tran is just making a little basic mistake right now that he's not doing. It's pretty simple. Drift, come on. What brings the units back? The Prism is always alive, and this is two factors. Kovacevic is just so good with his positioning right now. He did have a flub there in Ephemeron, but it wasn't punished. And there, Tran needs to look for those openings, and maybe, just maybe, you had the right idea with those Hydras, just get them in position. Immortals are going to get armor, not light, so it might be a good time to get those Hydras to just run in and get the hits. As well, maybe Lurkers. We haven't seen much Observer play there from Kovacevic, so Lurkers might be something in the cards. A lot easier to get into this one, but look at the harassment. Look at all the pressure being applied, and those supply blocks, even you'd think, why would that be the highlight? But look how his number goes red. That forces Tran to build something else. He cannot build Roaches, he cannot build Zergling. He has to build Overlords. What do they do? You can turn it over here, you can throw a Changeling, sure, but besides that, that's pretty much the show. And honestly, good use of the Bile here from Tran. The Kovacevic does pull those probes, gets the recall in time, and he always has enough minerals and gas in the bank to go for another warp cycle. I believe he was chrono boosting those gates as well to get more production along the way. So good first two maps here from the Singaporean side, and honestly, not the result I was expecting in this scenario.
Yeah, same. I mean, I was expecting Tran to go like all out because, of course, that victory over Maru was indeed like very overwhelming, like resounding without a doubt. But so far, he's shown some vulnerabilities here against Kovacevic. I really love that pressure there by Kovacevic. Of course, just stopping those overlords and those harassments, the scouting as well, and even like sending those zealots and these archons like advancing further forward with those adepts as well. Whenever Tran goes on the offensive, it kind of provides like a mental game here for the side of Tran. Like, do I really go for the push or do I really go for the defense? Because I'm losing all my overlords, and I'm like, how do I get my production? And then my drones are going to get killed. So man, what else can I do? Yeah,
and these map picks, honestly, is not the most Zerg favorite. So we'll see if Tran can... I'm not too sure how the system works, but if we're going to get something like World of Sleepers, it might actually help him out to come back into this game. So we'll see what map number 3 is going to be. But Tran needs to refocus, reforge himself, and get back, get his head in the game. Gotta get your head in the game in that scenario. But Tran right now, this isn't really the outlook, this isn't really the output that we've been expecting from him. He has been so dominant, also the champion of the region so far in WESG, has been a mainstay of WCS for so long. And honestly, all these players have been at the top of the top. Here in the SEA Games, it's been amazing though that we have gotten this caliber of players, especially representing the region, to come together here in the Philippines and make it happen. Esports, man. Esports.
Yep, indeed. History has indeed happened for esports to be a medal event. And here we go, game number 3 of the lower bracket finals. Of course, we have here in the bottom right corner of your screen, Tomas Kovacevic representing Singapore, and he's going to be playing as a Protoss race. Can he get that one victory to secure a finals berth? And his opponent here located in the top left corner of the screen, none other than Tran representing Vietnam. He's going to be playing as the Zerg race here on Nightshade LE.
Nightshade LE. Now this is a, if you on concept, this might be a good map for the Zerg, reminiscent of World of Sleepers just a little bit. But there's a lot of high ground, low ground action, so it's going to be a little difficult. And the wall in sure isn't the best here for the Protoss, but it is decent enough to defend that second. It's pretty close to your base, not really the biggest areas though. So Nightshade LE, we'll see. Honestly, this is going to be a good test of the map in this matchup in the first place. We do get pull first here and now yet again for our boy Tran. He is going to be going for those early Zerglings, maybe a queen out and about early as well. And we'd love to see him actually change his ideals just a little bit. Creep Tumor just to start things off after maybe that first cycle of Larva for some more drones, because he has really need to use that speed advantage in many scenarios. There's not enough creep threat here from Micro from Tran. And Kovacevic just abusing the Warp Prism, all the micro in the world, the loads, just so much being done by a simple floating unit.
Yep, indeed. Those Warp Prisms have been the standard build here for Kovacevic, like providing the additional resources, the additional army that he desperately needs, without a doubt, like just constantly destroying or humiliating Tran here when he tries to go for the push. So it's possible that we could see the same strategy here by Kovacevic. If it works, it works. Just push it through. You don't need to change the methods unless, of course, if Tran is going to wreak some havoc, which might potentially happen here. Zealot is there.
Look at that though. There is a small opening on the north side of that wall. Interesting to note, Tran does not follow up with it. He doesn't want to send those two Zerglings just to die for some intel that he already knows. He knows that Kovacevic is going to put all his buildings out in front. There isn't going to be anything sneaky. If ever he doesn't see those buildings in the first place, like, okay, what is this guy up to? Is this proxy Stargate? Is this proxy Robo? Is this like a 4-gate all-in? So for now, he's feeling confident. He is going to send that Overlord as well. He notices that Kovacevic has gone into the Adept opening over getting that Stalker, so no one can really deal with the Balloon for the time being.
Yep, indeed. And so far, that sort of pressure is going to be like the game changer, without a doubt, in this matchup. Now, a Stargate is going to be built, so we're going to see some Oracles. He did release those Adepts early on, so he's going to go for the scouting game once again, and then, tickle some of the units here by Tran here, and of course the Queen defense is going to be effective. And to surround on the Adept, he's actually going to phase out the safety, which is a really good play there by Kovacevic, but
That was a really weird animation there from the Adept. What happened?
Yeah.
It was like a perfect triangle offensive. It literally traps you in the middle. Monkey in the middle, apparently, for the Adept. It does stay alive, sure, thanks to the psionic transfer. But for the time being, it is pretty even on that worker count. Tran again went for that pool first opening, but got nothing out of it in the first place. Now going for the run on by yet again. Is the opening still there? Not the case. This is what I was talking about. Nightshade LE, awkward wall, but eventually once it's up, then you're good to go.
Yep, indeed. You were actually right earlier that it was kind of questionable there for a Tron. Like, why didn't he go move forward with the Zerglings to scout around the map? But this Oracle is going to snipe these drones indeed. But of course, you have that anti-air missile there on the side of Tron there. He was able to perfectly place the Spore Colony just to prevent that Oracle.
Yeah, so the Oracle obviously going to go for that Pulsar Beam, maybe a Revelation or two. I would love to see Kovacevic actually transition into Stasis Traps later on if this Oracle timing push isn't gonna work out in his favor. But of course, the drones might get barbecued by the Green Queen, though, in position. Here we go with the Pulsar Beam. Good positioning, though, already running those drones to that mineral patch, forcing them all to cascade on in. Very hard to actually get that micro on. And that is honestly a little trick there in StarCraft 2. You get those drones, you can click them onto the mineral patch. Sure, you're going to be able to, quote-unquote, unbait them for a little bit so they magnetize themselves to the mineral patch in the first place.
Yep, indeed. Now, you did mention the Stasis Trap, which I think is actually a really good play, just to, nerf this, like, aggression here. But, of course, it's looking like a hyper-aggression here by Tran. He's going to push further forward, getting on to these Zealots and to these Adepts, and even going for the Nexus itself. But, of course, once Zealot goes down, more reinforcements come in, and he might even lose his Nexus unless he's going to cancel it. He does cancel it, whatever, and now these Oracles are going to put a lot of pressure here. And let's see how this matchup is going to pan out. I mean, that was a really scary encounter there by Tran, just moving further forward to Kopenhagen's base.
Kopenhagen, interestingly enough, went for the aggressive low ground expansion. I would expect him to actually take the one on the left-hand side of his main instead, just play the high ground as much as possible, and play closer and closer to his base. He's playing that sauce, but he is feeling confident. He wants to be aggressor here, and now he wants to put that out in front. Maybe just maybe a little bit of a reinforcement slash refuel base there. Some shield battery is going to be pretty important in this upcoming engagement. It is the low ground though here on the left-hand side, sure. It really depends. It's pretty similar. That's how Nightshade works. Your thirds are not really the safest in the first place. It really is reminiscent of the other map that uses a similar tile pool for World Sleepers.
Yep, indeed. And of course, Tran here in game number 3 has like a better form of like supply count, because in the game number 2, he was constantly halted by that supply, and right now he's already got a stable like income in terms of supply compared to Kopenhagen, who's trying to do something to defend this assault here by Tran. Here comes the Hydralisk army. Together with those Zerglings, they can even get to these Adepts. They're able to get one Adept now. Now they can go for more, however. They're going to slow down these Stalkers. And of course, the force fields there by Kopenhagen was able to provide the defensive stance that he desperately needs. Here comes the Oracle, jumping into the battle. However, they're slowly sniped aside by those Hydralisks. Man, these Hydralisk spines are really intimidating Kopenhagen as of this moment.
Oh my god, Kopenhagen is losing everything he had. He was on that low ground trying to defend the third, but it's not enough. One shield battery, 2 cannons are absolutely nothing. And this is the matchup we're looking for here from Tran. Hydralisk is so effective against the opening that Kopenhagen does do. Not just once, not just twice, but 3 times. And Tran finally gonna come back. 3rd time's the charm here for our Vietnamese side. And we are gonna have a match. We are still into this one at the halfway mark. What a game there.
Yep, indeed. What a game without a doubt. I mean, Tran was able to finally get that momentum back. Of course, the transition to Hydralisk has been really important, and the fact that he was able to mass up his army compared to in the previous games where he was constantly struggling by the aggression shown by Kopenhagen. But right now, he's able to recover efficiently, so let's look at the match highlights. Just look at this Zergling army here, just demolishing that Nexus. And man, that actually started the doom here on Kopenhagen.
Yeah, and Tran did also do the same kind of expansion, going for the aggressor. And I love that he decided to go for these Hydra's perfect unit. Deals with the Prism, deals with the Mortal, enough for the Disruptor as Arnold as a best kind of weapon against these light units. And you can always position into Lurker. Lurker is a easy unit to go into a lot faster now with the new Lurker than build time. At the same time, look at that. They just slither on in. They're narrow enough to just go. Their range is enough to keep fighting. Starter step action reminiscent of the Terran Marine Marauder. And beautiful stuff there by Tran. Finally coming back. This is the Miyamika I've been expecting, and I love this. Can Bliss turn it around? Tran versus Kopenhagen. What do you think so far, though?
It's actually a very entertaining affair. I mean, I was expecting that Tran was actually going to, like, dominate from the start. I mean, provide that pressure onto Bliss, but so far it's looking like the first 2 games has been really in favor of Bliss. The pressure he's shown has been really well, but Tran's adjustments have really been on point here in game number 3, and that's what we expect. We expect him to recover really efficiently. We expect him to like slow down the pace, and we could see like Tran slowly getting his momentum back all the way to the victory. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll see how this matchup is going to pan out. Will Tran carry on just demolishing Kopenhagen, or will Kopenhagen be able to redeem himself over those losses against Tran? We'll find out as we shall take a short break.
We're back.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the live coverage of the 30th or 2019 Southeast Asian Games. Once again, we are your casters for today. My name is Carlos Pineda, also known as Wonder Drift, and right beside me is...
I'm Dax, I told you already.
Alright, so of course, we've seen what happened in game numbers 1 to 3. So before we proceed to game number 4, let's discuss a little bit on what happened in that previous game. I mean, there's a little bit of like a really difficult dilemma here for the side of Thomas Kovacevic. Like, does he go for that third expansion base? I mean not third, but second expansion base, or does he have to stick with his main base and his like first natural?
Yeah, but Nightshade a little awkward in that wall, and he did go for that roll bait, but he didn't really use it. It was just too late, going for the Nexus twice in a row. Not gonna fly in a very aggressive approach there, especially with the Hydra. And now this is the real question as we get into, oh, is this Zen? We're actually gonna get Zen as a map. Not surprising if it was the pick of Kovacevic. This is actually a good map to play on that sauce. People say, sure, it's small, you can get all the way there, but on that bottom left, we had that red Protoss, and now here on the top right, we got that blue Zerg of Tran playing on as well. Sorry about that intro, because I'm just like, this is such a different map. Usually, you would expect this to be a map 7 kind of thing. This is so different from all the other maps in the pool. It's quite narrow, and you expect, okay, so the Zerg love this. You can go all the way in, and there are 2 openings. One only covered by minerals, so it's even easier. But at the same time, if Kovacevic can defend this, first things first, it is a tighter one, so you can go for the strokes, you can get the Colossus, you can get the Disruptor. A lot easier to get that AoE damage. And second, that third base is so easy to defend compared to a while ago on Nightshade's literally.
And because of course, there are multiple openings in one section, then in the other section of the map, there's actually a minor choke point that you could actually maximize. So it's a very interesting sort of like a choke point there. I mean, those minerals with that pylon already being established here for Tran to go on the offensive. So a lot of mind games, a lot of positional advantages are going to be like on this matchup.
Yep, the leak has been plugged. And even better about Zen, something to note is that base just your main. It is going to be a cliff, but sure, a hop, skip, and a jump. To bring a Warp Prism, to bring some Overlords to get in. Of course, Zerg is going to pummel that's Pylon. He is going to be double pumping those Adepts out, though. From the into the Psionic Transfer, trying out instead. You saw that. It wasn't really enough in that scenario.
Yep, indeed. And of course, if you're a Tran, you will definitely grind your way to get that victory, because this isn't like World of Sleepers where you have so many openings to go on the offensive. So he really has manipulative about his offenses, and he really has perfect way to penetrate these defenses, and so far these Adepts put some more harassment here on the Trans base.
That's map who I favor Kovacevic. It's probably this one. But the Adepts, oh no, might just intercepted. Oh, Tran messing them up. So
that's that over in the previous game that happened yesterday. I mean, he was able to place it over his opponent. Could not really good tackling here. But look at this. He's trying to go for the push here, but it's looking very difficult for him because, of course, these gateways are indeed, very tanky. So much the wall in potential is really good.
They're just in the way. They're going for the 1v1 on the Queen. In the meantime, back to the Siege. It is going to put the links in the first place. There you go. It is going to be some kills there, and we do have this wall ready on up yet again with the Stalker having that little bit of a... So yeah, he has that leverage, he has that gap behind the minerals. He can shoot, but that piece disruptor as much as possible.
Yes, indeed. So this is going to be daunting for a Tran. Very creative with his approach as of this moment. Of course, Banelings could be readily available anytime, and now he's able to spot that Overlord with the helm of that War Prism. So he's able to deny the sort of vision advantage that Tran desperately needs for him to potentially get that opening.
Paint on to that time. It seems like the Archon drop is going to be upon us yet again here for Kovacevic. On the flip, we'll get the player. Seems like it's trying to go for the surround. Good line. One more, and Kovacevic is going for the old mantra: if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And this warp micro, this warpism play has been so effective for him for this whole matchup.
Yep, indeed, and so different. When I look at Southeast Asia, like who is the best War Prism user, I might actually say it was Ranger, which actually upped his game, was able to maximize his War Prism really efficiently, and I'm liking it. I mean, I've seen his potential in game number 1 and 2, and I'm hoping that we could see the same result here in game number 3. He's a dead round inviting.
Again, gonna try to go for the engagement, and apparently it is gonna be Storm here will be as effective as possible. Warp on that northmost side, and as we were saying a while ago, maybe that Warp is a micro on the loser semifinals 3-0 to beat Ranger in the first place, and that was such an interesting matchup. Singapore versus Malaysia yet again, but Kovacevic the one standing strong and now standing tall, even against Tran here. Vietnam side looking a little bit shaky. Not really expecting in this whole tournament.
Oh, here we go. The Zerglings, a mass army of Zerglings coming out. But you look at the production count.
Like like if you only save the size for these things instead, it certainly could have been more effective. He does have one. Might have. Oh yeah, it does have two. He might have. Just a bit. Yeah, I like this from David. He is that hallucinated Phoenix just to go possible. That's what cost him that last again, lightning crackling and
Southeast Asian Games, this SEA Games considers a lot of sporting events. This is also the SEA Games with the
and look at this. Gushan trying to go for that Claude. Claude will go down, and Gushan here with the ultimate. They will get the kill on Claude. Yes. And Putra, they're trying to fight this on with that ultimate in the middle of everything, but he wouldn't really catch someone.
Not gonna be catching anyone, ladies and gentlemen. Overall, we got a 1-0 here as Indonesia takes on just one from Malaysia. That gives them enough freedom to take on this turtle and maybe pressure out this mid lane after turn. Still, Indonesia has the wheel on this game.
And Esmeralda, he will get that turtle buff, so that means in terms of power spikes, now is the best time for Indonesia to just fight and take Malaysia head on.
Yes, they need to be careful there. That's going to be the falling star coming in for a big one here. On. Zaman Force activated by the Hari, ladies and gentlemen, getting control quickly. Abdullah needs to go out and was able to throw the dash out as well. But Viper into the game, and of course, Hamjin take in and answer with his ultimate. It doesn't matter though. There is a lot of durability.
And
coming in from Rin1. Also with the dive. Wow. The shields are paying off. Could be using the falling star to walk away on that base. And Indonesia takes 3 in exchange of 1.
And
make that 4.
Will go down as well, and this is a very tough situation for Malaysia. And Harris gets caught out as well, and that is going to be a wipe, ladies and gentlemen.
That's an official wipe, ladies and gents. We just got on spawning into the map, but the wipeout crop is still available. 9-5 inner score. The 4,000 gold lead escalating towards 7,000 here in favor of Indonesia.
And look at this Christian just being the thief in the night.
Yeah,
as we mentioned earlier, and he will be getting all the farm. Because that's one thing about the league. When you are mobile and you can move around the map, and look at this. Wow!
You can just learn the party very quickly. Now onto Abdul Kadir, no more should go out. He's gonna be burning that flicker so that he can escape.
Malaysia was willing to take that fight, like 3v5, but when it became a 3v5 and Gustian just went in and just tried to take down someone, they all went back. They knew that they didn't have a chance.
Yes, that's the thing about it. There's no point actually dueling him out, especially if there's one terrain that he can jump on to. Now let us see here, guys, a bit toned down for our match, but the lead for Indonesia is not toned down. You can actually see here Abdul Kadir just going for the dance. He has to be careful actually if there's one falling star, but the connector on him is going to be over.
Oh no. Got caught out. Abdul Kadir, he will be getting away.
Lord, that is nice. There's still 2 inner turret available for the side of Malaysia here, but the push is being completed onto the bottom lane side. Ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be Amshin going down. Immobilize Unstoppable is secured by Rin1 as well. Another kill secured by Feardogs. The Feardogs, another stun connected, allows for the double kill to Rin1.
And Blazing Duet to just clear the minions. He doesn't have enough damage to take anyone on the side of Indonesia. And mind you, that was a 3v5.
Yeah, that's a 3v5, and still Indonesia came out victorious.
And look at this, the thief in the night. It's a thief in the night.
Just thief in the night, guys.
Taking down the Lord.
And of course, his mistress. The Esmeralda eating him. Well, the Lord going to be going into the side of Indonesia. 7 kill lead, guys, on top of a whooping 11,000 gold lead. No turrets were taken here by Malaysia.
But for the side of Malaysia, right now, Claude got his golden staff. So that means he's scaling up as expected, but not as fast as they wanted it to.
But the problem here is if you ever want to get the comeback, there's a lot of conditions to be fulfilled. You need to get those stacks on the Art of Thievery. And this is the hardest location to complete your Art of Thievery because you are defending in an inhibitor turret where there is only 3 waves of minions where you can stack that one up.
Oh, but let's hold on for that a bit. And Putra here will be trying to save Oljanto. Oljanto will get away. And Malaysia, they know that they cannot overextend. If they do, and someone gets hit with Abyssal Arrow or the Falling Star Moon, that could be it.
And they do know they're boosting Oljanto here. They do understand that around 30%, 20% the health of Oljanto essentially doubles up. So, you know, you can really easily burst.
Rolla getting caught out.
That might be the game. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a very crucial target security for the members of Indonesia. Abdul Kadir is going to be going out for that match as Abdullah will go for a chrono dash in. There's going to be the Lord knocking onto the inhibitor turret, and this is probably a complete push down by Indonesia. Maybe to finish this game on pushing forward.
But actually, that Falling Star Moon hit 4 people right now on the back line. He is trying to take down Oljanto. Oljanto here, who does actually have enough damage to take him down,
Legendary.
but they will just stop there.
Yeah.
The Lord is still alive, and the Lord is the control.
Yeah, the Lord is the control. And they're gonna be leading the fire onto the Voltron. Guys, there's gonna be the roll. I'm gonna going in with a blazing to one. Doesn't matter though. This game one is taken on by Indonesia.
A very convincing win by the side of Indonesia.
A very dominating one.
Very dominating one. They really have a grasp on what they want to do. They know the meta so well that they are actually willing to give out the Harith. Because Harith right now is one of the S plus tiers heroes. So, I don't know. How do you beat Indonesia now that they have this certain momentum?
Yeah.
How do you stop them?
Well, I'm very curious about the Gatot Kacha pick. I think you can force it to cheese maybe with the Badang, but not with the Gatot Kacha combined.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Maybe something more stable, something more threatening. They could even go for a support role here. That's my recommendations on the draft. I feel like this game has been commanded on by a draft advantage by Indonesia. Well, commendations as well to Ott. I do love the way he played this draft. It was very, very disruptive. It works out pretty favor for Indonesia.
And look at this, the game highlights.
No, not for On, but rather for Putra.
Yeah.
For Putra. Yeah, On was the Gatot Kacha.
A lot of these skirmishes into the early game or the clashes, they didn't really have a chance to fight back. Because look at this, Indonesia, they were controlling everything.
Yes.
On the side of Malaysia's map, they were controlling the jungle, they were controlling the fights, even the lanings of the other heroes.
Yeah. And you can expect Indonesia to be really aggressive whenever they get the opportunity. And that's presented here, available from the shields of the Esmeralda. And even you can consider Selena has a shield. After her Garudi, right?
Yeah.
He has actually a 2-hit shield available the moment he completes that dive. It does feel like there's really no opportunity for Malaysia to get that down. Despite maybe some knockups or crowd controls landed. And look at the arrows are landing. I mean, that's very clear. That's clear good news. That's very heavy win condition for Indonesia fulfilled by Selena.
Really the mid and to the late game.
Yeah, into the late game. And I do feel those draft is a bit reactive.
Yeah,
And for example, if you get Gatot
was.
Kacha, it's very hard to really be initiating if you're using the Gatot Kacha. One best idea for Gatot Kacha is to really counter-engage with the taunt you have. Although he's really tanky, you don't expect the Gatot Kacha to have like a walk in the park and landing those ultimates easily on professional players like this, right? That's why I find the Gatot Kacha very hard. They could go with the Baksha. Maybe a Baksha strategy would work.
Yeah, because the thing is, when you play a Gatot Kacha, you really need to get a tank that goes in head on.
Yes.
Like, he faces the other team, the enemies head on. Like a Grok, a Baksha.
Yes.
You need to create a distraction.
Yes.
So
before you can really go in with the Gatot Kacha, because Gatot Kacha is what we can consider here as a hero that is telegraph.
Yes.
You know, you can easily predict where he will come. You can easily count his cooldowns. And his most threatening ability, the ultimate, is, very easy to anticipate. Right?
Yeah. And as long as heroes don't use their dashes, it's a 100% escape rate.
Yeah.
Once you actually, see the telegraph on the floor.
On the floor.
But the thing about Gatot is he was a very good pick for that certain game, but at the same time, you don't really have that frontliner. You don't have the Esmeralda. The Esmeralda was on the other side of the draft, so I don't know. Maybe they should just stick.
I have a lot of recommendations actually, especially for the tank role. You can go Lolita.
Yeah,
You can go for
I mean,
but you have to remove the Esmeralda. You have to remove the Esmeralda.
And at the same time, you have to remove Gatot because I feel that Gatot and Lolita is very much the same.
Very much the
Because
same.
Lolita, you would want someone to actually just distract people at the front so you can set up for good Dominion Blast. It's the same as Gatot.
Yeah.
But the thing about Lolita is if you go head into a rush and you use the Dominion Blast, they don't see the marking.
Yes.
the floor.
They don't see the marking on the floor. Actually, there's a new indicator on the running punch right now for Lolita. But what I love about Lolita is the charge. It's a dash in itself. Like there's a utility that you can use that to dodge out spells, as if Lolita needs to dodge a spell, right?
I mean,
you get a bulwark. But the thing there is that after the dodge, you can easily get a charge forward and get that stun, and that's a target stun, a very easy one to land. You may want that to catch actually maybe something more like a Harriet, a Joe, a Claude for the backline. That's why we love Lolita here. Even a Kufra would work, but of course it gets banned, and I'm expecting that it will be banned onto the next game. But clearly, something more proactive is needed here by Malaysia.
Yes,
you have to take note.
Agree.
You have to take note that this is just one game away for Indonesia to take, so that they can go into the gold medal match and securing a sure silver for the 38th Southeast Asian Games.
I'm 100% sure that Indonesia right now is super confident.
Yeah,
and they wouldn't really drop
especially
this
on that game number one.
On that game, wow. And the thing about it is, one of the key points here that Indonesia just went in for and just abused is the Badang.
Yes.
I mean,
sending the Ling and the Selena to Badang was genius.
Yeah, because the thing about it is, when you place the Badang in one lane, you want that lane to be very passive.
Yes.
You do not want to bring any fight on that lane, because you know that Badang isn't really fit to fight in the early stages of the game.
At least you can have one tank for the Badang.
Yeah.
Just to make sure the Badang doesn't die. But the problem is the Badang got pushed out.
Yeah.
The Badang got pushed out very quick. It's a very interesting combination, Ling and Selena. Again, to give you an idea, guys, I do play a lot of Selena. Selena is really good
Anything,
at pushing towers.
I just feel that anything with the Selena on the lineup is interesting for you.
Yes, it's always interesting. For me,
that's how we roll.
So I play a lot of games, guys. If I play Mobile Legends, it means I play Selena online. Just a little info for you guys.
No, it's Selena Legends Bang Bang.
Yeah. I want to ask you guys, for our gaming friends out there who plays this game, Mobile Legends Bang Bang, maybe you can actually tell us, maybe to your company, that what is your favorite hero. Okay, so maybe you can say that as we head on to a very short break, guys, before we head on to game number 2. Once again, we are your casters. I'm Shinbu with the one for an eye.
And I am Butters.
And of course, the 38th Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends Bang Bang Upper Bracket Finals will be right back. Welcome back, Southeast Asia, and once again, you are here at the upper bracket finals for the Mobile Legends Bang Bang event of the 38th Southeast Asian Games. Esports for the 38th Southeast Asian Games. We are your esports casters. I'm Shibuya149.
And I am Butters, and we will be bringing you the second game of Malaysia versus Indonesia.
Yes.
Right now, Indonesia has 1 point
Yes,
over
1
Malaysia,
point.
and
Yeah.
they're at match point to securing that grand final spot that everyone wants.
Yeah, a very, very dominating game number one. A very,
Yes.
very dominating game number one. We've been discussing earlier what are the possible adjustments that Malaysia can do on their draft. We do feel that a draft, Malaysia's draft can be better for game number two. But the problem here is it's not just the draft. We did saw what we expected from Indonesia. They're a very aggressive playstyle manifested clearly on that game number one.
And to be honest, like that Esmeralda pick, Esmeralda right now isn't really as good as a Harith and as some of the mages that we have right now. But if you can make it work and you can find a strategy that or a draft that actually fits that Esmeralda, it will work one way or the other.
That is the thing. So there might be some call here. If ever teams will be banning the Esmeralda, that's actually just one of the many questions that you can do with this running draft. Again, guys, this is an upper bracket final, so meaning that a silver title is already locked in for these two teams. Well, actually, that depends if they lost their next finals, right? But at least whoever wins this one will be winning the gold medal, and that's the guy that will surely get a silver medal.
Yeah. And considering that you come in here against 8 countries, then you just get that slot. Like, you have a sure silver medal.
You have a sure
on your
silver medal. That's very big already.
Yes, that really boosts the confidence of the country and the players.
Yeah, because that adds up to the total score of your country in the Southeast Asian Games. Even if you just get a third place medal, a bronze medal in the Southeast Asian Games, that is still big. That is still big because countries, whenever they fight here at the SEA Games, not just the 38, okay, it's about medal counts.
Yes.
It's about medal counts. Although gold medals here, but still bronze do count. So you still contributed to your country's overall score.
And right now, you do see a lot of point tallies on, like, let's say,
other sporting titles, sporting events.
So right now, this is very important for all the countries.
Yeah.
It is very important.
Yes, and of course, we're sending the biggest shout-outs to all of the Southeast Asian countries, the 11 countries participating in the 38 Southeast Asian Games, the biggest Southeast Asian Games to boot with the most number of sporting events. It's not just esports really that was added into SEA Games. There's obstacle course as well. And of course, this is also the first Southeast Asian Games with major decentralization. It means that most of the sporting events happens in nationwide, not just in one place, because it's happening here in the Philippines and we are an archipelago, and some sports facilities are actually best in different regions of the country.
Your team is picking.
On the draft,
we're scattered all over.
Well, we would like to send a bigger shout outs to other athletes and other sporting events.
Yes, not only for esports, but for traditional sports as well. Because we are actually fans, and we really do support sports.
Yes, it's an honor to actually walk side by side with you, walk sturdy, as we mentioned, and of course, yes, and to all countries together, let us win as one. So, onto the running draft, guys. There will be a switch of sides here coming in from game number one. Malaysia now will be on the blue side. Red side will be handled on by Indonesia. Malaysia will be having the privilege of the first ban and first pick. First ban would be an X-Borg answered for by Indonesia with a Kufra, then a Grak for Malaysia, then another one would be the Ling. So clear adjustment from Malaysia here is that they won't be seeing a Ling, although Indonesia is the one banning that because that's a red side ban. Whereas Malaysia, they're going to be denying the Selena on the side of Indonesia. So, Harit, Cloud, Selena.
Both of these teams, they really like the idea of a Selena, on their side.
Yeah, maybe I should be there in the Indonesia.
You stay here. You stay here. Not necessarily in a way that it's going to be a mid laner. They treat that
Your
Selena
team
as
is
a
banning.
support.
You see? You can play Selena even if there's already a mid laner. So you don't have to berate me whenever I play Selena.
I mean, it's not like you play the Selena in a way that you actually support people. You actually steal the crab coin. Okay? So, right now, let's just focus on the game.
You're
Let's focus on the
putting
game.
your personal hatred on our work.
No, bro. Shinbu, we win as one. We win as one.
Let's win as one. So, for the side of Indonesia here, they're going to be choosing on the Masha.
Your
Take note that is a
team is
first
banning.
rotation pick for Indonesia, along with the Masha goes for that Kaja. So, Indonesia is building up again. If you pick the Masha, you're building up towards a 1-4 configuration. That means one hero split pushing, doing the split push, going for the side lanes, trying to dodge all the conflicts happening in the map, whereas you will be building a 4-man unit, which is very effective even if you're dealing with a 5-man unit. So, one of the best way to do this is take a very threatening support or attack. So, this one would be on the side of the Kaja and, of course, an Akai.
I just feel that Indonesia right now,
Your
they're
team
having a
is
good time
picking.
with the draft.
Yeah,
And they're
yes.
getting everything that they want just because Malaysia is putting a lot of priority on that Harris.
Yes, and I do feel that all course for Malaysia has been shown.
Yeah, because
Or possible course.
the thing about it is, Harris right now, he isn't as strong as the previous iterations on
Your
patch
team
of a
is
Harris. So,
picking.
I don't know, because the thing about it is,
God.
the best to set up for the first 2 picks on the red side, if you really want to run a Masha, it's going to be a Masha and a Kaja.
Yeah.
They got that perfectly. And that only means that if they're going to run a 1-4 setup, someone is going to get hit with a Divine Judgment, and Lunox is going to throw out everything.
That's the thing. That's a very nice backline,
Your team
Lunox.
is
I'm considering though if
picking.
a Chango would work better, but Lunox is still okay.
Yes, and that means no matter what you do, even if you fight a 5v4, when the Kaja finds the perfect target, it's going to be a 4v4.
Yeah, it's going
to be a 4v4. And with the threat that Masha could decide to just come in and make it a 5v4, favoring their side.
Yes, so I was thinking that they might be securing the cushion there. That's very risky for Indonesia. If ever they rolled out with 2 mates set up and without any marksman, but they decided that it will be a Hellcurt, a direct counter against the Harit. When the Dark Knight Pulse is activated, Harit will have no chance in landing those auto attacks with the Chrono Dash, further not allowing him to reset his Chrono Dashes here. But I'm curious about this Indonesian lineup that's still a marksman-less lineup. They might have some struggle in doing the push here, but the split push will easily be checked by the Masha.
Indonesia here, they really want the mid-game to late-game spike.
Yeah, they want the team fights.
Yes,
they want the team fights.
But at the same time, you look at it, there's a lot of pressure on the Lunox player.
Yeah.
And right now, if the Lunox player has a hard time in the middle lane, I just feel that Malaysia will just get the win.
Yeah. Actually, if they check the Masha, if they're able to destroy the Masha, which might be a problem because Masha is very hard to chase down, they will deny Indonesia any possibilities of going for a push. Because right now, the only available hero for Indonesia to go for a push is of the Masha, whereas Malaysia has a nice killing in the form of the Claude, and even Harit himself is good at pushing towers.
And right now, as you have on your screens, we have Malaysia on the blue side.
Yes.
You have Indonesia on the red side. And this is where the men turn into boys, the boys turn into men.
Yes.
Not the other way around. Not the other way around.
Well, you need to not be so old, you know? You need to keep on playing to be really good at these games. But yes, the boys turning into men, or rather the gamers turning into athletes. Here,
Gamers turning into athletes. I like that
at the
better.
game number 2 of the upper bracket finals between Malaysia versus Team Indonesia. Again, it's already 1-0 for the slating score in favor of Indonesia. Just 1 game away to getting to the gold medal grand finals.
Okay, so Malaysia here just trying to control everything onto their side. They sent 3 people to the bottom lane just for them to actually just secure that crab coin. They don't want to give it a cushion.
Yep.
But you know,
That's secured by Abdullah there. A very nice first kill there, securing of course that crab coin. It actually is also members of Indonesia taking engaged. There's a nice kite as well done by Nurola.
Okay, so they actually got what they wanted, but I just feel that they put a lot of resources onto the map, because that only means that when you have 2 people onto the bottom lane, the mid lane can just, you know, rotate and just get
resurrecting
soon.
Start going for a rotation on maybe like their own objective. It removes you an opportunity to actually delay Indonesia here, and that's what you would want. Indonesia is just waiting out for their level 4s. That's the thing about Indonesia. That's why they are not engaging on the Capcom fight, but this might be it, the top lane side.
And Juliando here will just be harassing that Tams, because right now
I was thinking that he will be back up here by Ridwan. But no, the Lunox actually stopped his traverse towards top lane.
And for Abdul Kadir, he's trying to land an arrow, just so that they can get the first blood. And he isn't as lucky as the first Selena used in this series.
Well, they need to be careful, ladies and gentlemen. That is a nice trigger by Firdaus, but the angle is a bit of stopping the lockdown from that Hurricane Dance. But there's another lockdown. Onto Putra. Nice! Chrono Dash by Abdullah there. No passive will be connecting towards the Harit, but that is a lot of power. And Juliano still goes for the backside. There comes the damage onto the mid lane. Get a pressure here by Indonesia. Indonesia is really doing an awesome job in this mini skirmishes.
And look at how they control the map.
That's
someone is at the back. Someone is at the back. They just flank Malaysia, and there was a point there that everyone just wanted to go back, but they couldn't really recall just because the Masha was there on the backside.
And using the power of Indonesia, the moment that they got the level 4, they're gonna go all in. They went for the Hurricane Dance, missed. It doesn't matter, they still have the Divine Judgment. The Divine Judgment connect, didn't get the mark, didn't get the kill, but they still have the Masha.
Yeah, they still have the Masha.
So first blood.
Gustian, he is finding the farm that he wants into 3 minutes into the game, and that is a good indicator that Indonesia is controlling this game.
Yes. Now with a 2,000 gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, they also got the turtle security for the early 4 minutes of our game. They have an idea of where Firdaus might be, but the problem is the backup. That is a nice arrow there landed on Karoti. Where is that? There's the transformation coming in from the Selena, but the Hurricane that stops him on his tracks. There is another jump. Thousand Father will not connect. The arrow will not connect, but the autos from that Arin should be enough. On 4 members though, that's the problem. And 1-for-1 exchange by Indonesia. That guy was activated as well by Gustian. Gustian here will also go all in towards Abdullah, and Malaysia bags in this Elkart and this outer bottom lane turret.
Gustian really wanted to get that kill on the Claude, but the thing about it is you can't really set yourself up if there are 4 people or 3 more people on your side of the map.
Even if you have a tower.
I mean, it's a nice highlight if he gets it, but it's questionable at best when he misses or he doesn't get the kill.
Yes. And that's one question there coming in from Gustian. Doesn't matter though, still Indonesia has a nice command for this game. 20 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, and you can actually see the Lunox and the Masha hovering onto this turtle side, but there's the mob done in by On, and now this is the Minotaur Suns activated by that Masha backing off. Again, Indonesia is waiting on for the proper time, landing that Divine Judgment and Hurricane Dance.
But Indonesia...
Oh, no, that's the turtle. This is the turtle spot.
It is the turtle, and Indonesia here, they're really doing a great job holding on to their turrets. They're not really giving out a lot of objectives here to the side of Malaysia, and they're just trying to get every kill that they can. And look at that flicker. Look at that abyssal arrow. That's like a fadeaway.
Yeah, that's a nice fadeaway arrow after the dash out by the Selena. Look at that Rolla with that blazing do, and of course no damage coming in from that one. That's the early levels for the Claude. I just want to mention here that the Masha is actually building towards a Demon Hunter sword. She has the Demon Hunter sword already. So this Masha is designed actually taking duels. He's gonna be taking down the Masha. He wants to duel out the Masha. Just look at that. Look at the Masha there. There's the DHS. And that's not a split pushing Masha. Although there's enough attack speed, although there's enough farm, there's enough to stay from the DHS. But that will hurt a lot if you connect your auto attacks to certain heroes.
Nirola here trying to get a kill on Gustian. Gustian will just blink away. Onto the other side of the map.
This is good for Malaysia, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, the order of brilliance activated here by Ridwan. There's the jump by On, connecting onto the Lunox with down, and a problem escape onto the back line. Shadow there by the Masha. Onto Abdullah, chasing down Masha. Last health bar is available for Rianto, but there's a lot of movement speed onto this brawler.
Gustian actually going down in the hands of Nirola, and Malaysia showing signs of life.
Yeah, showing signs of life, guys. Though the 4,000 gold lead is still in the hands of Indonesia, this is clearly not anymore a one-sided game.
This is clearly not a one-sided game. Nirola here he is the lifeline for his team.
Yes.
Like if Indonesia is aiming for the mid to late game spike, Malaysia, they have this insurance policy into the late game that if ever Neurola would scale up with a Claude, that is going to be instant damage output for them.
Totally, Butters. That Neurola will be the reigning light of hope here for Malaysia. Look at that, as I mentioned earlier. The Harry takes an easy spot in pushing up turrets. Of course, you need to burn your examine force on that, but you can actually see that even Juliano doesn't want to do it out with the Harry. He does know that this Harry is not alone in the bottom.
And the ray of hope
gets shut it down, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, without even having to use actually the Dark Knight Pulse.
Oh, look at this! Wow!
Nice spin down by Weirdos, but where's the follow-up? No, coming in! Ladies and gentlemen, again, Julian back away. Alpha's getting burned, but it's still the Hellgurt doing it, putting the claw in the faces here. Malaysia, double kill is secured. You got one turned off,
Turtle
and it allows for the triple kill. Boy, Malaysia, he was able to walk away. Malaysia gets burned for 4 members in favor of Indonesia.
And Julianto and the others, what a fight for Indonesia. It was looking grim for their side. They were actually not in the prime position to fight because they don't have the Divine Judgment. At that point, they used it to get the kill on the Claude. And Malaysia deemed it to be the right or the perfect timing for them to fight. But Indonesia just said, it's all the fights that you take, it's all gonna be on our side.
It's all gonna be on the side of Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. Gushjan here bagging a lot of good stuff on top of the Blade of Despair. Just one recipe into building that endless battle. Even Ridwan will be securing his second core item in the form of that concentrated energy.
You know what? Just looking at the stats right now for the side of Indonesia, even if Putra is actually set up for Ridwan to get the kills, look at his stats. It's 0-1-5. He's really not getting anything.
Yes. He's supposed to get those scriptures, at least dish out some good damage, but the last hit are secured, mainly coming from the Masha, interestingly on Julianto.
Because the thing about their mid laners is they both have setups for their own respective mid laners. And right now for Malaysia, it's 100% Abdul Kadir on that Selena, trying to help out the Harry, just get the kills and land the chrono dashes, the synchro visions. On the side of Indonesia, as we've said, it's the Lunox and the Kaja.
Lunox and Kaja. And the team here, Butters, is Malaysia clearly knows they are behind in this game. What they are doing now is setting up some death rushes against Indonesia because they cannot afford to become active on this game. That's the big down against the Cloud. No need to burn the Hurricane. That's actually just the 1,000 pounder to that Divine Judgment should be enough. With the Stack Knight pulls over, that's a very nice follow through done by Ridos on stopping the Harry, on engaging, re-engaging the Hellgurt. That was really good. After the Dark Knight falls, you control the Harry once more with the Hurricane dance. Wow.
This isn't track and field, but that was fast.
That was fast.
That was fast.
Yes, from Indonesia.
Lord resurrecting soon.
Very precise play done in for the mid lane side. Although no kills were taken by Indonesia, still doesn't matter. I mean, it stops the answer from Malaysia.
Because right now, Indonesia rather, they don't really want to fight. They're just trying to lessen the pressure that comes out from Malaysia.
Yes.
Malaysia is forcing the fight on their side right now. Indonesia, they're playing this perfectly.
Yes.
Malaysia, they should just focus on getting the farm for Neurola so that when the time comes, if Indonesia here doesn't have a way to burst him down or stop him when he throws out the Blazing Duet, that should be the turnaround for this game.
Yeah, so we're waiting on that Blazing Duet. The remaining ray of hope for Malaysia, guys.
The ray of sunshine.
The ray of sunshine for Malaysia. If ever they want to make it to the gold medal match. And guys, there is a 3-core item tier available now for the members of Indonesia. There's Queen's Wings for Julianto, another Queen's Wings for Gushjan. I think that's the 4th-core item now for Gushjan. And even the Lunox has a Divine Blade. This team will hurt a lot and will become far more aggressive with these items.
And Feardown's here just trying to go out or in on here. Getting caught out as well. The North Knight Falls will
Doesn't matter.
And they will get away. The Lord is still alive.
Yeah, the Lord is still alive. They're trying to pressure up the inhibitor turret up some. Also into the bottom lane. All 3 doors of Malaysia getting knocked on by the members of Indonesia. Still they will fail to go for the top, go for the bottom lane, but yeah, I think they need to back up on that part.
Putra here using the flicker and the Divine Judgment to catch the Harith. Harith pressed the Purify timing on that was perfect. It was wasted. 2 spells was wasted here
Yes.
on the side of Indonesia.
On the side of Indonesia, but with that, just a few waiting time, and you will get some minion wave up top, destroying the top lane. Inhibitor turn, Dark Knight was activated, and I think Indonesia is trying to get a championship here. At least get the gold medal match, and now one member is gone from Malaysia. Gonna be ignoring some of the members, focusing onto the base. There's just one last minion to clear. Malaysia still defending this, but there's another minion, and that's it. That's it, ladies and gentlemen. Indonesia will go to the grand finals.
That was fast. And we thought that Malaysia, wow.
Yeah, it's actually...
We really thought that it was going to be a
1-1, yeah. They're going to be pushing for a 1-1 and maybe
Wow.
deliver this to a 3-game series. It was a nice early game for Malaysia. They're able to take the answer on the skirmishes of Indonesia, right?
Indonesia, they figured out something about the Southeast Asian meta. And they are taking it and they're just showing how they understand the game. They know how to early game, they know how to snowball, and at the same time, they know how to stall the game.
Yes, and they know the power spike.
Yes.
I think this is a very nice and clear example of understanding your power spike in the game. You can actually observe there that Indonesia has been conservative on the early levels of the game. Level 1 to 3. But the moment that they got their ultimates down, they're really going all in. They're really going all in, and they have a very nice layering of spell. If the Hurricane Dance doesn't work, they would go for the Divine Judgment. If the Divine Judgment doesn't work, they would go for the Dark Knight Falls. And you know, they just rearrange these abilities, these ultimates, in different order on how they do it. But they make sure that it is not wasted. All ultimates are used in the most efficient manner.
Yes, and you just don't throw it out just for the sake of throwing it out.
Yeah.
And Abdullah, as you can see, he was really trying to deal a lot of damage on the side of Indonesia.
Yeah.
But the thing about it is, there's a lot of counters for him. You have the Divine Judgment and you have the Dark Knight Falls. And once those come into play, he doesn't have free reign over whatever skill he wants to throw out.
Indonesia is very aggressive. That's the thing here. And they're gonna be a very, very heavy contender into the gold medal match. Of course, mad from still to Team Malaysia. They're still not eliminated, actually.
Yeah.
They're going to be facing whoever wins the lower bracket finals.
And this is a very interesting lower bracket, just knowing that Malaysia, Vietnam.
It's Philippines versus Vietnam.
Malaysia, Vietnam, and Philippines
Yes.
are inside that lower bracket. These teams like Vietnam, you don't really have news on them, but they are really one of these teams that can actually come out as champions.
Yes. You cannot count out Malaysia yet.
Yes.
That's still an upper bracket seed that they have secured coming in from the group stage. Of course, we got Team Philippines. We still have Vietnam. And actually, on some experts would say that the top 3 teams for the Southeast Asian Games would be Indonesia, Philippines, and Vietnam.
Yes.
Right.
There are a lot of stuff that is going to happen. I don't know what heroes will come out.
Yes.
Or are they...
Or heroes to be denied.
Yes,
I would be
heroes to be
expecting
denied.
the Link to be an instant ban.
I mean, if you're going up against Indonesia, or I just feel that if you're going up against a first pick team, you're just gonna want to take out the Ling, because the Ling is just way too strong, as demonstrated by Indonesia at game number 1.
And it fits the playstyle of Indonesia, in my opinion. You can just really go aggressive on the Ling because you have an insurance of the jump. Again, Malaysia is a country with teams known to play excellent when it comes to these jungle sides.
And look at this, the highlights. And they have a lot of fights here.
Look at that. It's a 2-man Hurricane Dance in the Sea Games.
That was really perfect on their side. Just seeing how they really, just pick their fights.
Yes.
It is one of the scary things about Indonesia. Like, they can turn a losing fight into a winning fight as long as they know who to bring and when to back up.
And to understand the playstyle of Indonesia, the interesting part is they even utilizes the Masha for getting the skirmishes.
Yeah.
That was a game-winning skirmish that was shown to you recently. So what we want to emphasize there, it's the Hellcat got a lot of kills on that part. But it's not just the Hellcat, actually. The Masha participated on that part where the Masha secured the Demon Hunter sword.
Yeah, and the thing about it is, Masha, we only see her get used to be
split pushing, for the split, yeah.
But this is the first time I've seen a Masha used as a cleanup hero.
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been your upper bracket finals. Up next would be the lower bracket finals, still for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Of course, it has been an honor to give you the blow-by-blow action for the esports commentary of this match. We have been your esports casters. I'm Shibu with the one for an eye.
And I am Butters.
That has been the 38th Southeast Asian Games Mobile Legends upper bracket finals. Thank you so much to everyone who has watched this, and of course to our brothers as well from Malaysia and Indonesia. Terima kasih, guys. Do stay tuned. We'll be back after a short break.
All right, guys. Good evening.
Good evening, Philippines.
This is once again the Philippines 2019 30th Southeast Asian Games, and we are gonna be your shoutcasters for tonight. Manjin and Butters coming in inside your screens, and
Are you seriously gonna do that every single time?
we're gonna do that every single time that they're gonna
okay.
have us, and of course, this is the finals. No, this is not the finals.
Lower bracket
this
finals.
is the lower bracket finals for tonight, and of course, it's going to be Team Philippines versus Team Vietnam. Team Vietnam.
And right now, they're actually introducing the players, so let's throw it back.
Yeah, let's throw it back to the venue.
And we also have the Philippines. Mobile Legends Bang Bang is a 5-on-5 mobile multiplayer online battle arena game developed and published by Moonton. Now, players, as a sign of good sportsmanship, you may now shake hands. Thank you, Vietnam and Philippines. You may now proceed to your respective booths as we end the day with another match of Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
All right.
Right now, just seeing Philippines and Vietnam fighting for tournament life.
Here we go.
It's do or die for these two
Here we go.
teams. And Manjin, the Team Philippines here, Sibol, they are actually going to try and defend the land.
Yeah, they will indeed defend the land, and whoever wins this will go up against Team Malaysia in the lower bracket finals. In the lower bracket finals. And man, Team Vietnam is no joke of a team. Of course, they went in 8th place in the recent Mobile Legends World Tournament last month, and again, these guys are so good. But meanwhile, you have Team Indonesia in the grand finals right now, which is, well, probably expected for this tournament. And of course, they showed their strengths.
I wouldn't really say expected. Expected is just, just you're actually concluding stuff. But I think in a way, let's say that they're at the top three.
At the top three.
Let's say that they're the top three.
Yeah.
And right now we have Philippines, we have Villa, Bataanon, Castro Mayor, Ribo, and Arcangel.
And then of course, Team Philippines fell short yesterday against Team Indonesia and Team Thailand. They were tied with the points. That's why they are in the lower bracket. Meanwhile, so as Team Vietnam. But just to tell you this, Butters, Team Vietnam, they were the ones eliminated by another Philippine team who was in M1. So is this a threat for their team?
Then again, that certain lineup that defeated them are not
this one.
Are not this one. On this team.
Yes.
So right now, this is the perfect setup for Vietnam to get the revenge.
It's time.
In a way, they are in their homeland. Not
Yes.
Sibol. They really need to defend this because this is going to be in a way the revenge match for the side of Vietnam.
It is, and they are looking hungry right now. I can see it in their faces. I can see it in their auras right now in the screen. And of course, we did witness the Turbo Masha plays. We did witness the Basha Anon plays coming in from Bataanon yesterday. The gangster mode, the Taguro mode of Bataanon. Can we witness it later? I don't know. I want to see it again, Mr. Butters.
And they have to bring their A game, Manjin. Right now, as we've said, they're fighting for their tournament life.
It's
if
time.
you really want to advance to this tournament, you really need to give up everything because right now, you don't have enough space, you don't have enough time to experiment.
Yes.
You don't have enough room to make mistakes.
Definitely, definitely. And of course, Philippines, they failed with their Selena picks last time, so I don't think they're gonna pick this. They're respecting the Ling pick, which we saw earlier for Team Indonesia. But meanwhile, Team Vietnam, they do have their own niche type of gameplay. They do pull off the Granger, but again, the meta right now is the split. So I don't know if we're gonna see it again, or probably the team fight comp, the sustained type of gameplay that Philippines is having.
Yeah, but right now, I feel that Philippines has a bit of an advantage right now, because the thing about this meta is you don't really know where the utility meta is going.
Okay.
'Cause sometimes it's going to be a tank and a support, and sometimes it is the double tank setup.
Yeah.
But I just feel that there is a bit of emphasis on how the double tank setup is winning. They're getting the better win percentage as compared to the tank support setup.
Yeah.
There is a lot of things that Philippines can just work on, and I just feel that we really have a good grasp in the two tank setup.
In terms of also in terms of stats, right? In terms of the history between both of these teams, Team Vietnam lost against a double marksman setup coming in from another Philippine team. So I'm guessing that we're gonna kind of get a glimpse of that again. The Kimi Granger penetration, right?
They can actually just go for that. And as we all know, Vietnam and Philippines are not really that different in terms of playstyle.
Definitely,
they
definitely.
really want to go for the aggressive. And right now, Philippines and Vietnam, who will get the Granger? And as you can see on the venue, a lot of pictures are being taken.
Of course, this is historic. This is the lower bracket finals. Who will go home? Who will go back to the airport? And who will have to train again for tomorrow? Because we're going to have our ML finals
Sunday.
This Sunday, right?
Yes, Sunday.
This Sunday.
So this is the lower bracket finals as to avoid the airport.
To avoid the airport.
To avoid the airport. You need to avoid the airport right now. And for Vietnam, because if Philippines lose, they don't have to go to the airport.
Yes.
They just have to take something.
So this is probably the bronze match, right?
Yes, probably.
This is the bronze match. Just to update you guys, the Philippines right now in terms of esports, we've already secured our silver medal with Caviar
on the
StarCraft game.
Yes,
right? Ender, and we lost with Hearthstone, but shout out to our Hearthstone players. Thank you so much for representing our country. And of course, to the other countries as well who won their respective titles.
Actually, to just come here to the Philippines and just represent your country, it's a big thing already.
It's a big thing, yes.
At least they didn't back out.
Definitely.
They were never afraid to represent their own country.
Show up. When the time comes, right?
You show up, you practice, you sacrifice. That is what an athlete is.
Represent.
Represent. Yo.
Hashtag represent, yo. Hashtag represent. Just like hashtag walking sturdy. Walking sturdy. But that is the direct translation. That is the slogan of the Philippines team. But again, each country has their own slogan. So we respect you guys. For the people there in Vietnam, I am requesting them to now raise their hands. Because again, this is really looking 50-50 right now in terms of matchup.
Yes. And right now, yes, Vietnam isn't at their home court, and that's the advantage of the Philippines. But right now, I think that Vietnamese people should just stand up and show their support.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that they should do, because right now, Vietnam is on the verge of actually making it to the next round of this tournament. So there is a 50-50 chance for these two teams, and I really hope the best for them. I hope we make it to a game number 3.
I really hope so. I want to see a lot of ML action. I want to see a lot of bloodbath as well. And of course, to the people there in San Juan Arena right now, they do hope to see more ML. And man, I'm just so happy right now because again we're making history and we're seeing the top teams like, for example, Vietnam, Malaysia, and Indonesia proving that they deserve their slot in the last tournament and just showing up here again.
Yeah, and this is how esports has evolved.
Yeah.
Right? remember just playing at a net cafe?
Yes.
Or grabbing your phone, just playing with your friends. Who knew that we could actually make it at this stage?
Yeah.
Probably one of the biggest stages in the whole Earth. So
In the whole
right,
Earth,
the
right.
whole Earth, yeah, because universe, I don't really know about the universe.
Who would have known? Who would have known? Who would have known? Finally, after 3 decades, man.
3 decades.
After 3 decades. This is it. This is the picks and bans for our game number 1. So I do suggest that for the people watching there in their homes, please do get dinner and probably get your coffees or probably your popcorns, because we are gonna have a show. Vietnam will ban out the Kaja, and of course Team Philippines, they will respect the X-Board.
Philippines, they're known to go for the early pick-off composition, and especially with the Pomoceno. To the middle lane. They will be playing a very aggressive composition into their lineup. But right now, for Vietnam, they're just making out those heroes that Philippines can actually just snowball on, and Philippines just banning out the punish heroes that Vietnam could pick.
Yeah, I like the respect coming in from Vietnam. They are respecting Nepomuceeno's Esmeralda. Every time he uses that Esmeralda, I do feel that it's probably GG when this guy uses it. But again, that is a very good opening coming in from Team Vietnam. The Harriet has been there, has been always there.
Yes.
In Mobile Legends ever since
the world began.
Ever since the world began.
And right now, as we are seeing Philippines here, they are going to pick the Balmond.
No, not yet.
They just highlighted it.
They just highlighted the Balmond.
Oh, okay. Kufra will be the next probable pick, and they will go for the Granger.
Okay.
As we all know, Arcangel, it's one of his best picks.
It's his best picks. He will go out with a bang right here for game number 1. Meanwhile, Vietnam hovering in the Masha, who is very viable right now in the meta, getting paired up with other core heroes who can do split push, or probably with a composition that can pull off a 4-to-1 strategy.
The only problem for Vietnam right now, Manjin, is it's going to be hard for them to actually hide their strategy. Because when you pick a Masha, you always pertain or you always point towards the split push.
Definitely. That's why they went for the Grok and they went for the Harriet. The Scrack and Harriet will just go for the early game juggle invade and will hope for this Masha to get herself going in the lane and probably confuse Philippines. But
Baksha,
here we go once
Anon.
Baksha Anon is here. So we have the Arcangel Granger and the Baksha Anon.
Yes.
And the Baksha. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they have the Turbo Masha on their side. They can probably pick a Claude right now, or probably a Kimi to match up with this fast pace of gameplay. But in terms of team fights, you have the Kufra and the Dead Sonata for the side of Team Philippines.
I actually agree with you on that. If Vietnam picks the Kimi, they have a better chance at winning the early game. Now, for the side of the Philippines, I'm not really saying that they're going to have a hard time with the Kimi. It's just they don't really have a counter now. And if they're going to pick a Lolita, they don't really have that space since Baksha and Kufra were picked at the 3rd and 2nd slots.
But if you're going to think about it, Butters, whenever the Baksha comes in with the Shield Force Unity after the stun, the Kufra can just easily reach out heroes with the Tyrant's Revenge. So in terms of team fights from afar, Philippines clearly has the upper hand. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they want to remove all of the sustain. Like, for example, yesterday, you have the Tams for the side of Philippines, so they are respecting the Stamps and Esmeralda composition with the Baksha.
I was actually thinking that it was going to be the Chang'o for the side of the Philippines, because we have this trend that when you pick the Granger alongside the Chang'o, it is going to be it's going to be a very easy matchup. But they go for the Lunox. They don't really have that setup in which they can serve the Lunox skills in a silver platter.
Yes.
But the thought is still there, because the Grok won't really be a bully if there's a Lunox on the map.
Definitely, they will remove that. But again, I do feel the Team Philippines, they want to go for the aggressive type of gameplay with the true damage coming in from the Lunox and of course the Dead Zone attack criticals. Meanwhile, Vietnam, they hovered in the Valier there, but they opted to go for the safe play Akai to counter out this type of team fight game style that Philippines do want. But again, we're seeing the Cho hover here.
Okay. Cho?
Is this a Cho or is this a Leomord?
I actually prefer the Leomord here as to not put any pressure onto the Cho, because the Cho will actually go 1v1 in the Masha.
Yeah.
And whoever gets the better early game, he will be controlling the split push of the game. And right now, they're just gonna go for it.
Yeah.
They just say, Kenji, Vilya, just go
Hey,
with that.
Vilya, do your Cho.
Do your Cho.
Do your Cho, Vilya. Actually, this Cho will go for the high and dry and go, like what you've said, go 1v1 with the Masha. After the Way of the Dragon, he will just leave him be. Of course, if you are dealing with a Masha composition, for your team to get him, to get that player, you need crowd controls. And what better crowd control there is, you have is the Way of the Dragon with this Cho, right?
So you have a lot of pick-off potential here for the side of the Philippines, but Vietnam, they are more well-rounded in terms of the team fights. They have the late-game insurance with a Claude.
Yes.
So I think both of the teams got what they wanted, and I would really side in terms of draft here on the more well-rounded composition. But right now, let us head on to the land of dawn. This is Vietnam versus the Philippines. Game number 1. Best of 3.
All troops deploy, says the girl announcer of the game. That is, of course, the Harriet in the mid lane. Meanwhile, Team Philippines will confuse them out. That is, of course, Castro Mayor going for a classic support here with Nepomuceno in the mid lane. So, both of the teams going in safe in the first parts of our game.
Okay, but look at this. Castro Mayor just trying to zone them out. Nguyen here onto the top lane, the Masha.
Yeah.
He is going to be the one who's going to try and contest the farm here of Arcangel.
Speaking of contest, that is a contest here being done by Team Philippines for the first statue shocker of our game. Meanwhile, Vietnam will secure their own core guard here, plus the Crammer for Mr. Pam BT. That is, of course, Villa with a signature Cho. Having a high and dry emblem, like what you've said, they need to control Nguyen's Masha here.
And Bataanan here, harassing Nguyen for a bit. The Masha right now is just trying to get away, but look at that, 3 in a row. It will hit that Masha.
It will hit that Masha, and plus they will go for that extra crab coin in the bottom lane. Dean, he wants to go for the score guard here, but Anon guarding his own core guard.
Holding the line.
Arcangel is here, lurking. That is the first diamond force of our game. But Anon falling low. Who will get the core guard? Core guard is still alive, but Anon will fall. Then with a good first blood right here, plus securing his buff, plus getting this Crammer. So that is an immediate lead coming in from the core of Vietnam. But meanwhile, Philippines will have their own value exchange. They will give Nepomuceno this early lead in the bottom lane as well.
Nepomuceno really known to put the pressure onto the map, and as we all know that he really likes playing aggressively.
Yep.
As the Villa right now is just gonna try and be passive. And the only problem right now for the side of the Philippines is they're not in the position to actually contest this turtle. They only have 2, but look at that, Arcangel with the 3-pointer.
With a 3-pointer, Arcangel for a 3, like what you've said. Of course, 1,000 pounder out for this Akai. Arcangel with a flicker in, and one more bullet to the face. That is the Harriet down, 3-1 in favor of Team Philippines.
And gunshots being thrown left and right here. Arcangel just throwing everything onto the map. And Arcangel, wow.
Arcangel, man. Arcangel, it means archangel in English.
But
he has the angel on his side, man.
But he's not from Archangel.
Yes, of course. There's a team. There's his team. And the problem right there for Team Vietnam is they don't have any focus fire on who to target in getting that turtle take. So they were kind of confused. Are they going to fight or are they going to get that turtle?
Okay. As we are seeing into the map, the Nguyen connection.
The Nguyen connection
isn't really going for this team. And look at that. Order Brilliant to stop the PAM from actually setting up perfectly. And look at Nepomuceno with a sticker.
With a sticker. The swag plays. the Filipino swag, but Pam is just buying his time. That is, of course, the first kick of the game. Nguyen for it one will fall down. Arcangel just throwing in all the bullets right there. But again, there's going to be another skirmish here. To the side, Tyrant's Rage won't do anything. Team Vietnam, they're running for their lives. Then will pop up another first kill. But Team Philippines will secure the next core guard of this game.
Whatever well-rounded draft Vietnam throws at the Philippines, it seems to me that Arcangel is really playing out of his mind right now, and he's just throwing those Death Sonatas, those Rhapsodies, at the perfect positions. So it's really stopping Vietnam from taking a fight.
Yes, this is Arcangel in beast mode right now, Mr. Butters. 4 minutes in our game. We are now going to the mid game. That is, of course, the Turtle in the top lane. Team Philippines, they don't have any setup here. So as Team Vietnam, they're just buying time for a Pam and of course Nguyen MH to do the split mechanic, to do the split push technique, Mr. Butters.
Nguyen connection. Castro Mayor, Alan Jr. getting caught out. Bouncing ball is here. Nguyen and the Nguyen and the other Nguyen.
Yeah, the Nguyen connection is not paying off right now. Here we go. Spinaruni is coming in for the side of Team Vietnam, but Arcangel, you won't die here. Mr. Akai just refuses to die as well. Meanwhile, Bataanon is just soaking up all of the damage. Arcangel will fall down because of this smash of flank. Bataanon taking in more damage here. Here comes the shots coming in from the Claude. Bataanon, they see me rolling. They hate it.
Okay.
Alright.
Bataanon trying to paint the floor red, but at the same time, he wasn't really in the position to secure the kill, so he just went back.
Yeah, he just went back. He just went for the jeepney moves, man.
He just went for the escape.
The escape.
The thing about the Philippines, the Team Philippines right now, they are really just trying to, stall the game for a bit. And Vietnam, they're trying to force out the fights because they know in the early parts or the later parts of the game, they will have a certain disadvantage against Arcangel because Arcangel had a good early game.
Definitely. And of course, they lack the damage right now. That was a good pin down of the Hurricane Dance and an astonishing blazing duet to follow it up. But again, the damage lack. And look at Bataanon! Taguro mode! Bataanon is here!
Wow, and just staying there, Arcangel there with the Death Sonata, and that is going to be a lot of skills getting thrown out here.
No!
He is the next target, and Din will go down. And look at this, holding the line.
Bataanon is not even holding his phone. That's how good he is, man. Taguro mode. Bataanon,
wow, just staying there, just holding the line. Hugging everyone. Bataanon here. What is he doing?
Just like in Yu Yu Hakusho. Just like in the animes. Taguro mode, ladies and gentlemen.
He got that hit and run.
That's hit and run. Hit and run.
Run. Once someone hits you, you run because you might go down.
You might fall down. 2-6 is our score. 7 minutes into the game. Team Philippines, they are controlling the tempo. Dean, he wants that power spike, but he's not yet there. This is the third turtle of the game. This is Arcangel and Nepomucenu's game right now. But again, Bataanon. Man, this Basha. I was mistaken yesterday. I said that the Philippines doesn't know how to play the Basha, but man, Bataanon proved me wrong, man.
Okay. Nguyen here, well, we do know how to play the Baksha. It's just that we're not really picking it in the situation.
Definitely.
That are, that takes advantage.
Yes, but Bataanon is just uncanny right now. Man, just like what Takuro said, even if you guys gather me up, you cannot finish me.
And the thing about SEA Games is, what do we have as a motto?
What?
Sama-sama SEA Games, and that means together at SEA Games.
Together forever.
And as Bataanon says,
but
gather everyone.
I can take you all. Vietnam, they're falling right now. This is the Vietnam defense that we're seeing here. But look at Bataanon walking with swag once again.
That's the swag walk.
The swag walk.
That is literally the swag walk, and Philippines right now just raining on their parade. Vietnam here just really trying their best to defend this. They will take out the minions, but how long can they hold?
How long can they hold the line? But look at Patahanon.
He knows that nobody can take him down right now.
He can actually stand there and make coffee and then just play again. Right?
Yeah, and probably
Laundry or
you can do a lot of stuff, and that Anon is showing us multitasking.
Yeah, that's multitasking. That's multitasking. If it's allowed, he can go for the outside and he can even status out in Facebook. He can even post on Twitter. He can go for the tweets right now. That's how confident Bataanon is in this game. Meanwhile, Team Vietnam, they need an answer. They need to deal with this Basha pick. Man, this is just looking hard for their team. They need an outplay.
And look at the discipline between the two teams. The Team Vietnam here knowing that they cannot fight right now, so they don't go out of their base. But right now, they actually find the perfect setup. But Nguyen here on the Masha, he can't really get the kill on Villa because Villa really has items.
Yes, man, Villa. It's not about Bataanon, of course. It's about the control coming in for the whole team of Team Philippines. The Cho pick off the Lunox damage, the Granger crits. Man, so what is the key right now for Vietnam?
The key for Vietnam right now is to try and get a turret.
Right?
Look at the turrets here for the side of the Philippines. They're unscathed.
Oh my.
Vietnam haven't touched
Yes.
any of the turrets here on the side of the Philippines.
Plus they lack the damage. Here we go. That is the Hurricane. That's what Arcangel with his swag flicker. But the Anon is here with the rollout. Here comes Villa, dashing in, dashing out. He wants to get Nguyen part 1. But Nguyen will just walk away. Team Philippines, they're waiting for the Lord. They want a set of Villa as well.
Okay.
Villa as well. Hey.
Villa, okay.
But the Anon is not the only gangster here, man.
Okay, so right now, Castro Mayor going in, Alan Jr. being the Alan he is. Okay, they're actually fighting right now.
They're fighting right now. That is the Lord inside the base. Arcangel will go for the detonata. That is, of course, the Hurricane Dance. Who will he pick? Here comes another ultimate coming from the clone. But man, Team Philippines, they're winning the house. They're going ham, and they want to end this. Team Vietnam, no damage whatsoever. Nguyen is trying his best, but the bullets, it's just too harsh. Team Philippines with an outstanding and dominant performance for game number 1.
Philippines, they were shaky at the earlier parts of the tournament, but right now they found their footing. And I just feel that since this is the lower bracket finals, they don't really want to give out like any chance to the other team, so they're probably throwing out all their strategies right now to get their tournament life and to defend the land.
I don't know, man. Team Vietnam, they respected the Esmeralda, the Tams, but they did not respect the Basha Anon.
Yeah. I mean,
they did not respect the Basha Anon. If we're gonna look into the highlights right now, clutch bullets coming in from Arcangel to probably secure an early game advantage, but I do feel it's about the early game rotations here for the side of Team Philippines.
You have to give a lot of props for Team Philippines here on that certain highlight because it's what started their snowball. And looking at Arcangel on how he sniped every single hero here for the side of Vietnam, it really gave them the advantage that they needed to win against Team Vietnam.
Definitely, man. Team Vietnam. It's actually quite hard to pull off this Masha type of gameplay. Again, we've talked about this time and time again. If you there are certain compositions, like for example the Masha and the Claude, where you really need to get going for the first 2 minutes of the game to give this Masha an early space, or probably buy time for the Claude as well. But with Team Philippines, the tankiness from Basha Anon, from Bataanon, and Castro Mayor, really paid off in the early game, negating all of these spells coming in from the Harriet, and then turning it into a win.
And I didn't actually notice earlier that there was this one fight, it was shown earlier in the highlights, that the Harriet almost got a kill on the Granger, But the main problem was when he went out of the Salmon Force, the Blade of Despair was bought by the Granger, and that was enough damage to actually just burst him down at that point. So that was, let's say, kind of a bit of unfortunate for the side of Vietnam, because if Arcangel didn't really get his Blade of Despair, that could have stopped the Granger from going to the snowball.
Yes, I do agree with you, but man, this is, again, the first pick. That's how confident Philippines is in coming in to this game, picking the Granger first, so they do trust Arcangel with the damage, man.
I guess in a way you could say that. You did say earlier that Vietnam plays one Mean Granger as well.
Yes.
So I just feel that it's going to be the highly contested pick here for this certain series.
Yeah.
And that is going to be, let's see, game number 2.
Let's see game number 2 what will happen. Again, guys, we are your shoutcasters, Manjin and Butters. Don't touch your screens. Don't change the channel. The Philippines 2019 30th SEA Games will be right back.
And we are back for the lower bracket finals, not the grand finals, for what do you call this? Vietnam versus the Philippines is game number 2, and this is the 30th Southeast Asian Games coverage of the Mobile Legends Bang Bang discipline.
This is, of course, the lower bracket finals. Team Philippines clearly cleaning house for game number 1.
Yeah. And always remember, not all finals are actually grand.
Yes,
there
of
is
course.
the lower bracket final.
Definitely.
But we will head on to the draft right now.
Yes.
And this is going to be Philippines getting 1 point over Vietnam. And
So,
they are at match point, my
yes,
team.
yes. So I have to ask you, with you telling me that, is this the last game for Vietnam? Again, if you're playing your match point, if you're playing your probably your last game, your play style will be different, right?
Yes.
You're gonna go for all of the safe plays in the map. So Team Philippines, they have this up for the taking. I do feel that they can do some kind of experiments here.
But you know, Manjin, we do have a saying that fortune favors the bold.
The bold.
So if Vietnam is bold,
yes,
that means that they're bold. Okay.
Yes.
No, seriously speaking, Vietnam, if they are bold, they can just go for the experiment and take a risk. Right now, you're at match point.
Yeah.
You can take it in a way where you play as the comfortable strategies that you actually came up with, and you can just go and surprise Philippines here and live to play another game.
I get you, Butters.
I get you too.
I get you, Butters. You mean that for Team Vietnam, they need to have their destiny draw right now.
Yes,
they need to believe in the heart of the cards and probably play this with all of their souls and all of their hearts. Probably pick their favorite heroes right now and just don't think about anything. So there you go. There you have it. They're going to pick another Harriet.
Okay, and they just went like, okay, let's just put it all on the line.
Put it all on the
cards
line.
on the line and just throw them our Vietnam energy and just try to beat the Filipino energy.
Throw your hands in the air
your hands in
and
the
wave
air.
it like it just don't care. We're kidding. We're kidding. Oh, again! Once again!
They just go for it and they're really happy right now.
They're really happy right now. So, Butters, last time, Philippines lost with game number 1, but Anon did not use this Basha.
Yes.
But in game number 2, as of right now, he is definitely rolling. No pun intended, rolling with this Basha. Plus, they do have the Kufra for extra sustain and Esmeralda for extra sustain as well. So whenever the Basha comes in with the rollout, you have the Falling Star Moon and the Tyrant's Revenge follow up. Meanwhile, for Team Vietnam, what is the counter for these types of heroes who is very tanky? You need through damage coming in from the light wheel mark of this carry.
Yeah, and carry is one of those marksmen that can actually just fight into the early game. He could go for a duel if she really wants to.
Yes.
And Vietnam here, they are actually playing their cards right, but I'm actually worried for their Harith because if you think about it, Arcangel right now and Nepomuceno, they actually picked the 2 heroes that can actually just shut down a Harith.
Yes.
Falling Star Moon for the Esmeralda and the Bouncing Ball for the Kufra. And I think that Harith doesn't have control whether he can enter or get out of his Zaman Force.
That is the reason why they picked the Hylos right now, to give this Harriet extra mobility, extra disengage with the Glorious Pathway layered up with the Zaman Force. So they do know this. They know this. They did notice that Team Philippines will go again for another type of, how should I describe this? Gangster mode type of lineup. Aggressive type of lineup. But like this one, like 4 melee heroes, and just go for the extra long range damage of this Death Sonata in the backline. Meanwhile, Team Vietnam, they went for this late game insurance. They have the carry in their arsenal, so I do trust this carry. This is my best pick actually. But again, for this carry answers the Kufra, the Basha, and the Esmeralda.
Okay, Vietnam here, not really going for that Leo Mord. That Leo Mord could have been very risky, but if you get the early game, you can actually snowball from there, especially when you have the carry on your side.
And to add to that,
Yes.
Butters, to add
Yes.
to that, the Leomord can go 50-50 against the Granger.
Yes.
Whenever he catches it with, he catches him with that Phantom Steed, right? Whenever he goes for the flank,
Yeah.
the Granger cannot position himself very well.
It's either you choose to go to the front line
Yes.
and face the Leomord straight up, or you just wait for the right timing and just wait for the Leomord to lose the Phantom Steed buff.
Or still, we don't know. This
We
is
don't know. We don't know.
this is Archangel's Granger, by the way. So
Right.
he's proven us wrong time and time again. Here we go.
Smash them.
We are now entering the screen. This is the Celestial Palace for the probably the last game of the night. Will Vietnam force a game 3? Again, they're playing it safe. Their lives are on the line right now.
Okay, so tournament life, Vietnam, they need to protect it. And right now, we do have Philippines on the blue side.
On the blue side.
On the red side.
This is what you call the change court.
the change court.
The change court.
Because you have to go to halftime.
Yes, because we did went to halftime.
You have to go to halftime.
Yeah,
But the difference is, when you win 2 quarters, you win already.
definitely.
You don't go to the third
You don't
quarter.
go to the third quarter.
You never
Especially in
go to the
ML.
third quarter.
Especially in ML, man. Especially in esports.
Yes.
Especially in esports. Okay, so right now both of the teams securing both of their statued shockers and giving it to their mid lane cores, which is the Esmeralda and the Harriet, which is, by the way, 2 heroes who rely so much on this early game buffs.
Nguyen here, he is just facing off against this.
He's facing off the back shot.
Okay.
Look at this. Look at this.
Look at Batanon. He's not phased about whatever Nguyen MH is doing.
Yeah, he is unfazed. He knows his capabilities. It's because of this back passive, man. It decreases your damage, your last damage every time. It's actually the best counter for a Granger pick, but more about that later, because Team Vietnam, they are now securing their first grab coin of the game, giving it to Dean. So Dean is having a great time in terms of early game. They want this they want this 2-minute push right now, but they will just disengage in the bottom side.
They're actually wasting a lot of time here to the bottom lane, Vietnam. They are planning to just give up this turtle, but Philippines doesn't really pick up on that, and they do not try to go for that easy turtle. But right now, Vietnam is setting themselves up to secure that turtle, or probably to contest.
Yeah, they want to contest it. Of course, two of the cores are now at level 5. Castro Mayor is on level 2. Din on a very good position here. Just needs to dodge out the falling Star Moon and just go for the instant chrono dashes. Meanwhile, Pam not really looking well here in the bottom side.
And this is one hero that Bataanon can't do what he did into game number 1. Just stay in front of him, because as you all know, true damage is one of the veins of Abaksha.
Definitely, true damage is true right now. Of course, that is the first stun hitting Nguyen number 1. Nguyen number 2 is going toe-to-toe with Nepomuceno. Nepomuceno is just going for the Stardust that spoke. 3 minutes in, no kills yet. Arcangel is farming in the top lane. So as the carry, so as Pam. Meanwhile, that is, of course, the first time in course of the game. Dean will just disengage. That is wasted ultimates for the side of Team Vietnam.
And Nguyen, not really Nguyen, but Nepomuceno, not only for bowling, but for esports
But
as
for
well.
esports as well.
Esports as well.
Esports
Not only
as
for
well.
bowling.
Alright, there you go. The second round of objectives has spawned, and both of the core heroes again getting it. So no actions yet in this game. They're not settling down for getting this turtle right now, Mr. Butters. Both of these teams, they're buying time for their cores to get online.
Granger on the back line, and they will actually take out the Granger. Vietnam here, having a good start. Bataano getting caught out. The wild charge will catch too. Bataano, and look at this. They're just tagging up everything, but the 2 cores, oh my goodness. Rock will go down, and that was a 2v1 exchange.
But that is a great advantage coming in from Vietnam. It secured this turtle. Let's see what Bataanon can do. Then is astonishing right now on this Harriet. Unlike game number 1, probably looking great. He can go toe-to-toe with the Cho as well, and probably with the Granger go in for the flanks. You have this glorious pathway, and of course the Revitalize to save his life. He is at almost 4,000 health points here, plus getting this turtle burn. He can actually go for another gank right now.
And Vietnam finding the right stuff to actually take down Arcangel. Earlier, they didn't really have a way to catch Arcangel on his Granger, but right now with the glorious pathway by Nguyen HD, they can just go to the back.
But hold that thought. Nepomuceno, he needs to move here. Pam! He will stomp Pam into the ground as Nepomuceno will pick him off. 2-2. Nice counter goal coming in from Philippines. So probably even up this economy in the first 5 minutes of our game.
Nepomuceno here just being the mid laner that Philippines need right now. He is trying to set up the tempo for his team Manjin.
Yeah, this is the wonder kid. But again, you have this stamps. Nguyen, the very a good sustained hero here for Team Vietnam to keep up with the sturdiness of the side of Team Philippines. Team Vietnam, they're holding the line. They have their ultimates right now. They have the Glorious Battery. They have the Zaman Force. What is going to be the play, Mr. Butters?
Fam here just trying to hug out Arcangel. Arcangel here with the shots. Fam, he is just gonna get out and he got you, Fam.
He got you, Pam. Okay, so Nguyen HT is here, just zoning out Team Philippines, but did the Granger got the hammer?
Wow.
Okay, so they're stealing objectives right now. They got the Jammer and they got the Statue Shocker for the side of Philippines, and that will give them a 1,000 gold lead for the first 6 minutes of our game.
And Arcangel here might get sandwiched, but he will be using that as another to get away.
Okay. And he did.
Batanon,
going for another rollout. Oh no, he is trapped. Is he tanky here? He will pop that ultimate. That is of course the Zaman Force to the Glorious Pathway. Batanon, he refuses to die. And look at Team Philippines, they're sandwiching. Team Vietnam, Arcangel will go for the Rhapsody, but man, there's no damage. All of these heroes are now in half health, and so much for the hype. Both of them will just disengage, but as I say this, Nepomuceno will pick up one.
You scream, you shout, you let it all out, but one person dies on the side of Vietnam. Well, Vilya, onto the bottom lane, he is just, onto the middle lane rather, he is just trying to annoy Vietnam right now and just give the Philippines the space that they need to just farm.
But speaking of space, Butters, again, Fam BT doesn't have any deaths yet. Again, he is the main answer for this type of lineup that Philippines do have. Man, 3-2 is the score. Nepomuceno, he's moving right now. That's the Glorious Pathway. Disengage coming in from Nguyen. Nice Grok block from the from Fam's Grok to negate the potential outrun of Team Philippines.
But remember, Manjin, there is no answer if there is no question.
Definitely.
Always remember that. If they cannot give a question, there is no answer.
There is no answer to the question. I did not understand that, Butters, but the game goes on. 3-2, 8 minutes in. Okay, Pam.
Pam, got you, Pam.
I got you, Pam. Pam and Din connection here in the bottom lane. They're respecting this carry, man.
Nepomuceno, the bowling boy.
The bowling boy, the wonder kid, killing spree.
Oh, Tyrant's revenge. Nepomuceno here. And he'll actually go down.
That's so deep.
Right now, the bouncing ball is there.
That's so deep.
And right now, the battle of the power forwards.
The battle of the power forwards.
The power forwards.
Who is the better sustained boy? Who is the better sustained? Who has the better sustained? I mean, but man, Arcangel with the bullets. Plus the flicker, normal hit. Okay, the swag play coming in from Arcangel, man.
Arcangel being the shooting forward.
Being the shooting forward.
Expected to perform day in, day out.
Day in, day out, having 60% field goals with this Dead Sonata. But as I say this, that's it, of course, an exchange, a value trade coming in from Vietnam, getting the first tower in the mid lane. So they opened up a lot of space here for them to dive in.
And looking at this match right now, we are 9 minutes into the game currently. There is only 5 8 deaths on the board.
Yeah.
So this game has a really low kill count.
Yeah, this is just both of the teams playing it safe, of course, but the Anon will not go for that very aggressive standing up type of playstyle due to the true damage of this carry. Of course, Pam having that Electro Flash as his emblem, he can actually get out layered in with the Glorious Pathway. So man, Team Vietnam, they do have this. Arcangel is just proving them wrong with this that Sonatas, man.
And I just noticed that Baksha is really just a bigger slaughter site of Tams. If you would look at
you look at animation.
If you look at animation, it's a bigger slaughter site.
Plus it can go toe to toe with the Basha if you're gonna think about it, especially with the Tams lifesteal here. If he had the Bloodlust Axe, but right now there's going to be another answer for the side of Vietnam. That is Arcangel falling down in the hands of Nguyen. Nice outplay from Team Vietnam.
Philippines overestimating themselves a bit there, actually letting Arcangel go to the front line. The Glorious Pathway was set, and if ever Arcangel could have went for the flicker, that's the time when Nguyen would just put the Glorious Pathway for the Harriet to chase after the Granger. But at the same time, you wouldn't really do that if you are kind of being careful for the side of the Philippines.
And speaking of being careful, Vietnam is indeed being careful here. Careful here. Nguyen now having the Queen's Wings on his items, so...
Which Nguyen?
Nguyen MH. Nguyen Part 2. The Tams.
Okay.
The Tams. So, they do have a lot of counter-sustain in terms of team fights right now, Mr. Butters.
Okay, so Glorious Pathway will be set. That was a bit skewed. But right now, that Sonata will be thrown out. Wave the Dragon is there.
That is, of course, another Way of the Dragon. Here comes Arcangel with the free hits. Nice knock-up coming in for the side of Philippines. But man, the carry with the Phantom Steps. Phantom stepping in, Phantom stepping out, proccing in the true damage. Villa will just go to the bottom lane and will confuse Team Vietnam. Vietnam still forcing another team fight. Din popping another Zaman Force. Arcangel, he is falling low.
My goodness.
That is the flicker out. Nguyen threatening him with another Glorious Pathway. This is Vietnam's game for the taking. 5-5. That is Dominance Ice for the Hylos to add more sustain, to add more tankiness. Meanwhile, Pam will answer in with his own split push in the top lane.
Right now, Vietnam, they got a hold of the lead. Even if Philippines has a better goal advantage to their side, they just lost control of the game. And right now, Villa is actually doubting his teammates, because the thing about it is he could just go for the push if he really wants to, but he was trying to, just go for the backup.
Yeah, definitely. And besides that, Butters, Team Philippines, 4 of them are melees. And the carry, if you're playing this very well, if you position yourself very well, especially if you got your first skill going, you can just go for the kite and Phantom Step all of these melee heroes and just burn all of their life points to dust, right?
Yes. And one of the things that we have to see here is Arcangel didn't really get a good game.
Yes.
A good early game. Because when you see it, right now, it's 12 minutes into the game, but you only deal 547 damage of crit to a Grok. That doesn't spell well, or that doesn't go well for the side of Team Philippines
but
right
let's
now.
see, man, nice dodge from this Harriet to counter, go to Falling Star Moon. The camera is looking at Pam. Carry right now, here we go. But can he do that? It's where the bouncing ball, the drop will fall down. Arcangel with another detonata, but that is mega kill coming in from the Harriet. Plus that double kill, the Popoceno still at full health. But man, Vietnam is holding the line. Their tower is still alive in the mid lane. They played with the counter sustain and it is paying off. 6, 7, 40 minutes in our game right now.
Arcangel really needs that endless battle on his Ranger right now. The only reason why they're not winning the fights is because they don't really have the damage. The Pomoceno, they are forced to get out, but then on the other side of the map.
But look at Bam. Look at Bam. He's chasing the Esmeralda. But of course, another monster kill from Din. And this is them setting up this Lord.
To see the hunter be hunted right now. Vietnam, they're getting their revenge, but bombs will go down the hands of the Nepomuceno.
Okay.
This prodigy is just carrying the team on his back.
The child wonder. The child wonder, Nepomuceno here. Probably the X factor for Team Philippines to get back. But man, Team Philippines with a counter lord on their own. Pam right here stalking them.
Oh, Arcangel.
The Pam connection.
And Arcangel really just trying to go front, but Harris will go down. And this is the right time for the Philippines to fight. Glorious pathway to get away. And Vietnam, they just lost control of this Lord Gate.
And this is just the Filipino experience here. Coming in from Philippines with these types of games, you just need pick-offs, right? And whenever you pick off, you immediately go for an important objective, which is the Lord. And man, Team Philippines, such clutch pickups there, eliminating the sustained heroes coming in from Vietnam. But as I say this, there's going to be another clash here at the Statue Chalker side. Nepomuceno lurking, going in for the Falling Star Moon, hitting Tree.
Oh my goodness.
He will hit Pam, but Pam will just manage them out. Pick-up to the core. Nepomuceno, such clutch here. No wonder Kid was Arcangel with the free hits of the Death Sonata from the side. The Harriet is now alive. Vietnam is still holding on. But Nepomuceno, there's no stopping him. He is at the unstoppable strength. Nepomuceno's game is here right now, 11-8. Man, Vietnam, they're falling low the wall. Team Philippines destroying the wall of Vietnam.
Filipinos are rallying. Vietnam will lose their tournament life. The Philippines will advance to the next round of the tournament.
And that is bronze secured.
And the crowd goes wild.
And the crowd goes wild.
Defend the land, Manjin. What a performance coming out from Nepomuceno there.
Yes, the child wonder showed up for game number 2.
My
and
goodness.
Man, clutch, man. Clutch pickups was the key for Team Philippines to win that fight. They clearly don't win team fights like 5-on-5 5-on-5 skirmishes due to the counter sustain of the TAMs, of the shields and the glorious pathway of the Harriet and the Hylos. Plus the carry, he has the damage for Vietnam to rely on. But again, with the Death Sonata pokes and of course the experience of Team Philippines in playing this type of games, they clearly had the advantage and just went all in, just finishing the game.
It's all about the experience right now. Game highlights will be shown, but the thing about that game was it wasn't really a showing that Team Philippines, game number 1 was showing that if you fight the Team Philippines at a certain extent that they have the control over the game, they will just toy around with it.
Yes.
But for game number 2, it was a showing on what Team Philippines can do.
Yes.
When you put them at a bad spot. And the Nepomuceno, he is the player of the game for game number 2. What a showing. He carried his team on his back.
Definitely carried his team with all of these pickups. Man, this is just a predicament for Team Vietnam. They're clearly winning this one, but again, no one in their side was split pushing. They need 5 people in terms of fighting toe-to-toe. Meanwhile, Team Philippines, if you're gonna look at it very well, will after a certain pickup, will immediately go to the side lane and will just confuse out Team Vietnam where to go. Meanwhile, due to this one, Team Philippines, after 2 crucial pickups from Nepomuceno and Arcangel, they clearly had the advantage and just got the game. Just
looking at this, on how they rally this certain sequence of fights, they just won the game from taking down the Harith, and with Nepomuceno just leading the charge. He was so aggressive, he was so confident on his killing prowess that he just went in with the Falling Star Moon, even using the flicker to chase down that carry, and that play won them the game. Vietnam here showing us a good fight, but it wasn't enough, and congratulations Vietnam for coming here. You did your best.
Thank you, Vietnam.
Thank you,
Vietnam. What a game right there, and thank you for showing up. So we have our final 3 countries for the Mobile Legends Esports Southeast Asian Games. We have Indonesia waiting for their grand finals match, and we have Malaysia versus Philippines for the lower bracket finals.
And,
right?
For
the silver,
it's a 2-5.
for the silver gold medal.
Oh yeah, and whoever loses that match will get the bronze.
Yes.
And whoever gets into the grand finals will be secured with the silver medal.
Yes.
That doesn't mean that they both get a silver medal. Whoever wins, whoever loses, you get the drill.
Yeah, you get the drill. So, man, what a day it is.
What a day.
Butters, congratulations to Team Philippines for securing the 3rd place.
And they will still
And
laugh
they
until
will
the
still
time.
they will still walk. They will still walk sturdy. That is it for us. Shout outs to all of the people who are watching. Thank you so much for you guys, and of course to all of the countries participating in the Southeast Asian Games. And again, that is it for us, guys. This is the Manjin and Butters connection coming inside your screen. We shall see each other when. May. May.
No,
December.
not May.
December 9.
Southeast Asian
Oh
Games
no,
is
December
up
8.
until December only.
Yeah.
December 8th, Sunday.
Sunday.
We will see you guys on Sunday.
We will see you guys on Sunday for the lower bracket finals. Again, Team Philippines versus Malaysia and the grand finals. That is it for us. See you guys next time.
Have a great night.